Hello and welcome to BierTier, the German engineer. Yes, of course, it is Saturday once again, and we are back in our favorite space, and that is, of course, oxygen not included. Well, let's take a look who is already here. Looks like the chat is already filled once again. I love to see it. You guys know it. Always amazing. Let me take a look in chat. We have Elfie, we have Words, we have Keonis, we have Jazz. Who else do we have? We have Nexus, who says, too bad I can't watch right now, but maybe I'll tune in later. That's totally fine, Nexus, you know it. We'll be here for quite some time, most likely. Who else do we have? We have Croc, we have Goof, we have Charid, David is here, KC Drew, PT is in the chat, we have Tom Van Dyke, and Killjoy is here. Mark Brockbank as well. Hello to each and every one of you, and thank you very much for joining. All right, let's take a look. We need to see what we can tear up today. Of course, you saw the title. We are trying to make our base a little bit more sustainable. Yeah, what can we do? Well, or what do we have to do is probably the bigger question. Of course, we will have to go through the teleporter. Last time around at the very end of the stream, we had a vote. Are we going through the teleporter, or are we going to tame this aluminum volcano here first? So, of course, you can see what we did, because the aluminum volcano has been properly tamed, and our second planetoid is still completely black. Which means, of course, today we will go through the teleporter. But first and foremost, we need to do a couple of things in here. For example, just at the very beginning of the stream, you may have actually seen that. I noticed a couple of things that we have missed. For example, our dupes can't get over here, which is a problem. And up here on the top, where we are storing all of our oxalite, bleachstone, and just random critter eggs, everything's full to the brim. We don't have a single space left for any kind of oxalite or bleachstone, so I'm pretty sure we are just having a bunch laying down here that is off-gassing, or it already has off-gassed, better to say, because everything down here is oxygen, which shouldn't be the case. Well, look at this here. Oxalite everywhere that cannot go in any way, shape, or form to a space, which is, of course, a slight issue. So I would say, let's find us another place where we can plop in some storage bins. The question is just where? That is actually a pretty big question. And what happened here? Are we still melting? Alright, we gotta rip this stuff here out as well. Sick and tired of waiting for it, so let's do it right away. All of it, get rid of it. Everything that can melt will have to go. And down here on the bottom, everything that we can mop up, we will mop up. Just so we don't have this problem here the entire time, kind of like we had last time. I need to find some kind of natural body of water. That would be good. Yeah. Okay. All the way down here. Probably the only option we really have. Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell. We could, of course, use at least... Where did I just see it? Right here we have water. If we don't freeze it, which shouldn't happen, we could probably just utilize this area right here. Yeah, let's do that. Let's dig our way through here, and then make us a tiny little bit of basin just out of those 3 tons of water that we have laying here, and then put some storage units right here, just temporarily, just so they're out of the way. Probably the easiest, fastest thing to do. Alright, let me take another peek into chat. Yoskarat is here. Welshie is here. Just relaxing before I go into the start of a 10-hour work shift. Oof. That sounds rough. But hey, I hope you at least enjoy your job. A lot of people don't. Hope you're not one of them. Okay, let's see what else we can do. For example, I do foresee a problem right here with our ethanol. I don't think we are producing quite enough. Currently, we are only using it for bloom squashes up here, and down here on the bottom, we do have a petroleum generator. This petroleum generator here is just an absolute backup in case our hydrogen generators here should not produce enough, which really hasn't happened yet. So I guess, yeah, we need to take a look here to make sure that we have enough ethanol for our bloom squashes. So this one here is set to, not the petroleum generator, but the smart battery, to a low threshold of 1, where this one here is set to a low threshold of 5. So the hydrogen generator should always turn on first, and in case they can't keep up, because we have a massive power draw for who knows what reason, then our petroleum generator kicks on, just as an absolute worst case scenario backup. Of course, none of this here is ideal in the first place because, well, we just built it where we had space. We should have a brick and preferably tune these hydrogen generators right here, but right at this moment we don't have the space for that, and it's totally fine because we do have plenty of hydrogen sitting around. And another thing, speaking of hydrogen, over here on the right side, we did discover last time around, let's take a peek, a hydrogen vent. So, you know, just because we can, might as well take a peek at this bad boy here as well. So I would say let's dig our way through here. Let's make sure we actually can get in here and dig all of this here out. As a little side project, we may tame this here, just because we can. Alright, so far so good, but what about our ethanol? Right at the moment we have 101.9 tons of wood. That is quite literally a hell of a lot of wood. So we should probably go ahead and find us in, or what is it called? Let me see here, the ethanol distiller. That's the actual word for it. There we go. It requires 1000 grams per second of wood, but it also gives us 500 grams of ethanol back. A little bit of polluted dirt, which will come in handy as well, and carbon dioxide. So that is certainly something we should take a look at. How much does it produce in heat? Only 4.5 kilo DTUs. That wouldn't be too bad. So I'm thinking about just putting 1 or 2 of those bad boys up here into the top and feed it with the wood that we are producing from our phloxes, because we do have 2 full phlox stables. Well, this one here is missing one, but should be filled up very soon. And then we should be able to supply our plume squashes right here with ethanol without a big issue. That ethanol will be very hot. That's very true. You can probably see that as well. Let's look at it again and see if we can see the output temperature. The output temperature is 73.4 degrees or hotter. Of course, it won't be hotter. It will definitely be at 73.4 degrees. So we will have to cool that somewhat, which shouldn't be that big of a deal because if you guys remember from the last stream, we do have this cooling loop here going through the entirety, or at least the middle of our base, all the way through, where we are cooling down our base to negative 45 degrees Celsius. And there's one more thing that we need to talk about with this cooling loop right here that I almost forgot last time around. Our phloxes right here, they have a comfortable body temperature, negative 30 to 10 degrees. So if it gets colder than negative 30 over here, then their metabolism will go down. And when that goes down, the reproduction rate will go down. And it will go down to 2%. So we probably need to be careful with that. Not entirely sure if we can maybe do something, because I have not tried that before. With our, what is that damn thing called? The critter condo. If we plop one of those in here, if that maybe helps to make them happy again if they get too cold, I guess that's something we can try, because these here are pretty cold already, negative 28.2 degrees, so it's just a question of time until we reach the negative 30. If that does not work, we will have to find a different solution. Again, not something that I've ever tried, but certainly something that I want to try. But yeah, those are the challenges, very first and foremost, that I'm looking at and that we should solve in one way or another. And did we just get some water down here? Of course we did. Because I didn't pay attention to the sand, didn't I? Yeah, right here. Of course. So we lost a hell of a lot of water. Damn it. Oh, that plan also just went quite literally down the drain right here. Can we mop this stuff up at least? Yes, we can. Oh, mop it all up. Everything that can be mopped. Mop it. But we need to find a different solution. Really wanted to have something up here. Can we find us something like that? Just temporarily, at least. Problem is, we just don't have any fluid sitting around that we could use, with the exception of mercury. And right here, the danger is relatively high that our mercury eventually gets low, because we don't have an automated system to feed more in here. Currently, we are providing our mercury right here to our mercury sealing lights, producing power, and of course for our spigot seals right here as well. What else do we have, though? We don't really have anything else sitting around. What about salt water? Do we have salt water anywhere? Well, all the way down here, though, but that's a pretty long way off the beaten track, off of everywhere where we would need it. So that does suck for sure. Also, we need to replace this ladder here with plastic. Rather sooner than later, quite honestly. That also has to happen. Just from looking at it, I don't really see another good area. Nothing that is easily accessible at the bare minimum. What I do see, though, is a hell of a lot of ethanol over here. We are definitely going to make use of that as long as we can. Or while we still can, better to say. So I would say we're going to dig our way all the way through here, all the way over. Might as well, and grab us those several thousand kilograms. But that is okay. Alright, let's try to find us a different solution. I think what I'm going to do is... Yeah, we definitely have to replace this ladder here ASAP. Look at Goof. Then we're surprised when we get messages that they're starving. Yeah, gotta do something about that. What we're going to do is... right here. I'm just going to build us a small basin. We're going to make it 3 deep. And right around here, come over and back up. At the top, we're going to fill up with ladders. Then I'm just going to take some of this salt water down here on the bottom and pump it into right here. Probably, though, what is the freezing point of salt water? Let's check it real quick. Don't have that number on the top of my head. Negative 7.5 degrees. So it is a little bit cold up here for that. We may have to replace these tiles right here with insulated tiles until we get a problem with that setup. It will be quite a long time. It's one too low. There we go. Let's build us precisely this here. Just very simple, very straightforward. Not gonna mess around with it here too long. And that should give us plenty of storage. Just gonna slap a pump into this bad boy right here. Pump a little bit of salt water up to fill it up and be done with it. That should be helpful for a long, long time. And at the end of the day, we may be even able to automate it because we are that close nearby. They are too close together to actually fit any auto sweepers in here, but rebuilding it will be no problem. The critter corner is worth it for the animation alone. You are not wrong, Jess. The animation is pretty good. Don't forget to like, guys, of course. Yes, leave the stream a like. I would highly appreciate it. That always helps out, of course. And thank you guys for reminding each other in chat, which is always great to see. We already have 38 people in the stream and it's only been going about 10 minutes. I know, it's absolutely crazy and I highly, highly appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much. One more thing that I'm considering is right here. We have all these fridges that we put in as a quote-unquote temporary solution about 278 cycles ago, or maybe 276 cycles. And we're still here doing the exact same thing. Maybe. And we can do this very easily. We could make this here an infinite storage. We could do that very easily and very quickly. Let me see. Right around... Does it matter too much? Probably not, quite honestly. Right around here. We're going to take this wood tile right here. And we're going to plop it right there. Then we're going to tear this one out. The nice thing is, to build us a single tile infinite storage for food, we don't need a damn thing. As a matter of fact. All we need is one spot that's extremely cold. Since we are already cooling the base down to negative 40 degrees, it will always be extremely cold in here. And the carbon dioxide will come all by itself. We don't have to do anything. We don't need no liquid lock. We don't need no nothing. That is probably the benefit of, well, this map right here. So that is definitely going to make our life a hell of a lot easier. By the way, why are these not locked and these not open? There's really no good reason for that, is there? Let's change that as well. The only thing that we need for that is, of course, a little bit of automation. For example, or better to say shipping. We can plop us an auto sweeper, not made out of steel though, into here. Let's make sure we can reach everything where food is going to drop. I'm not entirely sure if we can put that mushroom, or that musher, I mean, in there. But we will see when we use it. And then just a conveyor loader up here on the top. Then we need some rails that we're going to bring through here. Maybe just straight all the way down to here. Yeah, that's fine. As a matter of fact, we can't just put it right in there. That's much easier. Why drop it if you can just let it flop out at the conveyor chute? A little bit of power connection. Also easy. We have it all available. It's all right here, thanks to our beautiful power spine over here on the left. And then we're going to build the exact same thing one more time down here. So the dupes don't have to do it manually. And then all the food that is produced in our kitchen right here will go instantly into the infinite storage. Easy. Someone did a YouTube about a mid-game seal range, 300 watts a day and 34 kilograms of tallow and 160 ethanol a cycle. But how though? The only way to do that would be to have more bonbon trees. If you have more bonbon trees, you're using more snow. And snow is, at least in theory, an infinite resource because we do have meteor showers. But when we take a look here, how much snow do we actually have here? Nothing. 20 kilograms per tile. And if we dig it up, it will only be 10 kilograms per tile. Very, very odd. Very, very odd. Very, very odd. So that is why I built this tiny little version right here. Because tallow. Let's take a quick look. One thing that we will have to do is put our deep fryer here to squash fries. We need 1,000 grams per one single squash fry. We need 4,000 kilocalories of plume squash. We have 158,000 right now. So let's say we have 1,000 kilograms just for the ease of math right here. Which means we can make roughly 400,000 kilocalories worth of plume squash into squash fries. Plenty. I don't see the reason to get that much tallow. Like, what are you gonna do with it? Maybe metal tile under the infinite storage just in case? I mean, we could do that. I don't really see a big reason for it, but sure. Just in case. You do have a good point. Better safe than sorry. Better have it and not need it than need it and not have it. That's my usual saying, you guys know it, so... yeah, good idea. We're gonna do it. Can't hurt anything in any way, shape, or form. We're gonna make it out of aluminum. It's of course gonna suck up, or better to say, eject all the heat into this radiant liquid pipe that's running right underneath it, and it will cool it. Did I miss explaining what gas he plans to put into the infinite storage? It's probably already in there. Yeah, right here. Carbon dioxide. It's just gonna come down from the top. We don't have to do anything. It just naturally falls in there. Shouldn't be a problem whatsoever. And eventually, currently it's only 80 grams, but eventually more and more will accumulate in here. We're literally just gonna use one single tile on the floor. That's the easiest, fastest way to build this, so that's what we're gonna do. Let's take a look into our printing pod. Speaking of squash fries, here we have 16,000 kilocalories worth, and of course omelets. I don't think we need another decorator, but since we're starting to cook a lot more food, because everything now has to be cooked. If it's not cooked, it's not going to get picked up and put into the infinite storage, so everything we make has to be cooked, period. We probably need another cook though. The only problem I see with that is, requires light to sleep, and I'm just too lazy to deal with that kind of stuff. We're gonna go with omelets. We should have more than enough dupes. Someone in here should be able to get into grilling without a big problem. Let's see if we have one. Yeah, speaking of the devil, Goof right here is going to be a mechatronics engineer, but he's also going to be a cook. Beautiful. Gonna make this here very simple. Improve carrying, you can have that too while you're at it. And you know what, improve carrying too as well. You have plenty of morale. The more you can carry, the better it is, of course. So Goof right here is going to be our second cook. Let's take a look here. Not in vitals, of course, in priorities. Where is Goof? Right here. And in cooking, of course, we're gonna turn up your priority quite drastically. Alright, everything's getting built. Should be built here very soon. And then this conveyor loader right here, I'm just gonna set it to all edibles and all cooking ingredients. Very easy. The moment it falls out right here, it will immediately get put into the conveyor loader. That is the general idea here. There we go. Edible, cooking ingredient. Simple. As soon as the rest of the rail here is built, we will be golden. Let's give it a slightly higher priority. These are the dupes who will get their shit together and actually build it. And that is basically how simple our infinite storage is going to be. Carbon dioxide is at 280 grams. Where it says LOL, never that easy in my colonies, but I think you want to make sure it's over 1.8 kilograms before you seal it. We're just gonna wait for it. We don't have to do anything. I'm also not even planning on sealing it. There's really no reason for it. Can't really go anywhere. In an absolute worst case scenario, I may make it deeper by one. Basically where our metal tile is right now, have the food sitting if this here doesn't work out the way I expect it to. But theoretically speaking, we shouldn't have to do a single thing. But yeah, other than that, looking good. How much do we have left down here? 679 kilograms. I'm just going to keep an eye on this here for a hot minute to see where or how much we are actually taking out compared to how much we are putting in. Because, of course, I could do the math without plume squashes, but I'm too lazy right now. I can see it just by looking at it, so there's really no point. Where's that big batch? Right over here. Yeah, we are definitely going to say hello to this little friend. There's no question about it. In plumbing, we're going to grab us a pump. And we're going to get ready for it in case we need it. Probably don't need it right this very second, but still a good idea to have it ready. Let's dig this stuff here out. Put in a ladder right here. That's all we need. Probably... Nope, the dupes can actually then just walk down here without a problem. Then we're gonna put in a liquid pipe. Just a normal one, that's all we need. And right here we still have a pipe that we can most definitely utilize to our advantage here very shortly as well. So even better, you're already nearby with everything that we need, including a power source. Wouldn't you look at that? The only problem is though, we may have to replace the floor underneath here. So we can then come through here with our wire and bring it all the way over. That is currently built out of iron. We can't do that. Hold on. What do we have? Lead. That'll do. We have some lead. Finally. Finally we can build some wires without any repercussions. Always a good thing. And yeah. There we have it. We can just build that and grab us all this beautiful ethanol right here and use it for whatever we want. How's it going up here? Is that now working? Now we have wood in here. That is not what we want in here though. Let's see, when we're done cooking, our auto sweeper picks it up, puts it into the conveyor loader. The conveyor loader shoves it out and brings it down here. Let's watch that. And as soon as it's in here, let's take a look. Fresh, currently -4% because we still don't have enough carbon dioxide, but we should be getting there. It's just a question of time, really. And that's why also why I'm waiting to bring all this stuff here from the fridge up. So, slowly but steadily, each and every one of those single tiles here, not each and every one of them, but more and more over time, will go into this tiny little hole, and they will be stuck in there. Be back in a moment, gotta put my dishes away. Go over it, Jez. And Night Cow says, hello, lurking while playing. Which is always a good thing. It's always fun, especially if you have two screens available to watch the stream on one and play the game yourself on the other. It's a great way. It says you're trapped. Who the hell's trapped? Croc. What are you doing over here, Croc? Yeah. Let's dig yourself out, will you? All we have to do is basically just tell you to one by one dig up all this cobalt ore here. We want it anyway, so that works. And then last but not least, as soon as everything's gone, you're just gonna fall straight up to the floor. Brandon says, sorry, I'm late, took a nap. Fridge is powered? No, the fridges are not powered. You could make it already like this, that is okay. But no, those fridges here are not powered. I just have the mod there with which I can suppress those annoying error messages. Highly recommended, but no, they do not have power, of course. These are all deep frozen in here. Let's just grab a random one. Fresh, frozen 0%, and sterile atmosphere 0% as well. Exactly as that should be. What are you doing here, Dizzy? Just standing here doing nothing? Speaking of coats, though, looks like Goof doesn't have a coat yet. Sure, might as well have one. And let's also make sure while we are at it to dig this ice here out. It's just sitting around doing nothing. So let's get rid of this stuff here. Make our base a little bit nicer. Your Scarlet says that moment you realize you need one more screen. That is very true. And of course our dupes are starving. Not entirely sure why that is, but all you have to do is come back inside. Is it that one tiny little piece of snow right here? Or what? No, you can't just walk over it. Of course you can. Then I'm not entirely sure what you're complaining about here. Francis, I have beer up on my TV. That is, of course, always another option that is available. I'm seeing one tree right here. That is full. And that clearly it doesn't have a pipe connected. We can't do that. Definitely can't have that. Let's connect this pipe up. Then let's take another look along here to see. There's another one, just like the one before, that is just sitting here, completely full to the brim and not connected at all. Can't have that. Let's build it like this. That should do. There's even another one. There are 3 more all the way over here. You know, I'm just going to sacrifice this one right here, actually. Build us a nice ladder straight down. I'd rather have those 3 than this one. Now it's just a matter of, once again, going through the entire length right here, and that's the one annoying part. To make sure that the dupes can actually reach everything. They can obviously reach this here, they can come along here. When we dig these 2 out, they can come over here. One right there brings them on top, all the way over. One needs to go right here. Brings them all the way through here without a problem. The only thing is right here, they can't do a damn thing. So let's dig all of this here out, which brings them down here. Dig this one out to bring them down to the ground. 2 back up, all the way over, all the way to the top. Right here, we're also going to dig out probably this low. Yep, that should make it happen again. And then here, we may even go as far as putting us a ladder in, maybe. Let's see, right here, that brings us 2 up. Plus this one. No, we don't need a ladder, it's all good. All the way through here, here, all the way to the top. Back down the other side, just like this. Back down right here. Yeah, that'll do. And now we can come all the way through without a problem. Up the ladder, all the way across. This one has to go, this one has to go. This one has to go. And then we make it all the way to right here. And at this point right here, we will have to dig a tiny little bit more than before. All of this here needs to go. Plus this one tile brings us back up the other side. And then right here, once again, slight trouble in paradise coming up here. Yeah, even this tree right here is going to be in our way. And we cannot hook it up because it has to go. Otherwise, we will not be able with our dupes to go through here. Other than that, though, looking pretty decent, actually. That brings us all the way through. Alright then. Whew. A few jet suits for bonbon maintenance. That would actually be a good idea. We may have to do that. We may have to do that eventually, for sure. I mean, now that we are that closely stacked all across here, I'm pretty sure at least the left side is going to be good. Or good. Because there's not even any more space where we could do something else. The next thing on the list is as well, we do need to find us a spot where we can put in our telescope. And we should probably do that while we're up here anyway. Might as well use this spot right here maybe, huh? Well, let's bring it to right here maybe. Maybe one further over actually. Yeah, one further over will be a good idea. Right here. All we have to do is get rid of this one. And then build us a ladder up here. Don't we have a ladder here? Didn't we have a ladder? Could have sworn we had a ladder. Yeah, right here. Look, we built this a long time ago. And that's how much snow and ice was brought on. Just by meteors. Isn't that crazy? But here we are. Nothing we can do about it. I'm just going to put in a ladder all the way across the right side right here. That should help us out. Can the dupes actually reach all of this? Not really. They cannot. Let's bring it down to here. Get rid of this one. Now they can come down all the way and back up the other side. Alright, so far, so good. Mohammed says, dude, I have a dupe with your name cause I learned so much from you. Well, I truly appreciate that. I hope he's not causing too much trouble. Because I know how that sometimes goes. We can also make a ladders above all trees for better access. We could just come along here and build basically ladders all across in a straight line. But again, once we are all the way over here with this ladder right here, I don't think it's going to be that big of a problem anymore. Because I don't think I will ever come back. At least not on the ground floor. We will have to build something above it maybe, but below it, or at least on the ground floor, I don't see that happening. Did you read my post in Discord? No, I don't have Discord up. Which post is that? Apparently, I made a mistake somewhere because all these here are unreachable. So there's a single spot somewhere right here that is 3 high. Okay, so far so good. How is this here going? Oh, beautiful. Look at that. That's exactly what that should look like. We're getting the lead in. How is our ethanol? We are only down by 30 kilograms so far. Has our petroleum generator been running? No. So we are having a slight net negative, which is really not that big of a deal, honestly. I'm actually wondering, we have currently 3 seals in here. Theoretically, it shouldn't be possible to put a 4, or yeah, that's why we only have 3 in here. I was about to say, it should be possibly theoretically to put a 4th in here. There should be a 4th in here, we just don't have one right now. Yeah, there we go. That makes a hell of a lot more sense now. I was like, there should be 4 in there, or 2 trees, not only 3. There's just 1 missing. Let's put us another pump in here. Let's grab us some power. It's going to be a bigger issue because we don't have a power spine that goes down there yet. So let's change that right away. Let's make it out of cobalt, maybe. Or... yeah, we do have lead. I don't see a reason why to not use lead, honestly. Let's go. With lead, which is going to come all the way along this ladder, because eventually we will need it. Eventually we will most definitely even need it. We don't have enough lead to build all of this, though, because that is a really long line. But we will need it for short or long, one way or another, so we might as well do it now. And the good thing is, now that we have 2 times aluminum and 1 times copper, we do have the resources available, or at least we will over short or long, that it will be okay. We're also going to just hook this pump up with this kind of wire right here, at least in the short term, because we don't need a hell of a lot of water. And then in plumbing, we're going to grab us a liquid pipe, a normal pipe, that will do, and just bring it back up the ladder, all the way to somewhere right here, and hook up a liquid vent. That's all it takes. Brandon says, I have to move back to LA for a bit. I have a few surgeries coming up. I'm leaving here on Monday. Damn, yeah, I hope it works out for you, Brandon. I hope it's nothing too bad surgery-wise. One of them isn't too bad, but the second one is going to suck. I hate to hear that, Brandon. I truly do. Surgeries are definitely never fun. Especially going all the way to LA for it. I hope everything turns out fine for you. Not gonna lie. Truly do. While we're here, though, our Dracos that we have kind of rescued from the cold and the hot are just running around right here. And I'm wondering if we can do something slightly more useful with them now. Let's see. We have dirt, right? We do have 50 tons worth of dirt and another 25 tons roughly of polluted dirt. So that's going to be good. The question is just, do we have an area that's warm enough? Yeah, actually, this area right here is perfect for it. Build us a small Draco wrench. We do need a Draco wrench for 2 reasons, really. Of course, the reed fiber and the plastic that we can potentially get out of it never ever hurts. But more importantly is phosphorite. We are also getting phosphorite out if they eat mealwood. And phosphorite, we're pretty damn low. Pretty damn low. What do we need phosphorite for, you ask? Well, our pike apple bush is right here. Let me see, where's the bush? Not the seed, the actual bush. Does require 5 kilograms per cycle, and as we can see, we have quite a lot of them. We have exhausted our stockpile. We should be able to find some more up here, I believe. Yeah, right here. All this here is phosphorite, so we can just dig up a little bit more. But being able to do that with Dracos in the long term, to just produce it ourselves, would of course be another step into the right direction for our goal of sustainability. So, in the short term though, again, we probably don't have a choice. We will have to dig this stuff here up, so let's go for it and grab us a few hundred more kilograms. A few hundred more kilograms will be enough for a good amount of time without a big problem. We're gonna do that all along here. everything that's phosphorite, we're just going to nab without an issue. But in the long term, though, we need to do something about it. And we're probably going to build us a small Draco farm down here on the bottom. Brand says the second one is a degenerative disc in my neck and it's causing me to lose feeling in my left hand. So they're going to go in and fix it. That doesn't sound good at all. Mohammed says, good luck, friend. Hope you are better soon. Same from me. Same from me. 100%. You have been here almost every stream, Brandon. So, of course, I am extremely familiar with your name, even though we have never talked to each other. But trust me, I wish you nothing but the best. Nothing but the best from my end. Okay, let's see if we can utilize this pipe right here. The question is just where are we going to pump this stuff? Because right at the moment, the only storage that we have for it is right here, and I don't really want to pump it into here. I mean, we could do that in an absolute worst case scenario, I suppose. I mean, what we can do is something simple, really, though. We can't just bring this one up and over. Snip it off right, not right there, right here. Let me double check everything. It's currently set up to go into the other direction. Of course, all of our bridges will have to be reversed. And bring it over. You've spoken on Discord twice. That's right, you have been streaming on Discord. Ah, my mistake, I almost forgot about that. That has been a hot minute ago. You have been streaming on Discord. I just keep forgetting because your name on Discord is different than it is on YouTube. Well, let's bring it through here and up there. And then we just snip this one here off, effectively turn it off, and just take all of our petroleum for the time being out of here. That should make it very easy. Okay. Are we already getting a little bit in? No, we still don't have the power down here, do we? No, it's still not built. We want this liquid pump here to pump us water as soon as possible. There's still, of course, the wiring missing. But yeah. Yeah, Brandon is my first. I mean, Tech is my gamer tag. Yeah, Darkbong Tech. I always have to remind myself of that when I see your name in Discord. And by the way, guys, I just remembered, I finally had yesterday just an hour or so of time where I messed around with the Discord settings. If you are in Discord and you are a member, it doesn't matter if you are a paid member or if you got a membership gifted, make sure that your Discord is connected to your YouTube, because I set it up that you will get automatically assigned the appropriate rights to see the hidden channels that is reserved only for members. So, haven't tested it yet, but just do me a favor, see if that works. And if it doesn't, then I will make sure it does here very shortly. Because we actually are at a point where we have so many members and so many Discord members that I just cannot do it manually anymore. Therefore, we have to automate it in some way. Therefore, if you have a membership, you will only get your rights if you have your Discord and your YouTube connected together. Couple more pieces, guys. Come on. Get it done. This year. More work for BierTier? No, it's actually less work. It's actually a hell of a lot less work. That I don't have to do it manually anymore. Why is this one not running? Oh, it's not connected in. There we go. Now it's flowing. And now that it's flowing in, it should be coming up. And if we do now snip this one here off, we still have the same power output, just the ethanol is coming from somewhere else. And my god, just speaking of the devil, there is Chess with 10 gifted memberships. Chess, you absolute beast. Thank you so much, man. I don't even know how many memberships you have already gifted to this channel. You're completely out of your mind. Thank you so much for your insane support here. Craig, Dear Tagnan, under the the Sinister Plank, Koth, Sirdar, Toxer, JP, Stefan, and Mr. Vengeance all got a gifted membership, a level 1 to the channel. And yeah, if you're here, if you're in chat, maybe say thanks to Jazz, because he's an absolute beast. Looks like you have a tiny little bit of water down here left. And a tiny little bit of water right there. Most of our zombie spores here are gone, thanks to our 2 mechanized airlocks. The mechanized airlocks are, of course, made out of uranium ore, providing a tiny little bit of radiation. And that's really all it takes. Of course, it's not a hell of a lot, so it will take a minute longer. But it's not like we need this area right now. Therefore, I didn't really care too much. Okay, the water/salt water is coming in, as that should be. Let's mop up the normal water so we don't have this kind of nonsense here going on. Dupes can't reach it. Of course, I built one too many storage bins, because they shouldn't really have to go down there anymore. But right at the moment they have to, so we have to tear it out. Jess says, you're welcome. I'm hoping for more gloves soon. And Brendan said, and Jazz is a halfway decent builder and oxygen not included too. That is very true. I would argue more than halfway decent. Quite a lot more than halfway decent, actually. He's one of our guys in Discord who is always helping. If somebody has a question, Jazz is always happy to invest his own time to help you guys out with any kind of questions you may have over on the Discord channel. I know how to copy BierTier's Let's Play really well. No, you have some builds that I wouldn't attempt, or haven't yet, at least, better to say. Like, for example, strip mining the entire planetoid is just not my style at all. But you enjoy it, and there's nothing wrong with that. Is there more water up here? Yeah, I see another few grams up here. Why is that? Are you sucking water? You shouldn't be able to suck water. Or is it because... Oh, it's because there's ice in here that melted. That was the issue. There were a few tiny little pieces of ice in here. So, yeah. It's totally fine, though. Currently, you're actually mopping the wrong thing, Jazz. Our water has moved on, and it's now over here, instead of over there. There's nothing left on each planet in every game. Yeah, like I said, that just has never been really my playstyle. We should do it sometime, though, just for the fun of it, but... I usually leave as much intact as I can and just dig it out whenever I need to. There's Shade Falcon, mopping up that tiny little bit of water that's in here. Beautiful, and it's gone. Same over here. While we're at it. Beautiful, and it's gone. Now there's just a tiny little bit left on top, but that's okay. For our purposes, it will be sufficient. And we're just going to put a little bit more in here. We're going to put all the bleach stone, critter eggs, as well as any kind of oxalite into all of those storage bins along here. Doesn't that increase lag, strip mining everything? It actually reduces lag if, and only if, you create a vacuum. If you leave gases in there, it will increase the lag. If you remove the gas, it will decrease the lag, actually quite drastically. Although, thankfully, I'm blessed with a computer that's more than fast enough. No matter what I throw at it, even in oxygen not included, you can see it right now. Here on the top left of the screen. We're running at 65 FPS without a problem. And then one-time speed, that should be even faster. Yeah, we're running at 77, 78 FPS without an issue. That's the one thing here that I hate with the water on the top. Because we do need enough salt water in the bottom tiles to prevent off-gassing, which we should have by now easily, but still. Do the crit eggs stay forever then if they're in storage bins underwater? Nope, Jazz already provided the answer before I could. No, eventually they will break to raw egg. That's correct. We're just gonna make some omelets out of them. Because we have so many of them, that I just need a place to store them. And not have a gazillion critters running around. Like, You can see it right here. Food is not our issue, so I'm not too worried about it. Goof says vacuum. I guess that's what was missing in my previous colony. Yes. If you have this amount of gas, like imagine if all of this here were gas. The game has to calculate the movement of each and every gram of gas into each and every tile, wherever it goes. And of course, the exchange of heat as well. That is an insane amount of calculation that have to happen every single second. And that is precisely what is causing the lag. So if you remove the gas from the equation, there is no more heat transfer, there is no more movement, therefore there are no more calculations. That is precisely how that works. Let's tear out this liquid pump right here. Let's do it quickly. We don't need any more salt water. That is more than enough up here for our purposes. And then we're good to go. But we are only on one planet right now. Visit all and the FPS will drop. You have seen my Let's Plays. You have seen my other streams. It's really not that big of an issue, honestly. Like, we will go down to the 30s once we go to more planetoids. But even at 30 FPS, it's still not lagging. Let's give it a hot second for all the water to drain. Let's turn it up to 10 times speed. There we go. Always nice to have this 10 times speed available. Exactly for situations like this here. Alright, looking decent. Last but not least, also get rid of the power wire and reclaim our resources while we can. Not this one though, this one we still need. Von Rheinland is here. Howdy guys, howdy Von Rheinland. Glad you're here. No more germs, are we good? No, a couple more are here. Of course, again, as we can see, the radiation doesn't reach the top tile. So to get each and every tile completely spore-free will take another second or so. It's no problem. And then we take care of this one right here, which will be a slight bit more difficult because we do a very hot abyssalite right here. But we're just gonna dig down here, get rid of it, and then probably fill it up with insulated tiles to contain the heat, because we definitely don't want this nonsense in our base, at least not yet. Eventually, though, it will come in handy, but right at the moment, it is a little bit too early for that. Alright, we have taken care of our storage issue. We have taken care of our ethanol issue, at least temporarily. Just happened to see this big blob right here, so we might as well utilize it before we introduce more heat into our base. Okay, what else do we have? Right here, our water. Once again, we have to get our error messages up and running with temp shift plates made out of ice. And that looks exactly like that. Each and every one, or each and every time they build one of those temp shift plates, we will get a message, building melted. And it's highly annoying. So eventually I will fix that for good. But for right now, it's a really good way to keep our storage here nice and full. And we're still running only on 2 electrolyzers, even though we have 20 dupes in the base. And we can see there's absolutely no problem with that at all. Which is nice. Definitely nice to see. Jess says another thing that can really slow down a playthrough is if the dupes have lots of choices to make on the same route. Typically, make sure that there's only 1 or 2 ways up and down connecting all the walkways. Of course, Valentino is here, just woke up and just tuned in. What is the goal of the stream? Goal of the stream is right now just to get our base a little bit more in shape, so I can happily walk away from this base here and do something else without having to constantly worry that something's going to go horribly wrong. And then we will send a dupe through the teleporter right here. Because there are a bunch of resources over there that we want. And we are definitely going to make sure we get them. That is the first thing. What I also want to do is down here on the bottom, I'm not entirely sure. I just want to see more. Maybe there's another volcano. Maybe there's something else going on. Not entirely sure. We will have to figure that out. Also, we want to potentially go to space. We just built us the enclosed telescope. I just see it is done. That's nice. But we do want to see a little bit more in our vicinity right here, what we can find. We do need power up here, and we do need oxygen up here. Thankfully, both of those things are available without a big issue. It is a slight issue, actually. Let's do it this way right here. And let's just steal this pipe here and bring it across. Just as long as we can use it without a problem. This thing here is not going to be much good anyway after a short amount of time. And then we're just going to rip this back out. And we're going to do the exact same thing with our power wire right here. Made out of, sure, copper. Got plenty of it, thankfully, right now. So we might as well. There we go. All the way through. That will eat up a few resources. But again, it's more or less a temporary build. Is the shit rocket being decommissioned? We will probably send it to space one more time. Our famous shit rocket, because it has an outhouse in it. That is why it's famously called the shit rocket. But it does, as always, get the job done. How are we looking now in our infinite storage, though? How much do we have in here? Carbon dioxide at 1400 grams. We're still in a normal atmosphere, though. We may have to do that slightly different, though. I thought it would be this easy. Maybe I was slightly wrong about it. Let's do it this way and make it too deep. Then we most definitely shouldn't have any more problems. The other problem is also, let me just look around here. We don't have enough carbon dioxide. We just don't have enough carbon dioxide to fall into this one hole right here. Look at this. It's all dead blue. There's nothing else. Have you melted a rocket yet? No, we have not yet melted a rocket. And Jenkins is here. Good afternoon, Beer and Chat. Good afternoon, Jenkins. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a great Saturday. Get rid of this stuff. Let's get rid of this ladder. Just to make it a little bit more pretty. We are once again, or better to say still, building our temp shift plates, and we can see that basically the moment it's built, it's going to melt. Of course, the dupes are slightly unhappy why they have to do that, because they have to go into the water and the carbon dioxide, so the stress level is going to go up slightly while we are building this kind of nonsense right here, but yeah. You're not playing oxygen not included, you're playing carbon dioxide not included. I know, right? In this case, that is actually the truth. There's nothing here. We're just not having enough to actually get it down there where we actually want it. Which is an hilarious problem to have. I'm well aware of that. Of that conundrum that we are facing. Frosty printing pod. Let's take a peek. Another dupe. Another dupe. Rocketry, suit wearing doctoring, decreased calories, increased agriculture, and aesthetic design. Overall a okay dupe, but nothing of that really fits together in any way, shape, or form. I don't care about the bottom of the stomach, that's not an issue because 1.5 million calories. We are not having a problem with that at all. We have Gaussman right here in digging and tidying, uncultured, handy, decreased machinery, and decreased bathroom use speed. Also about that, I don't really care because we have plenty of bathrooms available, so it's not an issue. And over here we have another cook. I mean, another dupe that can pick up stuff extremely well. I would argue that is probably the best dupe right here. It's just a matter of who doesn't have a dupe yet. I mean, with 20 dupes, I would be lying if I say I remember each and every one that we already have. Let me take a look through chat. I do know we have Goof. Who do we not have yet? We have Croc, of course, in the game. Who do we not have yet? Who is a member? Who is active in chat? Let's just take the guy who just came in. I don't think that Jenkins yet has a dupe yet. No, Jenkins already has a dupe. Dang it. Valentino doesn't have a dupe yet. That is a good call. I like that. Yes, Valentino is going to get his own dupe. Gaussman is going to be Valentino. And Valentino, welcome to the game. Like I said, I would be lying if I would say that I can't remember each and every one of you guys that already has a dupe, so apologies on that one. Slowly but steadily, it's getting out of hand here with dupes. And KC Drew also doesn't have a dupe. I just noticed, so we got to change that eventually as well. Once we go over to the other planetoid, we will probably bring on one or two more dupes anyway. And Killjoy with 5 more gifted memberships. Killjoy, also an insane supporter of the stream. Killjoy, thank you so much. Sean, Arthur, Grasshopper, Cyrix, and Tionius all got a gifted membership, so we already have 15 gifted memberships today. Guys, thank you so much for your insane support. I truly appreciate each and every one of you. You guys know it. Killjoy's the GOAT. I agree. Get a bit jazz. Okay. We should probably think about, slowly but steadily at least, who we are going to send over. So let's take a look through here. We need a dupe that preferably has hard digging, or can get it very easily, and preferably has some skill points available so we can do that however we need it. And at the same time already doesn't have a lot. Let's see if we have a dupe like that. We can see it, by the way, over here on the right side. I just keep doing it just out of habit, but on the right side we can see it on a glance exactly which dupe has what. We can see the morale needed over here on the left side, and the morale that they have on the left side, and on the right side how much they need. So the right side should be pretty low. That's what we are looking for. Who do we have here? Schlopor has 13 and 7, needs 7, is already a mechatronics engineer, can get very easily into hard digging. Yeah, that may be a perfect dupe. So Schlopor is probably going to be the dupe that we're going to send over. Yeah, that is probably going to be. Let's keep Schlopor in mind. Because I really like that. 7 available, only needs 7 right now, will be going to 8 with hard digging. That seems to be a pretty good dupe for that kind of endeavor. Okay, this here's being built. Let's turn the speed back up. Let's deconstruct this one tile right here and just move our food storage 1 down and hope we can capture a little bit more carbon dioxide down here on the bottom. It's just yeah, it's gonna be a slight process here. We're playing the waiting game because we just don't have enough carbon dioxide available. I suppose what I could do is, yeah, why not? Why not connect this here up? And then in the F7 overlay, just go ahead and pump us, or better to say, build us. How much do we have here? 1600? Yeah, a normal one will do. Put us right here, an outlet for the carbon dioxide that we're going to pick up over here. Just so we can introduce some here. It will fall down. So this time we are actually we are going to introduce carbon dioxide into our base on purpose, which is not the intended playstyle of the game, I suppose, but here we are. Come on, somebody come by and build me this gas vent right here. Currently we're just pumping it into this gas reservoir, which is fine, but yeah. So of course says, Graz Valentino, just don't make me one. With my luck I would die falling off the asteroid. That is funny though. The F7 overlay? Yeah, problem is, there's barely anything in here. Is this thing dormant? Of course. And we have liquid carbon dioxide down here on the bottom right now, because it is frozen. I guess I should have built the walls not out of normal tiles, but maybe out of insulated ones. Let's see if we can help with that by rebuilding the tiles out of a different material, maybe. Let's see if this here makes a difference and maybe gets a little bit of that liquid carbon dioxide back up into the atmosphere. Q2 is very much needed. Got to fill some of those soda machines. Yeah, we could actually introduce some with this area right here, but right at the moment it is, unfortunately, well, 2.5 cycles. We can probably sit that out, actually, and the problem will solve itself. Yeah, you're gonna sit those 2.5 cycles out. It doesn't matter, and then the problem will solve itself. We are at 2,000 grams, though, now. Kind of hard to tell on this speed, which should be sufficient. Yeah. Want someone rid me of this meddlesome unbuilt gas vent assignment? I know, right? There we have it. We're good. And right here, our fridges. That's where our food is going right now, because we still have those fridges set up. All of this here will have to be put into right there eventually. That is the general idea, so we can regain this space. But right at the moment, it's totally fine. How are we now looking on our germs? Couple more tiles here. Yeah, like I said, every time one of those tiles moves down, they will die. Once it moves back up, they will stop dying. It's just a little bit of a waiting game. That's all it comes down to at the end of the day. But it's alright. I guess we could, in the meantime, dig our way through here, huh? Yeah, that should probably make sense. And we get some fossil in the meantime as well. Where's this water coming from? Hold on, where's the water coming from? Where is the water coming from? Seriously, though. Somebody must have dropped a piece of ice or something down here, maybe? 1 second, you're not watching. And everything's full of water. That is the downside. Once you're digging down into this kind of hotter area down here, the moment ice hits it, it will more or less immediately melt. You could also just pump the CO2 directly to the infinite storage from the temporary food pit. That's very true. There are many ways to skin this cat. Did you just see Jez's build for his infinite storage using the conductive panel? Using the conductive panel. I mean, you just put a conductive panel right here, I would assume is what you did. I have not seen it though, no. But you can see they're actually taking the pike apples out of here, but right at the moment, yes, frozen 0%, sterile atmosphere 0%. So it does work now, and we're going to work on this here in a second to fix this up properly. Get out of my way. Mop this here up so we can go lower without having a bunch of steam. Because again, right here it is going to get hot, and we don't want to have water drop on top of this abyssalite. That is no good. It was simply a conductive panel with cold water. Cold water? Cold water is not going to get cold enough to actually stop it. We can stop wiping floor on the bottom to have seal to go to the uproot spore kit. What? To break up the ladder at certain points to prevent things from falling that way. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. As a matter of fact, what I was really thinking was just putting a single tile somewhere right here. In case that happens, it doesn't go all over the place. Breaking up the ladder just expands or, you know, makes the time longer for the dupes to actually get where they want to be. We don't want to go that low, actually. This here is enough. We're going to come over here as far as we can. Always checking the heat right here, 198. This one is a little bit hot, but other than that, it's okay. We won't be here long. Yeah, that should do. You can make stairs from tiles and have some drops of water on them. That is an option, yeah. At the moment we can see though, even though abyssalite, I mention it every time it happens, says it has a thermal conductivity of 0.0, but the truth is, it does not have 0.0. It does interact with its environment, and we can see that right here. I'm terrible with spore kits. Oh, I haven't had a disaster yet as a mystery. Well, all we have to do is go here through the corner and get rid of this bad boy to stop having more and more spawn. And at that point, it's just the same thing as before. We're going to go ahead and we're going to put in some doors to make a nice airlock made out of uranium ore. The only problem is with that, the melting point is 135 degrees, so we need to be careful with the temperature down here. Currently, that wouldn't fly. So what we're going to do about that is, everything that's this hot, we're going to replace with an insulated tile all around here. Basically, all of this here. And this one here is also this high. This one here is at 74 degrees, that's fine. Did someone figure out why the spores were still there after the last corner build? I'm pretty sure it's because I just put a tile over it. and it didn't like that very much. I'm pretty sure that is the reason. Instead of uprooting it. Usually the pips are great at finding the seeds. Oh yes, they are indeed. Can we actually go through here or do I have to build a tile again? Because that may well be. That we can't do it any other way. You should be able to uproot it through the corner, right? Am I crazy? I think we will have to replace the tile right here. Build over plants mod? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is the culprit that we had. Let's see, temperature-wise, that of course already looks a hell of a lot better right here. Just right here, it's still at 180 degrees, so our doors would still melt. Eventually, that will solve itself, that problem. So it's not that big of an issue. We will be back below 135 degrees in no time, as soon as we have the insulated tiles in. I have to admit I like that mod in the early game, but it catches me out in the late game. I never had that problem up until last stream. I have used this mod for years. Not gonna lie, for years. And I never had that issue. I guess what we could do though... Would that be an issue? I don't think so. If we just go ahead and build airflow tiles across here... So if something falls off the very top of the ladder, it would at least get stopped here. It wouldn't, still wouldn't help us further down. But at least right there it could help. And of course, a dupe peed himself once again. Okay, all those are good. No problem. All the heat is now contained. And even already now, all of our heat here is contained once again as that should be. That's very good, and that is precisely what I expected this to look like. Now, we need to get rid of the spore kit right here. So apparently uprooting through the corner does not work. So let's put a tile over it and then deconstruct the tile and see if that works, because I'm pretty sure that will solve the issue. Now you have to disassemble the tile. Which tile? That doesn't work? What doesn't work? Building a tile over it? Now we have a tile over it. And what if I deconstruct it now? What happens then? Somebody. Emery's on the way. Build a tile in the corner, then corner dig the cell under the spore kit. Yeah, that is of course the general solution, but this here? Yeah, this doesn't work. Ha! Did not expect this here to be the case. I thought if I build a tile over it, that will do. So yeah, you are right. We will have to now deconstruct this insulated tile here one more time. That does suck a little bit, but here we are. What are we gonna do? Or, you know what we're gonna do, but I thought if I build a tile over it, maybe I can trick it, but apparently not. I thought it would come out as a seed, kind of like right here, but apparently that's not the case. Well, you live and you learn, I suppose. We're gonna do the old standard method, with digging out the tile under it. Which still, of course, we need now a tile right here, and the tile right here. All built out of insulated tiles, if we like it or not. That'll of course fix our problem, just not in an as elegant way as I would hope that could do it. I actually found a nosh sprout deeply buried under natural tiles, not even close to a gas or liquid tile. Damn, that's weird. Let's grab us once again our airlocks right here and let's see how many we can bring on to provide us a little bit or better to say with, a little bit of radiation along here. Again, they can't just be built like this here. The more we have, the merrier. Just need to make sure that our temperature here is okay, which looks to be just fine. As long as we don't melt the living crap out of it, we are golden. And we can see, as soon as the door closes, we have radiation here. That'll take care of our spores. And up here on the top, we are ready, good to go here in a second. Yeah, stay down here for a minute, will you? Okay, not a problem solved. Who is starving? Keonis. Just need to get yourself some food. How much do we have in here now? 2,400, 2,000 on the top as well. Yeah, this here will work just fine. Especially once this thing here becomes active again, which it is now actually. So we should be pumping now a ton of carbon dioxide into our base. Oh yeah, look at this. Perfect, that's all we need already. No issues here. So we can cut off our power supply once again to our pump. That was just meant to fill up the tiny little space right here. And now we can go ahead and grab us 2 auto sweepers. Should be able to cover the entire area without a big issue. Yep, just as simple as this here. Plop a conveyor loader somewhere in the middle. For example, right there will do. Put a conveyor rail in. And then bring it right up here. Then we can start forgetting about all of those fridges here because we will not need them anymore. A little bit of a bridge, of course. And then our deep fryer right here, we also need to put it to squash fries. And I guess if you have some nosh beans laying around, might as well make some nosh noms on top of it. Because why not? And now we're also up to 938 kilograms worth of tallow. Also, I just noticed we have been here for over an hour and we haven't looked at a blueprint. So I would say it is time. Let's see, what do we have? Green glitter Atmo gloves. Sparkly green gloves for hostile environments. In a common quality. That's what we have. Time for gloves? Yes, you're right, Jizz. 1 pair of gloves. 1 out of 3. We have 2 more to go during the rest of the stream. We will see how that goes. I got green and red glitter Atmo belts today. Also, we need a little bit of power. Again, it's just going to be temporary. So to what wire we actually hook this stuff here up, it doesn't matter in the least to me. Cherry says, I constantly rewatch the vids for all his cool blueprints he uses. That's awesome. Truly appreciate that. And I'm happy that my blueprints do help you out. Gloves, what a surprise, would never have guessed that. Neither would I. Surprise, surprise. As soon as this here's built, all we gotta do is put all this stuff here out of the refrigerators, and the auto sweepers will automatically put it into the conveyor loader, feeding it straight into our infinite storage, where once again, now we should be good. It still says -4 every once in a while here. Yeah, we do need a little bit more carbon dioxide. It will come down here eventually and fill this here up without an issue, though. Shouldn't be a problem at all. We just need it to come down here. And it will, eventually. I would pay money for a wallpaper pack. I'm terrible. Don't say that too loud. Don't let Cly hear that. Come on. We're gonna set it to cooking ingredients and edibles. Of course, every time we have any kind of edible laying around here, we're just straight gonna plop it into the conveyor loader. And now we can go ahead, for example, and just turn this one here off. All edibles out and gone. Of course, now the dupes are fighting the auto sweepers to try to put it somewhere else, which is actually hilarious. But to make that a little bit easier, we're just gonna set all of them to the same value. The auto sweepers will pick it all up, put it into our conveyor loader, and then put it into our storage. Very easy. Septimus is here and says, hi, Bier. Hi, Septimus. Thank you very much for joining. How are you doing today on this wonderful Saturday afternoon? At least, Saturday afternoon where I am. And there we go. And it looks like the relocation process has already been completed. The only downside to doing this here is that we don't have auto sweepers in here. That is probably something that we should change, because right at the moment we can see it. If we look through here, there's a ton of pike apple just laying around because we didn't have any storage for it in our fridges. And right at the moment, nothing is in there to put them into our infinite storage. So we should probably change that. Let's see. How many auto sweepers would we need for an operation like that per stable? Looks like 2 will do. Not right there, maybe, huh? There we go. Let's build that all across here. Across each and every one of them. Just here we will need 3. But they need to overlap somewhat. And up here in the top, we should get away with 2 once again. Yep, something like this. So we will need all these auto sweepers right here. Of course, what we will also need is a conveyor loader that we can put somewhere in the middle where they both can reach. With the exception of this one right here, because this one here is not a stable. So this is what we need. And then, of course, in shipping, we're just going to grab a conveyor rail made out of whatever we have laying around, like cobalt ore, and bring it onto here. Each and every one of them. Straight through. Without an issue. Been shivering like crazy, have a fever, which is not fun since my broken shoulder hasn't recovered. That sounds horrendous, Septimus. Damn. Well, I hope you feel better, though. I hope you got to see a doctor about that, because I've heard, I have never had COVID, thankfully, but I heard that COVID is going around once again, and people are catching it, at least here where I'm located. A bunch of people are out of work for having COVID. I hope it's not something you have caught here. And word says 80 viewers in the stream. That is correct, which is amazing. Thank you, each and every one of you guys, for joining, of course. And while I have you here, maybe do me a favor and like the stream. Words also sent out the reminder for that, of course, because I'm really bad at it and I keep forgetting to remind you guys about it. Please like the stream. It doesn't cost a dime and it helps me out greatly. And if you're not subscribed, maybe leave a sub, so you're notified the next time when I go online or post a video. Who knows? Who knows what the future holds? Let's see, do we have a wire here that is not going to break the bank? Because this will require quite a lot of power. It's not going to run at the same time, except at the very beginning. So that is something that we also have to keep in mind here. These will barely ever run. Elfie says, Kobe got me last month, 7 days down, fever broke 3 times. Damn. Martin is here as well. Catch you again. Good evening, or whatever your watch is showing. My watch is showing 4:49 in the afternoon. I'm in the Eastern time zone of the United States. Septimus says, pretty sure it's not COVID since I lose my sense of taste at the first sign and didn't happen this time. Well, that's at least a good thing then. Brandon says, I've already pressed all the buttons to appease the Google overlords. I know you do, Brandon. Alright, let's plop this here in. Let's set this here once again to edible. And you know what, actually, the easier method is to just take the one that we already have and copy the settings to all of them. That saves a hell of a lot of time. Still a question of what to connect all this stuff here to. Probably something like this here. This one here is really full, this wire. This one here is not, though. Let's connect all these here up. The good thing is they're only drawing power while they're in use. And again, right at the moment, there's a bunch of stuff laying around, so probably going to be a lot more use. But once it's all out, they will barely ever move. Therefore, they're drawing power barely ever. Like right now, there's no power draw from them, so it's no problem at all. Here we're getting rid of all the pike apples, putting it into our beautiful infinite storage right here. Let's see. Still going back and forth a little bit. Still waiting for a little bit more carbon dioxide to accumulate in here. We still have oxygen up here on the top. That is the main issue. We just need to get more carbon dioxide in here. And again, it's just a gamble. Which tile goes in there and which doesn't. This wire here is now also full, but I think we can. What else is hooked up to right here? Yeah, only our Volcano Tamer, really. With the 1200 watts from the thermac tuner, there's really nothing else on this wire. But I think we are going to take the risk and say screw it. Because again, I don't foresee too many issues right here. Let's just hook all of the stuff here up. That little bit is going to run. It's not going to hurt anything. I think I'm going to do the same thing here. If it should become a problem, we can always fix it in due time. But right at the moment, it should be good. Jazz says, my girlfriend always accuses me of having no taste. That is similar, Jazz, but different. Similar, but different. It is funny, though. The nice thing is, now we can go ahead and rip all of these here out. We don't need this stuff here anymore, so might as well get rid of it. And also our tank is nice and full of water once again. And I think that is basically all that we need for right this second. Only on the bottom, we have beautiful radiation going in here. Again, it will take a hot minute to get rid of all of it, but not like we don't have the time for it. Don't need to get right here. It's just a matter of when we want to, we have it available. And up here on the top, it looks like we are now completely churn-free. Again, took a hot minute, but we are good. We can now, without an issue, get rid of those mechanized airlocks and have this space here available whenever we want. Very good. A little bit of mopping here along the way. Yeah, there's one more thing that I just remembered that I wanted to do. And that is take care of these Dracos right here. Because the Dracos right here are already 70. If you remember, we got those Dracos from 3 eggs from our printer pod up here. And I would like them to be tamed before they die. I mean, of course, they will lay an egg most likely, but still. You can inhale some spores. We need more drama here. Yeah, for the content, right? I'm just going to accidentally mess up for the content. Sure, you would like to see that, Croc. But okay. Why bother with cleaning zombie spores when you have atmosuits? Because we can. And because I don't have the two areas separated in any way, shape, or form. It's just a straight ladder that goes down with a few airfill tiles right here, and that's it. So, it's just... Again, it doesn't matter because we don't need this area. We don't need to get here right now. So, to take the extra 5 or 10 minutes to do this here properly, might as well. I do want to go a little bit more left and right, though, while we have the opportunity to do so. So we might as well do that real quick. Let's just dig our way through the diamond here. Having a little bit of extra diamond available never hurts in the first place. And over into the other direction. What are we going to do here? I think we are just going to dig our way maybe through here. Let's see. Let's come down here. Shouldn't be too much pressure or anything. Come all the way down here. And then we're just going to send a dupe to walk over here. Just so we can see a little bit more of this area right here. Just to see if we can find us some kind of, I don't know, whatever it may be. Volcano. Whatever it may lay down there on the bottom left or right. Maybe there's nothing. Ooh, the hydrogen vent is dormant. I just thought about this hydrogen vent. We may have to do something about that rather quickly. Do we have the resources? Yes, we do. Okay, let's build my standard hydrogen tamer right here. Gonna be very simple. Let's give it as much space as we can. Just because, well, we can. All it is something like this here. The mechanized airlock built out of anything, really. Mechanized airlock, yeah, doesn't have an overheat temperature. Then we need more metal tiles coming down. This is going to be a very simple and quick build. I'm going to come all the way along the bottom, the side, and this side right here. with insulated tiles, and then leave a box that is not down here on the bottom. 4 wide. This is all the space we need here. Let's go on top. And on the bottom. So we can reach all the stuff, of course. And for good measure, also on the back here, a ladder all the way through to the top once again. So very, very simple hydrogen vent tamer. It's going to require nothing to build. The main thing is, or the most expensive thing here, is probably the metal tiles all around that are built out of aluminum. It doesn't have to be aluminum. It can be really any metal. But of course we're using aluminum due to its very high thermal conductivity. And that's what we are after. The metal tile's purpose is to pull the thermal mass, or not the thermal mass, the heat, out of the hydrogen to cool it. That is the entire purpose of those metal tiles right here. The only question that I have is, though, do we have enough space, or do we have to mess with those beaters right here? Which I hope we don't. Let's check it out if you have enough space real quick, because we do need a 2-high box on top of here. Yeah, we're fine. We're totally fine. Do you have to displace that hive? No, we don't, thankfully. I was just worried about the exact same thing, birds. Turns out we are good. The only question is, how long is this thing here dormant? So we should probably do this here quickly. Any metal, instructions unclear, builds out of lead, melts onto dupes. Okay, you do have a good point. Don't build it out of lead. Can't even click on it because we don't have enough. But the melting point of lead is like, what is it? 339 degrees, I believe it is. So we need to be careful with that, yes. Let's say any metal that has a higher melting point than 500 degrees. How about that? No steam turbine. The steam turbine goes on top. And we only need one of them. It is a really large box, just because, again, we can, but it is not even necessary to be this big. And we only need one single steam turbine on the top to properly tame a hydrogen vent. While the dupes are happily building away here, they should be able to reach everything. Yeah, I don't see a problem with that. We can put in the automation that we need. For the automation we need, well, 3 things really. We need a thermosensor. Not built out of steel, that's overkill, complete overkill. And we're gonna put the thermosensor right here. We'll need an atmos sensor, also not made out of steel, right here. We need an AND gate that lives right there, also not built out of steel, damn it. And then we need an automation wire that is, who could have guessed it, not built out of bloody steel. That goes along here. And then last but not least, in ventilation, we will need a gas pump that I will build out of steel. Shouldn't be necessary, truth be told, in any way, shape or form. But just to be safe, I'm always building it out of steel. Just for safety reasons. We're going to come out of here with an insulated pipe. We're going to come out of here also with power. It's just going to be a question of where do we get power from. Probably got to come up with some sort of temporary solution for that. And even though it's not necessary, I'm also going to power this door right here. Again, not necessary. I'm just doing it anyway. Beginning to think BierTier has something against steel. I do have something against steel. And that's called cost. Wasn't paying attention earlier and ended up with molten lead and gold all over my boiler. Yep. That is always a difficulty that we always need to watch out, and oxygen not included. I'm pretty sure that has happened to each and every one of us here. At one point or another. It's just inevitable if you put enough hours in. Alright, dupes, build it. Night Cow is here. Hey, Night Cow. Thank you very much for joining. How are you doing today? 4-hour power. I am a bit confused. Shouldn't there be some steam turbines on top? Okay. Yes, there should be. And with some, 1. And that 1 fits right there. That's all it takes. I'm just going to wait to build this one right here until the rest is built. But yes, there will be 1 single steam turbine sitting right here. That's it. That's all it takes. Where it says, aha, I see now. Yup. There is a method to the madness. At least every once in a while. Let's see. Is there a good way to build this here? Yes, this way around. We're just gonna have that sitting right here and it'll be just fine. 4-hour power. Conductive wire. We're just gonna come through here with a wire bridge and bring it down and connect up our pump right here. I'm feeling ignored. Sorry, Croc. What did I miss? 3 tiles deep. You need to make it 2 for first step. Come back to the ladder from digging 3 tiles high. First is too steep for the dupes. Wait, where are we? Which ladder? What am I missing? When did I build a ladder? Down here? Oh, right here. That's where I messed up. Ah. Sorry, Croc. I completely missed you. Yes, that is... What did I do here? Why did I make it 3? Of course, that's not gonna fly. Screw it, though. Just gonna put a straight ladder and call it a day. I missed that completely. What do we have here? We have our petrified fossil. We saw that earlier, but I don't see another vent of some kind. That is sad. I was hoping for a little bit more. I do see a tiny little bit of petroleum, though. But that's about it. Radiation vomiting. What are you doing up here, Croc Master? What happened with you? Oh, you are not happy at all, Croc. That is a massive issue, actually. We must have had a meteor shower and you cannot go home. Holy cow, that is a problem. How much do you have left in your suit? Nothing. I completely failed to pay attention to this here. That is a massive issue right this very moment, actually. We don't need to dig this out. Damn. Go, Croc. You can dig that out yourself. Do it. Let's see. Dig this here out. With a little bit of manual attention, you should be okay, though, I believe. Yep, dig this out. Come all the way... Can you make it all the way through? No, but you can make it all the way to the top right there. And now you can make it in. Saved in the last second. Good grief. That would have been a problem. That would have been a massive problem. Can't lose Croc. Whew. I was like radiation vomiting. I completely didn't pay attention to the high stress up here. Did you at least get us something here? An obsolete space module for an artifact. A frozen Mercury asteroid field. Very nice. Another satellite. I told you to make ladders there. You did. I just thought that would take no time at all, thanks to your skills, to get this here. There are only 2 more tiles left that are to discover, so it was almost completely done. And Koof already wrote F in chat. William is here and should get the job finished up, though. Yeah, there's 1 more tile right here. Should be good right afterwards. Mercury asteroid field nearby is nice. Yes, that is very nice, actually. And now our space telescope is done. We can see it on the map. That is the entire area that we can discover with the telescope, which means the telescope can go now. We can rip out all this wiring right here. Probably gonna leave the wire to the top in for right now, because we will need it later anyway. And in F7. We will lose a little bit of it, but what does it matter? Probably gonna leave this pipe. Yeah, this pipe here needs to stay here anyway. And deconstruct the rest of the pipe to get our resources back. Just need to pay attention that we don't have another meteor shower and the damn dupe gets stuck for some reason. Alright, another crisis averted. Right, here's our Tamer. How are we doing? Most of the stuff is built. That's good. Highborn Chase is here. Hey Chase, how you doing? Thank you very much for joining. Free Mercury fuel for internal solar? Yes, exactly. Even though we still have plenty to go, it will come in handy a few hundred cycles down. You can leave the telescope and it will show you incoming meteors on space map. Yeah, I mean, I don't really care though, Elfie, to be very, very honest. We know there's only one type of meteor that can come to this planet, or this type of planet. And that is, of course, the ice meteor that also brings us bonbon trees, so there's really no point. Also, now that we had another meteor shower, everything I did earlier, though, is for nothing, because we can't reach this here again. I think it is time to put in ladders. I think at the end of the day, you guys are right. Let's go through here. Are we just going to go through the bottom? Nah, let's go through the top right here. And let's just put in ladders all across here. And we're probably going to do something similar into the other direction as well. Just so we have them available. How long that takes to build it doesn't matter though. So many bonbon trees, so much free nectar. Oh yeah, we do have a little infinite storage right here, but currently kind of hard to tell. 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 kilograms per tile. Looks like roughly 3,700 kilograms, yeah. So the nectar is definitely flowing, and we're going to get more in here very soon. But yeah, just having ladders across the top right here is probably going to come in handy, yeah. Either way though, I need you guys to finish this here. It's still dormant. You know what, let's give it another second. Let's make sure that everything else is done first. All the cleaning has to be done. Oh, I didn't want to take a screenshot, but okay then. Get all the debris out. The next thing, though, is that I almost forgot about. We still have to get over here somehow, too, don't we? Yeah. And that's going to be a straight shot. And that's exactly the shot we are going to take here. No ifs or whens. Literally just 3 high and come all the way across here. Actually, at one point, though, because this here is the side without atmosuits, and this here is the side with atmosuits, we are going to make maybe the end right here only 2 high, so we can then put 1 nomadic door in, probably right here, and we don't allow any dupes through. The dupes with the atmosuits can build this nomadic door here first. Yeah, that makes the most sense. So much frozen chlorine. What else do we have here, by the way? Pajamas? Yeah, we don't need those right now. Yes, I'm gonna click on it. Can't even inspect it. I don't even get a damn data bank out of it, I see. That sucks. Speaking of that research, last time around, yeah, this is done. The improved hydrocarbon propulsion is what we did, or what we started on last time. Looks like they finished it at some point today. Let's see, what else could we need? Insulated tiles, there are heat in the sand biome. Wait, what? Where are we at? No. -41, -39, -39. It's all across here the same. This sand biome here is as cold as it gets. We are totally fine with that. Let me check how many data banks we have sitting around here. To see what we actually can do. We only have 73 units left. We could go for the molecular forge though anyway, because we don't need databanks for that, so let's do that. And maybe jetpacks. Maybe eventually we can do something with that. We do need petroleum for that though. Other than that, there's nothing that we actually, quote-unquote, need. I think everything that we need, we have. A high velocity destruction for the drill cone, though, would be next on the list. But we would have to get that first. We don't have enough, so that's why I said we need to start the rocket one more time. We can get this here, though. That should work. And let's get us the jetpacks in as well. We do have enough data banks for all of those three. There we go. Kagan is here, says, Beer, I hope you're having a nice day. I am. I am having a very nice day, and I hope so do you, Kagan. Thank you very much for joining. It was another one with the heat. Yeah, the other one that you're talking about is this one down here. Where I actually wanted to build for our Dracos right here, which are now 73 cycles old and not only 70 anymore. Our Draco ranch. Which will still happen. But I wanted to take care of the hydrogen real quick first, because obviously it is dormant right now. That is an opportunity that we have to take. The only problem that I have right now is it will take forever to get all the stuff out of here. So let's fix that real quick with an automatic dispenser just down here on the bottom. Let's build this bad boy and make sure that they're putting all of the stuff in here, just out of here, instead of currently. I mean, you gotta imagine what the dupes have to do right now. They pick it up right here, out to the ladder, down, all the way across here, up this ladder, through right here, taking off the Atmos suit all the way up here, and then putting it into this automatic dispenser. Yeah, that is not how that should look like in any way, shape, or form. Okay, somebody build me this dispenser here, please, so we can speed up this process here quite drastically. Come on, dupes. But Keonis over here is digging like a boss. No shits given. Just going straight through here like a hot knife through butter. Love it. Also, maybe this door right here. How about we give this also a number 9 priority? And as soon as it's built, I'm just trying to avoid precisely that. That's why I wanted to build this door first. That's why I put it on the other side, and I hope somebody would come by and build it. It down there. Because right here, again, is the zone without Atmos suits, damn it. I just don't want the dupes with Atmos suits to escape. If a dupe without Atmos suit comes in here, I don't really care too much. Yeah, what did I just say to you? Damn it. How about this way around? Get in there. And then stop that. Yeah, of course the other dupes now have to walk around here, but that's fine. They will survive that. And that should solve our problem. Always something with those dupes, I'm telling you. And of course, we need this here as well. The only thing though is, at some point in time, probably right around here, I'm gonna snip it off once it's built, because it will become a problem. And this one, yeah, I'm just gonna set to everything. And at a high priority. So when a dupe picks it up, he should put it in here, and not all the way up. Probably not yet. All the errands that are still active will still do the same old nonsense. But that should fix itself here in a second. Hopefully. There we go. Much better. That's what I want to see. That should speed up the process here drastically. Lou says, I am too fond of lead suit dogs. I play on roid stars without reed fiber or Dracos, and lead suits are significantly easier than relying on rocketing to marshy roids or the care packages. That makes sense. Let's get the rest too while we are at it. Everything else looks good. We can now go ahead and... Yeah, how am I going to do this though? Actually, the simplest way to do this is most likely to take this conductive wire and put it right here. Yes, that's how we're going to do it. The conductive wire goes right here. Once the conductive wire is built, we're just going to use our nifty airlock door once again. It's easy, it's simple, it's fast. Faster than trying to build us a normal airlock. We can already start digging this here out, because we do need to create a vacuum in here. That has to happen. And we're going to do it with this gas pump right here. The easiest way to do it is, of course, to deconstruct this tile right here. And then let's see. What do I need to do here with our automation wire? That still is questionable. I built it too high. It has to go here. That's fine though. Because when we are sending a green signal, I want this door here to be open. That is exactly what that should work. The automation wire is not going to the gas pump. The gas pump is always on. I mean, I suppose we could put it to both. It probably wouldn't make a difference, honestly. Now that this is done, we can also put in the steam turbine. The steam turbine built out of literally anything, it doesn't matter. And cooling the steam turbine is not going to be a problem because that is one too far to the left. Gotta put one further over. And we gotta put in one tile right here, just to block the exit for our beaters right here. Word says, I like that doors, even open doors, can be very powerful barriers to duplicate pathing, but unless they are locked, they're no barrier to all the duplicate motion. Yeah, we should probably lock this one. You do have a good point. Doesn't hurt to do so. It just says, I don't know why they add jetpack. It kills FPS real hard and nobody use it. Yeah, I don't think I may have used them maybe twice over a total of, what's 1,500 hours by now in this game. I don't even know how many I got. So you do have a good point with that. It also ruins vacuums, very true. Sebediah? I'm not entirely sure how to pronounce that, is here. Finally managed to catch a live session. That is awesome. I'm glad you could make it today. And I'm happy you joined, for sure. Thank you very much for checking it out. Here we have our tile. Here we're going to have our steam turbine. And our steam turbine here is going to be the simplest thing in the world. Again, we're just going to use the environment to cool it. It's barely ever going to run, so it's not going to be an issue. As a matter of fact, we do have to wait a tiny little bit longer for it, though. How are we going to do that, though? One thing that I didn't consider is... Yeah, the one thing that I didn't consider is that we do need fluid in here. Water, to be precise. But at the same time, we also need to have vacuum in here. Yeah, that's the one thing I didn't consider. The only thing that we could do with that is... Yeah, what we could do is... just vacuum all of this here out. It will take a minute longer, but nobody cares, probably. Before we do anything, though, we need to start analyzing this here ASAP. That has to happen, so we know what's going on here. Yes, gas pump. I figured you would try to do that. You're not going to do that. We are going to have high pressure gas vent right here. That's where you're going to put all that stuff. Let me think about how does this make the most sense. Of course, the door is now locked. Not anymore, though. And we're going to snip this line here off one more time so this pump here doesn't run for nothing. Also get rid of this here a little bit faster, maybe. There we go. Now Dupe should come by and analyze it, and we will see how many cycles we have left on this bad boy. And depending on how many cycles we have left, we are going to change our course of operation here on how to create a vacuum. Thankfully, we have William and we have Croc, both highly skilled and relatively fast in finding out or analyzing our events right here, which is a good thing. While we are doing this, though, we might as well get started on something a little bit different. And over here is our Draco wrench going to be. And after we have the Draco wrench, then we are going over to our second planetoid and going to check that out. But I do want to get this Draco wrench in here, or it will never going to happen. So I would say, let's start with that right away. We need some space here. And we do have plenty, I believe. Can't remember the exact dimensions of it, though. Let's just start digging first before we do anything else. Let's go through here. 3 high. Yeah, that should work. And come all the way over to right around here. And then we're gonna dig our way down and we clear this entire area here. And a glossy egg to the main planet? This is the main planet. Let's see, right up here, where we at? Yeah, William is doing a great job. He's already 25% through. Getting there slowly but steadily. How's Croc doing with the radiation? He is fine. He is back down to 0% stress. No problem whatsoever. The only question that I have is, should we directly build a dual ranch again? Probably, might as well. I mean, we do have the resources, so we might as well. And since the second planetoid... I don't know yet. The second planetoid is Swamp. And on a swamp planetoid... Jess says, can't rock the Croc. Croc is at 3.9 Röntgen. Not great, not terrible, that is right. Because, of course, here, in our glacial garrison, we cannot afford the good meters. Everybody knows it. Just how it goes sometimes. And of course, Keonis, our digger, or our chief digger, is already here once again, and just tearing through this stuff like it's absolutely nothing. Gotta love to see the speed in which we are tearing through this nonsense. Okay, we can't reach this stuff over here. Not that we need it, but sure. How about we keep you stuck over here for a little bit, Highborn, huh? Can you get this here done real quick? What is dropping down here and from where? I see drops of something. Right here. Drops of polluted water is what I'm seeing. I knew I saw something. Yeah. Definitely don't want to do that. Looks like it's already a tiny little bit too late though. That's okay. Also, while you're here, Chase, the moment you're done with mopping, we're going to send you on a little excursion real quick. Just walk as far over here as you can. So maybe we can uncover a little bit more, because I once again don't see another geyser. Nope, nothing here. Nothing on the left, nothing on the right. That's unfortunate, but that's how it goes sometimes, I suppose. Let's dig... Yeah, we can't reach this particular one right here, which sucks a tiny little bit, but that's okay. 2 ladders. And once again, straight through. The only thing that we need to make sure is that we do have an outlet that goes through right here, which means this here will have to be dug up first, and we are golden. Bjorn is here, says hi. Hi, Bjorn. Thank you very much for joining. Glad you could make it today. Hope you're having a wonderful day. I have an idea, use the Niobium as a giant glass foundry. That would be doable for damn sure. Yeah, we just cannot dig out too much. I'm probably going to try to stop right here and see if we can fit it right here. But it should be okay, I believe. Because we do want to keep this thermal mass right here for cooling purposes. Or better to say, heating purposes in our particular case, I guess. Right here, the abyssalite that we dug out, we dug a little bit too high. We are introducing the cold from this abyssalite into this area. We don't want to do that. So that has to be solved with insulated tiles, which is okay. No problem. That's just going to be our roof right here. Right here, our salt water is just going to drain without an issue. Right here, we can dig all this up. The rest we can reach from the bottom. Also, those poke shells right here. We have plenty right here. Let's just get rid of those things. Speaking of poke shells, though, real quick. Is this here properly set up for that? No, it's not. forever on this one. Everything that makes lime should always be set to forever. In my opinion, at least. Yep, that's good. No problem. And how is our... We have 17 cycles left. There's the answer that we were looking for. 17 cycles. That is a decent amount of time to work with here. So how we are going to do this is as follows. Let's see. We are going to build us first and foremost an airlock door right here, which of course requires us one tile right there, which is okay. And then we are going to do the same thing again. We are once again going to build us a tile. Can I get 8 tile, please? Or 3 tiles, better to say. Let's just do all of it tiles. And plop us another one up here. For that we need a little bit extra power. And also, get rid of all the stuff here. That should be fine. Bjorn says, I'm fine. How is the play going? Play is going great. Just taming this hydrogen vent here real quick and building simultaneously a Draco wrench real quick down here on the bottom. And then we're going to head over to our second planetoid, our swamp planetoid, and see what we can tear up over there. That is the plan for right this moment. How about getting rid of the excess plants for labor since you have so much food? Yeah, I was considering that because we do have plenty of food. How are we looking on here, by the way? Now it looks like it is a steady... No, it's not. Here once in a while it shows -4. Maybe this doesn't work out as well as I thought it would. Not entirely sure why, though. It should get more carbon dioxide in here. And down on the bottom, we are at 4,000. And it never goes below 4,000, so why exactly is it not working? It should be working at all times. There's a piece of polluted dirt in here. That is definitely an issue. That I, of course, cannot click on because now we have so much shit in here that's not even funny. Can I get rid of this polluted dirt here, maybe? There it was, damn it. Let's see, can we grab the polluted dirt? How did you even land in here? There it is, polluted dirt. Get out of here and go somewhere, for all I care. Maybe that's our issue. Because I don't see why it wouldn't work. Did I have looked up and placed your hydrogen tamer from 2 years ago? Yeah, this bad boy right here is the same thing. Nothing has changed in the last 2 years. There's no reason to not continue using it. It works like a charm. Still, without a problem. Turn the speed back up. I think the problem is that the tile above has oxygen. I think the food senses that the adjacent tiles for sterile atmosphere. That may be it, potentially, yeah. Not entirely sure about that, to be very honest with you, though. We have a little bit of liquid chlorine in here. Should be okay. We should never have to enter this area here on the bottom again. Theoretically, that should be done, so we can close it now up for good. We're going to set this here to above 0. Or actually, let's do it the other way around. That's safer. Below 10,000. And we're going to say the temperature below 7 degrees, which will also always be true, which is fine. The first airlock door is here. We just need one more up here on the top. Do that fast, dupes. And then we're going to tack on a couple of vacuum pumps. Where you at? There you are. We're going to build us one here, maybe. One there, maybe. And another one up here, maybe. Something like this here should get the job done. And then we're just going to bring the pipes together and out to help us create a vacuum in here a hell of a lot faster. Hook it all up to power. Just can't forget to build this metal tile here before I deconstruct the wire. Remind me of that, guys. It's going to happen. True, it's the same 2200 hours in Oni. Use many variations, but I like the simplicity of this, working like a charm, less 50 cycles or so. Yeah. That's exactly what I like to do in my builds in general. To have simplicity. I don't like super complicated builds. Yes, of course. Could you condense this space here, make it smaller, and get it more efficient? Of course. But does it take 4 times as long to build, and every time you make a tiny little mistake, everything goes to hell? Yes. So, you know, what is the trade-off here? That's how I personally look at it. But again, that's just me and my personal playstyle. What are you pumping? And where are you putting it? Nowhere. Okay, until that is built over there, we do have a couple of minutes. It'll be fairly easy. Let's get mopping real quick here to get rid of this nonsense, which we can't reach, of course. What am I saying? We need to first dig all this here off so we can actually reach it. Once we can reach it, then we get mopping. Also, all this here can go. And here we're just going to come in a straight line as well. That should give us a good amount of space right here to work with. Versus I suspect that because I know that you don't get sterile atmosphere in a fridge or ration box unless the second layer also is sterile. That is very true though. Guess we can check it out again. Look at the F4. Grab us any kind of food right here. And yeah, it is going back and forth. So we may have to change this here eventually. It will still be fine for a very, very long time though, at the rate that it's going right now. But eventually we will have to fix that. But I will put that on the back burner for right this second. Let's mop this stuff here up. And then let's get building on our actual Tamer. Don't you want that air pump venting though? It will have to be built first. I guess this one here could already. That's very true. Everything that is built can and should. This one here needs to be deconstructed, so we can get this one here a vacuum as well. The problem is I have the liquid chlorine right here. I don't think that we are going to produce with our few pumps here enough heat to actually have this liquid chlorine here become a gas again. And as a liquid, we can't really do anything with it. Yeah, it's only 100 DTUs right here. That is not going to do a damn thing, as a matter of fact. How could I introduce some heat here quickly? I guess I could always just go ahead and go the easy route and, you know, if you're in doubt, throw power at it. And put a space heater in here. Just for a hot minute. To get enough heat generated to melt. Not melt, to evaporate this liquid chlorine right here. That's the appropriate word. We could always make the CO2 pit deeper. That wouldn't be a problem at all. I would just build it somewhere else probably in that case. I would probably move all this stuff over to the left side because left side I really don't care about too much. Especially since right here we have 5 tiles, so I can make it 3 deep without an issue and the dupes can still walk through. Put 1 ladder on the top and be done with it. Maybe that is the course we should go here. Kitchen can be 96 tiles big. We are at 40 here. If we make this kitchen just bigger, 96 would be all the way to the back. But we need an extra 3 tiles. So if we just go all the way to right here and then put somewhere our food into the kitchen, that will probably be easier anyway. Just blast it with CO2. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna fly though, because we do have already 4 kilograms on the bottom and only 2 kilograms of oxygen above it. But yeah, we will see. We're just gonna let it run for a little while. Again, I'm not too worried. We are at 1.6 million. What does it matter? Nothing at all, if you ask me. Worst case scenario, we're gonna do exactly what I just said. We're gonna make the kitchen bigger and implement this here into the kitchen 3 deep. And it's not gonna cause any trouble anymore. Let's see if this here can produce just enough heat. Liquid chlorine melts, or I keep saying melts, evaporates. at negative 34.6 degrees. It should be okay. In this particular case here, I'm going to let this gas pump here do whatever the hell it wants, I suppose. And just close this here to transfer the heat from this metal tile all the way to down here. Because currently, when the store here is open, there will be no heat transfer. And our vacuum pumps here will get the job done anyway, without a problem whatsoever. We will see if we can transfer a little bit of heat from the space heater. Is that efficient? No, it's not, in any way, shape, or form. You know what would be a solution, though? Let me try something else. Is this here all ethanol? It is all ethanol. What if? Mop right here. Instead of having only carbon dioxide, let's mop up some liquid chlorine and see if we can transport it up to the top. But the problem is we are actually colder up there than we are down here. That's not going to work. Yeah, that's not working. Yeah. Because it's still going to be liquid. It's still going to be liquid, though. Yeah, maybe it does work. If I move it up here, that would make the bottom tile liquid chlorine, and the top tile would be carbon dioxide. Would that work? I don't know, actually. I don't think I've ever tried to store my food in any kind of liquid. Doesn't matter which kind of liquid. You are correct, there's only one way to find out. Let's give it a shot. Who cares? Screw it. Let's go. Now I just gotta find my liquid chlorine again. That's only 70 grams, though. This one here is 6 kilograms. That's the one that we need. And let's just move it right here. And once we have it up there, or can I just say empty? No, I gotta empty it once it's in the location where it's supposed to go. Liquid chlorine is not considered sterile, eh? It is not? Damn it. Yeah, that isn't a problem. I mean, the only other way to do this would be to reduce our temperature from negative 45 degrees, where we currently at roughly negative 38, all the way down to a temperature where the chlorine would stay a gas. And I don't think that's worth the effort. We may have to actually slow down our efforts right here a little bit. Let's snip this here off for a second. I can't do that, damn it. I need to do it differently. I need to snip this one here off, this one here off, and then rebuild our wire. Because if we want to introduce a little bit of heat into here, the only way that we can do it is if we are slowing down on creating a vacuum, because our thermal mass is becoming too low. And if we have a vacuum in here, our space heater is not going to do a damn thing anymore. We're still at 14 cycles here. I guess that's the one downside. Every time you have an upside, you also have a downside to this very hot planetoid right here. We should now generate quite a lot of heat because the thermal mass is relatively low, and it should go all into those metal tiles right here. The metal tiles slowly but steadily should be transferring it all the way down to here and get this liquid chlorine here up just a tiny little bit. We're just talking about a couple degrees here, and it will be good enough to become a gas, and we can pump it out. Alright, so far so good. Let's take care of our Dracos. Our Dracos do need a couple of things to be happy. First of all, they need a roof. And the question is, let's just build it somewhere for right now so we know the dimensions. Right here is going to be a liquid lock. That is, of course, way too high. I'm well aware of that. And let's come probably down here. That is probably the appropriate position for it. Yeah, that should work. And let's just put in a little bit of a blueprint, because once again, we need to check out the actual size of it. I trying to remember. I think it is 9 high all the way through. I believe it's 9, if I remember correctly. Is that 9 or is that 10? It's 9. So that would do. At the bottom of it is going to be a total of 4. So we need to come 1 lower. Because of 1 above here is going to be the farm tiles. Let's see. Farm tiles above here. And of those, we also have 9. That makes it 9 wide. Insulated tiles all across here. We will have to relook at our water slightly, which is not the biggest problem. Just trying to figure out the actual size right here. This here is currently 81 tiles. That is not enough space. That is by far not enough space. If I leave 1 out here, we are at 81. Plus the 27 down here on the bottom. The rest we're basically just going to leave open. So this here is actually too high. 9 high is too high. Let me build more airflow tiles. Right around here. 7 high. I believe that looks about right. The entire size of it is 63. Plus 3 on the bottom makes 27. Makes 90 tiles, 91 tiles. It will be 8 high. That's the correct number. 1 lower, and we should be golden. There we go. Just had to remind myself exactly what the dimensions are of this build. That just means we need to move everything here 1 up, and we are golden. I wasn't too far off. Yeah, that's what that should look like. Just like this. Leave this here open so the dupes can come in. Of course, we also want to have our liquid lock to actually come right here. So, very simple. All we need to do is, from where we want to go in, this here is our first tile. Not like this. There we go. Get rid of all this nonsense right here. And then right here, just like before, with a door that is going to go right here where this one ladder is. That is what we need to build. Are the Dracos dying? The Dracos got hurt earlier. Because the Draco's living range is from 10 to, or better to say, from -30 to 100. And the Dracos were up here. Much, much lower than -30, and they don't like that, so that will actually die him. That will actually die him. That's not a phrase in any way, shape, or form. That will actually kill him. That's what I'm trying to say. What is the difference between the airlock door and the liquid lock? The airlock door is a mod, and I only ever use it for temporary builds. Because if that mod breaks and I leave it here, this entire system will break. A liquid lock, I always build when I need it for something permanent. So, that is usually what I'm aiming for. Can the dupes reach all this stuff here? No, they can, of course not. A glossy Draco wrench. It will be glossy and normal. We will double this entire size here to come over here 1 more time, and it will be golden. And then down here, that is 3 high. Yes, that's correct. Just so the dupes can come in and out whenever they want. How are we over here? Can we get a couple more degrees down here? Is that not possible? Apparently not. I guess that didn't work the way I wanted it to. I still need to get rid of this liquid chlorine right here, because if not, it will cause a bunch of trouble later on, so we have to get rid of it one way or another. What could we do? What could we do here quickly? I mean, in the worst case scenario, I have to break back in here again and start over with the vacuum. Or a ladder from the top. The only problem is that with a ladder from the top, then we have debris in here that I can never get back out. Yeah. Screw it. We're gonna do it. We're gonna break back in here. One last time. And get rid of it. That's the only real solution that I can come up with. Everything else just doesn't make any sense. And it'll be fast enough anyway. And we haven't even achieved the vacuum yet, so it doesn't really matter too much. It's fine. I thought the space heater would put out enough heat. Turns out I'm dead wrong about it. That's how it goes sometimes. Of course, this pump here is going to run for a minute for nothing, but also that is totally okay. Come on, dupes, mop it. Is there something here to mop? No, there's not. And then let's just grab the stuff and bring it somewhere else, wherever that may be. That'll get the job done. That sucks a tiny little bit. Tried to avoid that, but here we are. Use a beadlock to break in without breaking the vacuum. We haven't even achieved the vacuum yet. That's why I'm not too worried about it. Just come by, dupes. Can hook these here back up to power. At the moment the last one is gone, we're just gonna put our wall back in here. If we do that though, the igneous rock will land on the inside, and I don't want that either. There we go. Let's just get rid of this one piece of igneous right here. And then we can go ahead and close it off. This time we should be golden. Also this one right here. Or something bad happens with it. Bring it down here. Come on. Bring it down. Build me my wall. That small puddle by the pump not gonna cause a problem. Which small puddle are you mentioning? This one right here? No, I don't think so, because right here it hasn't gotten that far. We can mop it though just to be safe, but it shouldn't cause an issue. And also these insulated tiles here, build them now. So we are not wasting valuable energy. Alright, looking pretty decent so far, I would say. Better than expected. Just a tiny little problem with some liquid chlorine that we had to take care of. But if that's the biggest issue we have, we're gonna do just fine here. And with all of those vacuum pumps in here, it should take no time to get a full vacuum in this entire area right here. How's our ranch coming along? Pretty decent. Down here on the bottom, we only have 2 mealwood plants. I thought we had more than that. Didn't we have a bunch? Didn't we find a bunch? Am I crazy? We may have to start out small and get bigger over time. There's another single branch over here. Can we reach that without causing mayhem anywhere? Nosh sprouts. I do want to go with mealwood though, that's for damn sure. Don't see anymore. Is that really it? Can't tell me that's it. There's one. Get that out of there. Here's another one. Let's dig our way into this area right here. Probably wouldn't hurt anyway. There's another big black spot right here. Maybe we can find something. So let's bring us a ladder down here so we can reach what we need. And at the same time, get us over here to the left side. So we can then dig further into this general direction and see what's there. And of course, we can't do a hell of a lot up here on the top either right now. Dupes can't reach that right this moment. So probably gonna go ahead and just build it from the inside, because one thing that I don't want to do is get rid of this abyssalite here. I do not want to dig this stuff out in any way, shape, or form. The only thing that I am willing to do is get rid of this tiny little bit here, but that's it. Let's grab us a few pieces of ladder just so we can get what we need. Something like this you should do. Some more mealwood down here, mealwood down here. The arbor tree can live. The more the merrier, that's for sure. If we could find us 9 of them, that would be a very good start. Just so we can fill up this entire row right here. Are we having a vacuum yet? Not quite, but we gotta be damn close. Yeah, we're down to milligrams in carbon dioxide, a little bit of chlorine right here. Thankfully that stuff hasn't liquefied yet. Pump it out before it does happen though. A little bit of hydrogen here as well. Of course, the way that I built it, the pumps are fighting each other a tiny little bit, but that's okay. You still have 12 cycles left. Plenty of time. No problem whatsoever to get this here done. And also right here, we're gonna directly put us another door in. We will need a pneumatic door here and a pneumatic door right there. And as a matter of fact, down here on the bottom, we last time around, when we built one, figured out it's better to have pneumatic doors along the entire row right here, because it just makes our life a hell of a lot easier. So the dupes can reach down here whenever we need them to. So we're gonna do the exact same thing today as we did before, because again, it just works. And all these here, by the way, I should have done that right away, but the problem is that I just built the outline for it. All these you need to be airflow tiles. All the way up there. Other than that though, it's starting to come together. There we go, that is precisely what that should look like. And then we're just gonna copy this entire system over to the right. For that to happen, the water level has to drop a little bit though. So let's dig us a little bit more space out, just so we don't get any problems here. We don't need a hell of a lot. There's only 39 kilograms of water up here and 700 kilograms of salt water. So digging this here out should get the job done. Kagan says, oh, I remember that door placement that was so useful. Yeah, that turned out to be an actual game changer for this build. So we are definitely going to replicate that once again. That was a great idea. I don't remember who had that idea in that stream, but we are definitely going to continue using that. There was water over here. We just dumped into our arbor tree. Well, turns out the arbor tree you don't get to live after all, I suppose. Let's dig a little bit of this here out, just so we maybe can get the water level low enough. I didn't see this pocket here at all. It just came out of nowhere. That's funny though. There's another spore kit over here. Still, though, nothing that I can see that is any kind of vent. That is actually crazy. I expected to find something at least. Well, maybe not. I guess can't get lucky every time. Let's see if we can dig through this obsidian right here and get over here as far as we can. We're gonna leave the abyssalite alone, I mean, just as we usually do. And then let's go all the way to right there and see if we maybe are getting a little bit luckier, but looks like this part of the map is just empty. I guess let's go to the star map. We still have 3 unknowns though, so there gotta be 3 more somewhere. How are you always so lucky with dormancy? Mine always become active the minute I dig that last tile. I don't have an answer to that. I mean, it's random. I guess in this particular case, though, once again with our hydrogen vent, we did get lucky, though, for sure. Streamer luck, yeah, Apparently so. Again, I don't have an answer because it's just this what it is. There's nothing I can do for or against it, even if I wanted to. The last of the chlorine gas. 5 micrograms left. That should evaporate here any second. Not evaporate, but disappear. And then we only have the hydrogen up here, which will be taken care of by this pump right here. But as soon as the chlorine is gone, and it looks like that's happening right now, we can put in the metal tile. That's mainly what we're after. So that is half of the rent right down here on the bottom, and then up here on the top, we just gotta fill in some water. Of course, we're gonna do that with a bottle in here. Our metal tiles are pretty damn cold, but with the amount of water we're gonna put in there, it should be fine, I hope. Secret streamer codes it is. Yes, I have my personal guy over at Clyde that can live change stuff. That would actually be hilarious, though, not gonna lie, if that would be a thing. But I don't think that's how that works, unfortunately. Okay, this here has been built. Let's build the second half. Once again, 9 wide. Same thing. This time with a wall, of course. Gonna come all the way down. You know what, actually? Not deconstruct. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to copy you. Because right over here, we're also gonna put in a door. Just so we can reach that right side. If we ever wanted to, Dupe can just walk straight through. Should be fine without an issue. Other than that, though... actually, that will be a problem without having another liquid lock over here. We might just build us a second liquid lock. Yeah, might as well. No harm, no foul. How is the draining of the water going? The salt water looking good. Let's give it a little bit more space over here, huh? Just so we can get rid of most of it. We can then build straight through here. And then on the bottom here, and that's mainly while I'm draining it, we will have to dig this here out so we can get underneath with the insulated tiles. That has to happen. Temperature-wise, of course, it is getting slowly a little bit colder in here. Still more than okay, though. And of course, the machinery that we will have in here will also generate its own heat. Yeah, hydrogen will escape. Exactly. I just thought of that. The only reason for the liquid lock here is to keep the hydrogen in here. So we need to have another liquid lock on the right side, which is fine. And we're just going to do exactly that. Let's come all the way down. All the way through. Of course, not quite yet with our ladder. And then more tiles right here. Dig all this stuff here out. And to make it to the top, we're just going to build the exact same ladder system once again, because it worked so nicely on the left side, so it should also work on the right side without a problem. Is this spaced out or vanilla planet? It's neither. It's actually, well, it is spaced out, of course, as well. But it is the new Frosty Planet pack. Which is the new planetoid, which is extremely cold everywhere. Like negative 40 degrees, basically all over the place. Our vacuum has been achieved all across the board, so we can go ahead and start deconstructing everything. Don't need any more wires. Don't need any more of these bad boys right here, all the way through. Don't need any more pumps. Get rid of them, each and every one of them. And then last but not least, we're gonna fill it up with water. No Gravitas is here. Hello there. Elfie says LOL can build park sign out of ice. Really? That's a thing? It sure as hell is. Can't build a park sign out of ice. Maybe instead of using temp shift plates, next time we have to refill this bad boy right here. Just gonna use park signs. I mean, it's kind of big for a spaced out planet with DLC. It is a huge planetoid, honestly. It's much bigger than I expected it to be. The more we discover, the more flabbergasted I am how big it is. I mean, I'm not complaining. Better too much space than not enough. And Barris is here, another insane supporter of the stream. Barris says, already streamed 2.5 hours, missed a lot again. Good evening, everyone. Barris, thank you very much for joining. Yeah, we have been a little bit at work, building us a hydrogen vent tamer right now. Also working on a little bit of an area for our 3 almost dead Dracos right here. We will see how that works out. But other than that, just a little bit of cleanup, a little bit of, you know, changing stuff around. For example, tapping into this ethanol right here, because we are not really quite producing enough right now. But that will hold us over for a few more cycles to come, to say the least. But yeah, those are the 2 big projects that we are working about. Jess says, don't worry, much of that was being trolled by liquid chlorine. That is not a lie. Not gonna deny it. That is, in fact, what happened here. Jay says, I remember Pong coming out, I got you beat. It is actually, speaking of age in general, quite interesting when I look at the stats on my channel, the wide age range that is on this channel. It is absolutely insane. I never thought that. But apparently, Oxygen Not Included is being played by people across all age ranges. Starting basically at 18 and going all the way up to the age range of 60. Which is crazy to me. But hey, that's awesome. I love it. Because I can guarantee you, when I'm 60, if I ever make it that far, I will guarantee you that I will still be playing games. That is something that will never change in my lifetime. Alright, let's clean this here up. Add in water. And we're done. Easy. Without that whole chlorine disaster down here on the bottom, it should have been very, or much faster. As a matter of fact, we would have been done cycles ago, most likely. Because the build itself is really not the issue here. Chaz says, can't wait for LAN parties at the retirement home. We used to love LAN parties. We did that a lot in Germany. Back with the, not even, you know, flat screens, with the big old screens. Putting that in the back of my dad's car. Well, she says gaming for 41 years since I was 12. That's amazing. That is amazing. And one day I will get there too, Welshie, because I built my first computer when I was 11 years old. That's when I built my first computer under the Christmas tree. I told my dad, those are the parts I want. He had no idea about any of this stuff. And I built it under the Christmas tree with a old magazine, a German magazine called Computer Build. That basically gave me instructions step by step on how to build a computer. Ah, good times. Let's see how this here goes if I fill this bad boy here with water. Because our water is not that warm, we know it. Our metal tiles are very cold. But I hope with enough mass, I can help with that. You need one more ladder for the leftmost insulated tile in the second Draco farm, says Martin. You are right. We could build this one from over here, but we can't build it here. Good catch. Appreciate that. Also, we're gonna do the same thing again. Just gonna grab us an automatic dispenser and plop it over here this time around. Just anywhere. So the dupes don't have to run, in this case right now, all the way over here. This one here we're going to deconstruct. Let's see, can we get these metal tiles here hot enough with enough mass? That is going to be the one thing that may be our undoing. The nice thing is though, how much water we have in here doesn't matter in any way, shape or form. There is no such thing as too much. There could be theoretically maybe too little. Not that I've ever seen that, but it is theoretically possible at least. But let's see how that goes. If we have ice in here, that wouldn't matter. How is the temperature of the ice dropping? It's a vacuum. What? How are they exchanging heat? It's slightly confused right at the moment by seeing this, because that is not how that should work, but I guess we will see. -3 degrees, slowly but steadily though. The main problem is getting these here all cold. But if we plop in probably another 3-4 bottles, we should be okay. Come on, dupes, bring me water. I still have an Amiga set up and working. I had to replace some capacitors. That's crazy. I started with a Dragon 32 and had an Amiga 500, then an Amiga 600, and then switched to PCs mid-90s. Damn. The first computer that I built, I remember it very well. It had a Voodoo FX graphics card, and it had a 133 megahertz processor. And I believe, if I'm not wrong, a 500 megabyte hard drive. Yeah, a couple more degrees and we're golden. Just over here on the right side, the water is already staying fluid for a hell of a lot longer, and that's all we need. God, if you had a voodoo card in the 90s, you got all the girls. Can guarantee you that I didn't know a girl that knew what a voodoo card is, back then or today. -7 degrees. Looks like we're staying fluid now, which should be basically all that we need. Maybe one more bottle just to be safe, then we should be good. Because we don't need anything in here. That's the nice thing about it. The only power that we are actually using is this gas pump right here. And eventually that will be at least very slightly offset by our steam turbine. Katrina says thank you and I'm old. Okay, let me rephrase that. I meant personally. I didn't know any female that would know what any of those things are. Yeah, I think we're golden here. Only these few tiles here do worry me a tiny little bit, but overall though, it shouldn't be an issue. Right? I don't see how that could become a problem with already 29 kilograms in here. What we can do though is we can put our liquid vent in our insulated pipes that we need anyway. Let's give it one more bottle and then call it quits. Yeah, down here on the over here on the right side, we are getting a little bit lower with our water temperature though. -4.6 degrees is the cutoff point where we are freezing, but I don't think that can happen in the next 7.8 cycles. Lou says he's an engineer, he doesn't know females. That is very true. My first game was Pong, that's awesome. Jess says it's crazy how time flies. We used to have to choose our drivers when running the game. Yeah. John Cundice is here, just coming in here. Hello to all. Hey, John Cundice. Thank you very much for joining. Hope you're having a wonderful Saturday. And the one bottle that I was after has been delivered. Yeah, now we should be good. I don't see how they can all freeze in 7 cycles. Put in our tile. Grab the granite. Or not move it, but sweep it. And then last but not least, of course, we will need in power our steam turbine right here. Alright, so far so good. Now it's just a waiting game to wait until this here turns on. We still have to change these here over, which I don't want to do though, up until it erupts the first time. Reason being is, there's a lot more cold tiles down here and I don't want to transfer that heat up. That's why I'm waiting with changing this here. Now we can take care of our Dracos. And of course, last but not least, this one right here. And then the power wire, that will just come straight across here in a couple of minutes as well. But okay, right here we're looking good. Of course, they're still using the top dispensers because I never set it up properly. Let's change that right away. And give it a higher priority. So every time a dupe comes by and grabs something, he will go right here. But that is only with new errands that will be given out after we are building our automatic dispenser. Grab it all, put it over here. Massive time saver. Always good for business. Speaking of it though, how many mealwood do we have? We have 8. Can I get one more mealwood from somewhere, please? Looks like I can. Heat is the same between left and right. Always what I'm worried about. We're just gonna dig our way in here as well, because eventually we will mess around with this geo vent right here. And I want to put all sorts of stuff into here just to see what happens. Well, not the geo vent. Technically speaking, we are going to put it into the geothermal heat pump. But we will have to come over here anyway, one way or another, if we like it or not. We might as well grab this mealwood here while we're at it. There's another one growing, I just see. I'm gonna grab that one too. That gives us 10. We only need 9, and we're good. The first game I remember playing was a game called Whizball, where you were a wizard in a ball with a cat. What in the actual? This is all back when Radio Shack was actually cool to hang out at just to play with stuff? Yeah, right. Oh my god. 9600 baud modems? Yeah, those things killed me as a kid. Because my dad had a business on the side, which was all online, selling motorcycle parts. With a 96k modem. The noise that thing made, you could hear it through the entire house. Word says, I think we're due for another blueprint. You are 100% correct, sir. Let's do another blueprint. We have been streaming for 2.5 hours, so we are overdue, actually. Print. More gloves. Basic bubblegum gloves. A good solid pair of bubblegum pink gloves that go with everything. Yeah, I don't know about that statement. As usual. And the game is trying to tell me that. So 2 out of 2 today, or so far, have been gloves. We have 1 more to go. And we will see if we get the holy glove trifecta together or not. Also, of course, while we watch the dupes here cleaning out their stuff, guys, if you just joined and you haven't liked the stream yet, I would highly appreciate it if you could do so, because it helps me out greatly and it doesn't cost anything. And of course, if you're not subscribed to the channel, maybe consider doing so, because also that is of course 100% free and you will get a nice little notification every time I go online, or better to say go live, or post a video. One more piece right here, and we can start on the interior as well. So, let's see if we can figure this out once again. In food, not in food. In stations, we need a grooming station, and the grooming station is going to live right there, but we currently don't have space for that. And it's going to just be mirrored 100%, or actually copied over, not even mirrored. We do need a shearing station though, and the shearing station can live right here and right there. And then in food, we can grab us a critter drop-off, which goes here and there. We will need power over here, of course. So we will do that here in a second, but before we do that, we will need some automation as well. Or better to say, in shipping, we will need some auto sweepers. Not built out of steel, as usual. We need one on the bottom, here, and here. And we will need one on top, above our conveyor loader. The conveyor loader is just going to live probably right here. And then the auto sweeper lives probably right here. So there's also still a ladder in the way that we will have to get rid of. We can already take a look here though. We can get rid of this ladder and then replace the bottom directly with an insulated tile. So we can see on the right side here exactly how much space this here takes up and how many more tiles we will have to build. Word says we're getting close to breaking BierTier simultaneous viewers record. Oh, now you said it. Now you jinxed it. Now you jinxed it. Words. There might be a rumor that trackers can eat from a feeder now. Dracos eat 9% pinch of pepper plant, 6% balm lily, and 25% mealwood. I don't see anywhere here that they can feed anything else. So I don't know if the rumor is wrong or if the database is wrong. Technically, it doesn't have to get rid of wait for the ladder. Can't just rotate the sweeper. I don't know if I can. Because I'm going to try to rebuild the same thing we did last time, and we made 2 changes to my original build. And that was the doors right here in the middle. And we also implemented right above here somewhere. I think it was right there. And we can just do that with airflow tiles, most likely. 3 of them. Now that this here is closed, we gotta need 1 more farm tile right here. Let's see, room overlay. We're currently at 101 tiles. 1 tile right here makes 100. 3 tiles right here makes 97. And 1 tile right here makes 96. That is exactly what we need here. Because right up here on the top, we do want to have a critter condo. So that build right here gets us to exactly 96 tiles on each side. And it's going to look left and right the exact same. There's no difference between the 2 sides. Now we can get rid of these ladders right here. And the reason why I'm talking about the auto sweeper is we need to make sure that it also can reach up here. We want to be able to reach everything in here, so it needs to go into the appropriate location, and I need to check that out, exactly what that location is. Let's grab us in food the critter condo and smack it up here. And then might as well start directly on the right side as well, do the exact same thing. As soon as it's built to get rid of the ladders. Yeah, now it's unreachable again. I should have left 1 ladder in, I suppose. Because now, this here is a stable. Exactly as it should be. You should just put things like balm lily into the feeder? Really? Now let's build me my condo, so we can rip those ladders out. And get this build here done. Bristle Blossom definitely is in feeder. Well, don't have any of those. I'll be over here, 5.4 cycles. The water is still nowhere near freezing temperature. We just need to keep it in here for a little bit. At this point right here, we can also get rid of those airlock doors here. Those are now completely pointless. As well as the wires that go to it as well. Because we don't want our steam turbine in a vacuum. Quite to the contrary, actually. We want it in as cold of an environment as we can. We can start with our farm tiles right here and plant our mealwood. It's not going to do it much good probably, but eventually it will. Temperature wise, it is getting colder up here. So we need to relocate our Dracos in here relatively soon. Now that the critter condo is built, get rid of the ladders. Don't need them anymore. At least these 3. There we go. And then this ladder here as well. So we can figure out exactly where our sweeper has to go. And our sweeper can live, yeah, exactly right here. That's what I thought. I thought it was 1 tile up. I just wasn't sure about it anymore. But sure enough, that is the truth of it. Now that we have all this, we just need to connect it all to power, of course. Very simple. Should all be doable with this 1 ladder still in place. Can already do the same thing over here. All hooked up to the same one and come out. And then last but not least, of course, we need to somehow have these farm tiles here receive dirt. Usually I'm just going to do it manually because I don't use dirt for anything else at this point in the game, so it doesn't matter. In this case here, we're just going to go ahead and shipping we could theoretically build us a conveyor receptacle. You know what? I haven't really tried that yet. Why not? I mean, the reason why not is that I have to pay more manual attention to it. Let's go with a conveyor chute. Yeah, let's go with the traditional conveyor chute of this build here. And just bring it out over here somewhere where we can reach it later on. And by now the water level is also low enough that we can go ahead and dig through here so we can reach the bottom and build all those insulated towels as well as the conveyor rails. Speaking of conveyor rails though, of course, that is not all of it. We do need the conveyor rail to come out of here as well. Somewhere through there should do. And yeah, I think that should get her done for good this time. Gonna steal those ladders out of there once again. Gonna build us a fresh one right here once again. And then the condo. As soon as this ladder here is gone, of course, they got rid of the last one of the wrong one first, as usual. How else would it be? The whole dig is unreachable. Damn it. Yep, one piece of salt right here, of course. We also don't need to have this here open anymore now that we have everything else anyway. So that's good. And what could we use here for our liquid lock? Just wondering, what was the temperature range of mercury once again? Evaporates at 356 degrees. Yeah, we're just gonna do mercury. Easy, simple, no problem. Mercury liquid lock down here on the bottom. Should be just fine. Also, speaking of it, we wanted to build us a second liquid lock, which we're just gonna do right here. That looks exactly like this here, without an issue. So we can go through here if we absolutely choose to do so for whatever reason. Why is there a single mob command in the middle of the air? Who knows? Let's get rid of it. And let's grab us this bad boy. One right here and one right there. Have you gone into your supplies closet yet? I don't know what you mean with the supplies closet exactly. Oh, the supplies closet is in the menu. No. I don't really mess with this here at all. I just get what I get. I have so many doubles and quadruples and gloves on end, most likely. Actually, not even that much from the looks of it. But yeah. I'm just gonna get what I'm gonna get. Oh, we have a really nice, comfy bed. I wasn't even aware of that. When the hell did we get that bad boy? But yeah. One tile unreachable, bottom right. Yeah, this one tile right here. Let's make it reachable. And get rid of this bad boy right here while we're at it. That will also give us access to this mold right here. How much steel do we have now? 2,900 kilograms. Wait a second. Why are we so low on it? What did we build out of steel? All that we built out of steel is this one gas pump right here, right? So where exactly did our steel go? Didn't we have at the beginning of the stream 4,900 kilograms? And we used it for nothing, as far as I'm aware. That is slightly suspicious right now. Not gonna lie. Here we have 1,800 kilograms. What are we waiting for here? Is it lime? It's actually iron. Ah, we are out of iron. Well, then how about you make some iron while you do nothing else, huh? Power wire. Yeah. No, I built those out of lathe down over here. Over here, copper wires. Over here, iron ore. Right here, we have the large transformer built out of steel. Yeah, we're not gonna do that. Are you crazy? You completely out of your mind. Why can't you build it anymore? Why can't I build what anymore? Here, check the range buildings. There's one on the right. Iron ore, steel. It's copper, 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 steel. Okay, let's rebuild these as well. I'm telling you, you pay not attention for just a second. And that kind of nonsense happens. Should be okay now, though. What about the rails? Did I build the rails? Let me check here. Rails on the bottom, cobalt ore, cobalt ore. Nope, all good on the rail side of things. Cinnabar ore. Okay, alright then. Oh, I didn't see Jazz's one, yeah. I like that one. So sad you can't build the poofed anymore. Did not know there was one, so... now, get me back my steel, damn it. Airflow tiles. No, those are not built with... Oh, they can be built out of steel. Huh, didn't even know that. Nope, all good on that front as well. Very odd. Still less than we used to have, and we haven't built anything except a pump out of it. And Lewis, back to the answer to the question. Nope, Dracos eat growth only. No feeder slot. We'll double check later. What I thought. I feel like I would have heard about that if that would have been changed. Because usually I do make an effort to read the changelog. Know about new stuff relatively quickly. One thing that we need now though, is of course power, which we will just do over here. Very simple and straightforward. We actually want the heat to be generated, so that's a good thing and not a bad thing. The second thing is though, we want hydrogen. And of course, our hydrogen is thankfully nearby. The only problem with it is that our hydrogen is very cold. That is our one downside right here, because it has been sitting in those pipes for so long. What is the status in here? 10 degrees? 6 degrees? 1 degree? So I suppose if we just run a line down here, the first little bit that we put in there will be very cold, but it should get warmer very shortly thereafter. So we will definitely give that a shot. Probably just in here. That should do. As a matter of fact, the gas should be warmer than our environment right now, so that's actually a good thing in this particular case. And then last but not least, in stations, we can now put the first grooming station in. Built out of iron ore. Yes, not steel. Thank you. And grab that out of there. Check the vault, beer, look at your conveyor storage. Things, those all use steel. Conveyor storage. Up on the top right here. Let's see. Yep. Sure enough. This one here is steel. And this one here is also steel. There is our explanation. This one here on the bottom we don't even need anymore, so we're going to get rid of it. And I always want to, for some reason, in my mind, I always want to press F7 when I want to look at the overlay. Or the conveyor rails. I don't know why that is. Because it has never been that way. But regardless, that is a good catch, though. I appreciate the effort, Kagan. Thank you very much. The Dracos are getting hurt. They were already getting hurt. They're not getting hurt anymore. Where they are right now, they're okay. Earlier, though, they were hurt, yes. Because they were running around up here in the base at negative 40 degrees, and they didn't really like that too much. But that should help. And this one here, we're gonna rebuild. With copper. And not steel. Very good. How is this here going now? Is it still the same thing? Yeah. We will have to make this here 3 deep because we're actually losing food. Which becomes right down here on the bottom. In this mess right here, can I find the polluted dirt? Yeah, polluted dirt is now at 106 kilograms. So we have lost actually a good amount of food in here. I just don't care. It's the truth of it. Kagan is the MVP of the hour. I agree. Amazing effort. Truly appreciate that. Helps out amazing, especially with steel. Since it's such a hard to come by resource in this particular case right here. Let's get all the stuff here picked up so we can get our liquid locks done. And then we're just gonna pump in a bunch of wonderful, wonderful hydrogen. And then we're gonna get our Dracos in here. More loaders in the farms. Oh yeah, true. All these here are also steel. Good God. And now, of course, the conveyor loader right here. Every time I rebuild it, it also deletes its settings right here. So I gotta keep that in mind. Where are you at? Edible and cooking ingredient should be above it. There it is. There we go. And then if I say here, material, change material to copper, and I copy those settings, does that work? No, that would have been too easy. That would have been way too easy. I'm going to do each and every one of them, with the exception of one. We're also out of phosphorite. I just realized that is actually why we are low on food. Ah, that explains it. Didn't I say at the very beginning of the stream that we need to dig us some, and then I never did? Pretty sure that's precisely what happened. Which is the main reason, or one of the reasons why we are getting the Dracos in the first place. Let's see, let's just dig us 3 high over here. That's actually not gonna fly. Let's dig us 2 high through here. That's gonna fly. And then let's come over here and dig all the stuff here out. Of course, we will need to dig out a little bit more right here, but that should be okay. Here, here, not right there. Yeah, that should do for right now. Are you smashing patties forever? Yeah, but we don't get enough patties. Where are the patties? Where are the patties? Yeah, Bama's patties right here are on forever. But you gotta keep in mind, we only have 4 Bamas for all of these here. It's nowhere near enough. Let's get through here. Let's get these here out. Let's dig these here out so we can get up top. And you know what? It doesn't even matter. Actually, no, it does matter. Because we can't just come straight into here and grab these pieces here as well. We're getting the phosphorite, the mercury is being picked up and being put into our storage, which doesn't hurt anyway, because we are a little bit low here. So yeah. This here's all getting rebuilt. As soon as that's done, we're going to copy the settings down, as I mentioned. One more. And then let's rebuild the last one. And we have our steel back. Telling you every once in a while, just for a second there, you don't pay attention to one single setting in this game. Like right here, set to steel. And all of a sudden you're wondering where literally 3 tons of your most valuable resource went to. Happens. But yeah, just one of those things. Let's do the right one here first. Enable auto bottle number 9 priority. You can use the seal. The seals should be back up to 4 by now, I hope. Yep, they're back up to 4. Because up here on the top, all we have is 1 incubator for Floxes, 1 for Spigots, and 1 for Baminis. That's all we're doing with it. There we go, our first mercury is being delivered. Very nice, very good. Just need a little bit more. Thankfully we have enough of this stuff, and we are about to get a hell of a lot more once we dig our way through here. Let's see. Right here we have 1 on the top, 2 more right here. Phosphorite, we're up to 1900 kilograms again. All of this here is what I want. And yeah, we should just be able to do precisely that. Why mercury? Because we have it. We have a lot of it, and we have even more up here. And mercury doesn't become, or better to say, doesn't cause any problems in this temperature range. So it's actually a pretty good material for liquid locks. Yes, more mercury right here, more mercury right there. And of course, I may have to increase a little bit right here. So the dupes actually built this stuff because we do want to get our hydrogen in here. Speaking of that, how are you doing over here? 2.1 cycles. Getting there, getting there. And then last but not least, we wanted to hook this here up to power. Very, very nice. That should get the job done without an issue. Our water is still sitting here happily without a big problem. All right. Making very good progress. I'm really happy about this here. I'm not gonna lie. Works like a charm. The dirt is still delivered by hand. Maybe we should change that while we're at it. The automatic dispenser can now go. Oh, cool. What is the evaporation for mercury? I think it's like 300 degrees. Yeah, 356.8 degrees. And it doesn't freeze until negative 38.8. I hope we're not getting down there. Now let's see to hook up our power. So we have it available. Large power transformer is just going to live. Yeah, right here, because why not? Plop that in. Go ahead with our conductive wire. And bring it straight through here. And in. With a bridge. You are very welcome. By the way, guys, if any of you ever has any questions about what I'm doing, if I'm not explaining it properly myself at any time, just smack me on the back of the head and let me know in chat. Always happy to explain what I'm doing. A little bit of a gas vent here, probably. Couldn't hurt. We do have a bunch of different stuff in here, though. We should probably go ahead and go one step further. And before we pump in hydrogen, at least get rid of this top layer of garbage here. Yeah, I think that's a good course of action. Yeah, also, will only take a minute. Let's come to right there with a ladder. Do the same thing on the other side. Actually, we don't need to. It doesn't matter. We're going to do it anyway. Blueprints time. I need my glove fix. We just opened up a blueprint. We gotta wait a tiny little bit longer here. Just a notch. And all I want to do is put a vacuum pump here and there. So we can get this stuff out. And then, of course, with insulated pipes, we're just going to come here and hook it all together. We're just going to snip it off, let's say, right here. That works out perfectly. And plop in ventilation. A high pressure gas vent. We can pump that nonsense out of there. Our phosphorite is at 3,000 kilograms. That will be good enough for a few more cycles. Again, per plant, we only need 5 kilograms per cycle. Goof says, darn, I step away for 1 minute. Yes, we just got some nice pink gloves. Pink rubber gloves. So if you want to do the dishes, we are ready now. That's for damn sure. Also, the auto sweeper here is still lacking. And a little bit of a power wire. Very, very nice. You should be almost ready though, aren't you? You hydrogen vent, you. 1.4 cycles. We're at cycle 313. I'm trying to keep in mind what's correct here. We're also going to copy the settings over here. And be good with it. If you have a black Atmos suit, you can make an Undertaker dupe. That's funny. I don't even know. What Atmos suits do we have? Can I change that just with a dupe here? That's just a normal Atmos suit. I don't have a black Atmos suit. But I do have a basic black outfit. How about that? Who is that? That's Jez. Speaking of the devil. Let's see. Let's put that on him. And when Jez goes back up, we will see what that looks like, I guess. Is it Danke for thank you in German? Yes, it is. Danke does mean thank you in German. One more piece of mercury here, please. Let's see. Thankfully, we already have a few more plants here going, so that's nice. And there's our last piece of mercury that we need to make it a full liquid lock, I believe. Or am I wrong about that? Ah, I'm wrong about that because it's mercury and it can hold 1,000 kilograms and not oil that only holds 800. Damn it. My man is from Switzerland. Oh, that's awesome. That's really great, honestly. Alright, we have power now hooked up. That's even better. One more bottle, guys. Come on. Do me a favor. And let's check out where Jazz is running around. Where are you at, Jazz? Jazz? There you are. You're still down there. What are you up to? What are you up to? Of course, you delivered us a little bit of Ignis. That's always good. Looks like you're going upstairs now. Yeah, of course, because he's wearing the coat, we can't really see much except the legs. The dupes are still going after the mealies, though. That is one thing that we don't want, so we are going to disable harvesting along here. Should have done that a while ago. And then this conveyor loader here, I'm just gonna set it to everything. The only thing that we can't take is dirt. Can't take dirt out of here. And then any second now, when we build those last few wires and our vacuum pump, we should be golden. If we can even build our pump. Speaking of the devil, we are low on plastic. Let's change that right away. Thankfully, we have more than enough nectar, so we can pump out another couple of tons or so. We'll probably do more than that, actually. You are right, Kagan. Until all of them are, because we can't really get any more seeds if we don't harvest them. There's only one more. Everything's nosh sprouts. And there are 3 more. We just solved the problem. We don't have to harvest them. That works just fine, as a matter of fact. Just can't get down here, though. Not this way, at least. Now we can. And as soon as we're down here, uproot this one, uproot this one, and uproot this one. That's lucky that there are 3 of them. Unlucky, though, that I still don't see another vent. Where are those 3 vents hidden that we still have? There's really not that much space anymore. Maybe right here. That's the only place really that's still left. Because the top of the base, we see everything. Alright. So far so good. And I'm pretty sure... I was about to say, I'm pretty sure I missed the hydrogen vent, but I didn't. I'm going to turn it up to 10 times speed, and we are going to watch this thing here erupt for the first time. To make sure everything is going its proper way here. And of course, there it is. Immediately, we have 200-degree hot hydrogen in here. Now we just got to set our sensors up properly. I want to have a pressure of above 500 grams. And I want to have a temperature below... let's say 100 degrees, it doesn't really matter too much. As a matter of fact, in the beginning, we can do probably higher, but for right now, I'm just going to say 100. Or build a duplicator. I would. But it's not really necessary for those 3 seeds that I need, you know. I guess we could have built a somewhat manual one, with just the auto sweeper trick. That could have worked, but... So at the moment, we're basically waiting for our pressure to go up to above 500 grams. And our temperature, or our gas right here, to go below 100 degrees. How are you showing -9? Not entirely sure how you're showing -9, but I guess we will get there. Erupts again in 0.3 cycles. We clearly didn't put out everything yet. Not an entire cycle full. It must have just gotten out of dormancy at the end of a cycle, so we're gonna wait for one more time. $20, $10. There we go. Back to normal speed. And there comes the heat. You can see it getting more and more. Our thermal sensor is going up in temperature, of course. Sending still a green signal because right at the moment our metal tiles are so cold that they're sucking up the heat from our hydrogen gas immediately. And it will probably stay like this for quite a long time, honestly. Because first we have to heat up our metal tiles. Then we have to heat up the water that's in here, which will then eventually melt the ice, which gives us even more water. And then when we ever reach this here at a temperature of 125 degrees, then our steam turbine will turn on. But for a long time, our metal tiles here should hold the hydrogen at bay. Because the hydrogen really, when we take a look at it, doesn't have that much of a specific heat capacity. 2.4 is very high for a gas, but overall, it's not that much. Ain't no way my internet is so bad I have to send messages 5 minutes in advance. I hope not. Now our thermal sensor shows 12 degrees, and as soon as the store here opens, our gas pump turns on and pumps it currently into nothing. Don't want to do that though. Do need to get rid of our high pressure gas vent. We already have a vacuum. We know we're not getting anything out of here that is not hydrogen gas. So yeah, this is the entire timer. That's all it does and all it will ever do. It just sits here. And the only power that it requires is the gas pump itself, which again, just for safety reasons, in case it should ever something crazy happen, which I don't foresee, is built out of steel. And even that is really complete overkill. It's not necessary. Usually gold will be good enough for this, but again, just for safety reasons, we have it out of steel. Alright, we're producing more and more hydrogen. That's what we're doing here. Back to down here, how are we looking? We're pumping it out, slowly but steadily. Just need to keep an eye on it, because all I want to get rid of is this stuff. The carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide can stay here. I remember people looking at my 10 megabyte drive and saying I will never fill it. Well... who was it? Was it Bill Gates who said nobody will ever need more than 128 kilobytes worth of memory? Von Rhineland. If we have Starlink and the cat, look for the antenna. That is funny. That is in fact funny. Bill Gates and it was 640. Okay, I did not know what it was, but it was kilobytes, I do know that. Mercury's overflowing, god damn it, I didn't turn it off, did I? What a waste. But over here, we also have mercury in it. We can now turn this one on and just get rid of this one. Yeah. Actually didn't overflow, thankfully, but there's more in here than we need, at the bare minimum, if nothing else. But our first liquid lock is done. We just gotta get the second done. Technically, it is already a liquid lock because we have a little bit of mercury right here, which is totally fine. But I still, for builds that will stay here permanently, I like to have it a little bit longer, or better to say, 100% filled out, so nothing bad can ever happen. A little bit more up here. We, of course, are going to get rid of a bunch of carbon dioxide, but it's not like we don't have enough, so I'm not worried about it. I just want to get rid of this top layer right here of whatever it may be. And then we're going to start reversing this pipe right here and pumping in hydrogen. Lots and lots of hydrogen, that is. Martin, also disable auto bottle on your liquid lock. Thank you, guys. That's why I have you guys around, because clearly I'm incapable of doing it myself. No, all jokes aside, truly appreciate it. Definitely do. We are still perfectly fine over here. And again, door just opens and closes. That's the hydrogen in, and the gas pump pumps it out all the way into our infinite storage. Down here, our mealwood is fully grown by now. Right at the moment, the dupes are doing the labor. The auto sweeper will do it shortly thereafter. Speaking of that, we may mess with that a little bit. Not here. There. You know what? Why not? Why not just have it right here? We can't build us another conveyor loader. Not out of steel, though. And also this one here has been rebuilt. I just remembered. Let's give it the appropriate settings. So that should work now. Yeah, perfect. We're back up steel-wise to 4,900 kilograms, which is where we should be. At plastic, we're at 1.2 tons. We're just gonna make more. Yeah, we're gonna make way more. Screw it. We're gonna go for it. And then this one right here. We're just gonna hook up to power right here. And then we're gonna say dirt. Allow manual use. Number 9 priority. And that's how we're gonna get our dirt in there. Very simple and straightforward. Not gonna do anything fancy here because we don't need to. Can you show me that system for the storage for hydrogen? Absolutely, I can. Right up here on the top, we have 2 gas pumps that are connected together. Because if they're not connected together, the problem is that you only get half of the pipe out, of course. On the bottom, I have 4 high-pressure gas vents, but it also works with normal gas vents, so you can build it very early game. And any kind of fluid that will not evaporate with whatever temperatures you're working, or freeze, evaporate or freeze. In this case here, I have ethanol in here because that's what we had laying around. You can use water, you can use oil. You just put less in here than the overpressure. The overpressure is 20 kilograms for a high-pressure gas vent, and for a normal gas vent, it's 2 kilograms. So if you're at 2 kilograms, you're going to have about 1 kilogram in there. If you're with a high-pressure gas vent, just anything under 20 will do. You don't want to go below 500 grams of fluid, though, or it will randomly delete. If you do that, then the hydrogen, or any other gas for that matter that comes in, sees that there's a fluid right here and it puts it above it. But your high-pressure gas vent will never overpressure, and therefore will just put an infinite amount of gas right here in this area. You can see that on the bottom we have the 4 green tiles, and above it we have the 8 purple tiles for hydrogen. And currently we have 1,098 kilograms roughly per tile in here. So 8 times 1,100 roughly makes, of course, 8,800 kilograms worth of hydrogen are sitting in here. Alright, so far so good. A little bit more oxygen is in here. That should be gone here any moment. Just gonna sit that one out and then pump in hydrogen. Come on, grab it, if it already comes by you. Snag it, come on. You're a vacuum pump. Do it. 3 more tiles. I want to get rid of every last tile. Because the Draco's growth depends on how much time they spend in hydrogen. And each and every tile in here that's not hydrogen will, of course, be detrimental to our output of plastic here. Or reed fiber as well. So let's get rid of those last 2 tiles right here. Let me go 10 times speed. Come on, grab it. Grab it all. 1 more tile left to go. Come on, grab it. 115 grams. 195. Oh, you gotta go now, though, right? You're sitting right on top of it. Come on. 75 grams left. Seriously? What are we doing here? We're at 10 times speed. Get out of there. Do it. There we go. Alright then. Always the same. Let's get rid of this nonsense. We don't need any of it anymore. Of course, let's empty out the pipe first. Before we get rid of the pipe. All this pipe here can go. All this pipe here can go. Not this one down here on the bottom though. Perfect. Didn't do that one. And of course, these here as well. And at that point, we're also going to rip out the high pressure gas vent and connect it up right here. Actually, if I do that now, the hydrogen is already going to flow, is it? Yeah, it's fine though. Let's just skip this here. A number 9 priority. It's not going to do any harm. I haven't played over 7,000 hours of Oni, and it's always amazed by the new system ideas. That is actually a pretty old idea, honestly. Not gonna lie to you. That system has been around for quite a long time. But regardless though, now you know it, and it's a very good system to know about. A very similar system also exists for liquid storages. I don't know if you've seen this bad boy right here. This bad boy right here has a liquid vent on the top that has gas in it. So it's the same thing here, as long as the gas pressure in here is lower than its overpressure, which is 1,000 kilograms, so your gas will never be that high. It will put the liquid below it, and the liquid below it will just infinitely store in here. We are at 8,000, 9,000 kilograms per tile on these 9 tiles here on the bottom, with 2 liquid pumps. This time not because we can't fill a whole pipe, this time because I just have 2 outputs. And I wanted the extra space, because I made this one here a little bit more fancy. And I can show that real quick, because we do have a little bit of polluted water in here. I can just come over here, close it, open the one on the very bottom, which basically moves the water around, then close this one, which will once again move the polluted water or any other fluid downwards. Close the one on the very bottom, and as soon as that one's closed, we can just open the top 2 back up, which is an infinite storage that has the functionality built in to use a bottle emptier. I just came up with that during the second to last stream, I believe it was. Alright, so far so good. Let's clean up after us. And at the same time, of course, it's time for the high pressure gas vent. And here we need to pay a little bit attention to that, because we do want to have enough hydrogen to fill out as much of the top as possible. But these bottom 2 tiles here, in a perfect world, we want to have these here full of carbon dioxide. That is what we're going after. When Ryan says if you want this more fancy, you can use a combination of filter and delay gates. Of course you can, but since we barely have any polluted water on this entire planet right up until we discovered this here actually, I didn't deem it necessary to waste any time on building a fancy automation for it. Versus, I don't think I have intentionally, emphasis on intentionally, made an Escher waterfall yet. Which is funny though, not gonna lie. Is this here? Of course, not reachable because it's down here on the bottom. Surprise, surprise. What I'm also going to do is, once that is picked up, I'm going to lock this door. We can always unlock it, in case a dupe has to come down here for any reason. Also, sweep this igneous rock. Do we have any other nonsense here? Also, the body temperature of our plants here is now a little bit cold, which is of course going to be an issue. Hopefully we can solve that. More or less by itself, because we need to be above 10 degrees. And I hope that our hydrogen will help with that. We will see if that is the case though, because our problem is our dirt is extremely cold. That is our main issue right here. How much do we have in here? 500 kgs, 2000 kgs. Yes, I'm going to stop the manual use for this one right now. And we will see if we can get an appropriate amount of hydrogen in here. Yeah, even that temperature here is lower than I expected it to be, honestly. Damn. I thought we had hotter gas in here. We do, but it's the second one over. That is going to be a slight issue. I hoped our hydrogen gas would help us. In this case, it doesn't look like it will. But we will see, once it's done, what it looks like. Bottle empty on the right side. Yes, once again, same mistake twice in a row. Thank you. God. Chess says, yes, the last stream almost saw disaster as the leaky fissure created an Escher in an enclosed box. Yes, right here. This box right here created an Escher right there by itself without me doing anything on accident. And it almost did create a disaster. We saw it just in time to fix it before it actually broke through our walls here. And would have caused, again, massive disaster. Okay, let's see. We need more hydrogen. I already have an idea what we can do to heat it up, though, if we need to. So, there's already a backup plan in place. A very simple one on top of that. Let's see. Let's bring it down, bring it down, bring it on. More hydrogen in here. Turn it up. 10 times speed. 10 times speed. Come on. Give me another row here. Looks like we could actually be good. I mean, to get it 100% perfect is almost impossible, so I think we're gonna call it right here. The only question that I'm asking myself is, yeah, I'm just gonna let this pipe here empty out. That's fine. Shouldn't cause an issue, I believe. Let's pump the rest in there. And then let's get rid of it. To see if that works out in our favor. At this point we have our first Draco egg, which is nice. And I think what I'm going to do is, I'm going to just build us another incubator right here. Very simple. I do have a mod for this incubator here as well, because usually you put a timer gate on it. In this case right here, we're just going to put an automation on it. An automation wire that connects it together. And that does it automatically for you. If a egg is in here and it needs to be lullabied, it turns the power on. And as soon as it is lullabied, it turns it off. Nightbot sends out a reminder about the Discord channel. And Von Rhineland says, also give the channel a sub, ring the bell, and give a thumbs up. 100% correct. Thank you for that, Von Rhineland. I appreciate it. So if you haven't done so, I would highly appreciate it if you could do so. Because it, of course, helps me out drastically. On the top here, I'm already going to turn on Dracos, because eventually that will happen. In here, though, we can already bring the Dracos in. I'm going to set it to a 7. That's correct. We just got to find our Dracos. Draclet and Dracros on the left. And then once we get some, which we don't have yet, glossy Dracos on the right. Also, with a higher priority than our Critter Killer, or it will never going to happen. And at that point, we can just wrangle those 3 right here, and they should be put in here basically instantly. And down here we have our first Draclet egg, which we're going to put into this incubator here the moment we have built it. Deconstruct the shearing station and put in a space heater. That was the first thought I had, but then I had another one. Starvation range for Dracos, maybe eventually. It will be a long time until we get to that point, though. It will be a long time until we need that. So, right at the moment I'm not too worried about it, and we can always add that on in basically absolutely no time. Maybe a little bit more speed so we can actually build this thing here, wouldn't that be nice? So I can tell you to put a Draclet egg in it. There we go. And we can already build another one, just so we have it ready whenever we get a glossy Draco egg as well. Very easy. What Ryland says, would rather build a cooling heating loop with an AT and a tapidizer if you have enough power. Well, what I was thinking is, we are having a max temperature of 30 degrees down here on the bottom. And down here we have salt water, which happens to be at almost exactly 30 degrees. So why not just put a pump in here, put some pipes through here, and be done with it? That is what I'm thinking about, because it shouldn't be that big of a problem. And right here, yeah, our Dracos are not going to be in the livable range either, which is going to be a whole nother issue. And also, what I forgot to do is our conveyor rail. We need our conveyor rail to go all the way to the top. Or better to say, at least it needs to connect to right here. So let's do that right away. Because otherwise, we're not going to get that stuff out of there that we are actually producing. So let's make it happen. Right, Lynn says, good point. Maybe I have to play some survival mode. Yes, Von Reinlet likes to play in, mainly he plays the game in sandbox mode. So of course, this guy is throwing in a Tapidizer in an AT. We'll get the job done instantly, that's right. But here, it's always a matter of finding the fastest and easiest solution for the problem at hand. And in my opinion, that's gonna look something like this here. How are we gonna do it? Doesn't really matter too much. We're just gonna build it. Can't really reach any of it though. That's the truth here. Let me put a ladder in here. Probably doesn't hurt to have one here anyway. So we can get over here, can go up here, and then put in a nice little ladder here as well. Probably don't need to build that much ladder though. Not for this temporary case. Let's build one here, one there, and rip this one out. And then once again in plumbing, let's come over here with our pipe. Come up here. And then come in. Radiant liquid pipes out of aluminum. All the way through here. And then with insulated pipes back down, back over, and back in. Just a little loop. And we could take it even a step further, theoretically. There's not really a hell of a lot stopping us here, huh? We could go into automation and we could grab us just a temperature sensor. And we can say a temperature sensor could live, I don't care, maybe right here. And if this temperature sensor here is below a certain temperature, that is going to control if you're going to turn on this pump here or not. Something simple, stupid like this. Have you forgotten that your dupes can... Yes, I have forgotten that, actually. Yeah, we could build all of this here. Without having to come up here. And we could build it inside the wall, too. Yeah. I did forget that part. You are correct, words. But that is okay. Doesn't make a difference too much, at least. Either way around, they will build this here. I'm gonna give it a higher priority though, and also make sure that we are disabling the harvest for the remaining 3. Growth is halted, but they're still full. Of course, the Dracos would have to eat it first before something else can happen here. But other than that, our Dracos are nice and happy again. They are not hurt anymore, which is very nice all by itself. But still though, for building, construction, I am gonna give this here a higher priority than the rest. Even this ladder. Because right at the moment they're building this rail right here. That's closer to where they are, so that's what they're gonna build first. But how much stuff is laying around in here, I don't really care too much about, so that's totally fine. Alright, looking good. We have our Draco farm, which will give us some phosphor right here as well. Which again is what we are mainly after, because we can get plastic, by now 3,500 kilograms, and we can get reed fiber. We still have 129 units, thanks to our BAMAS, and thanks to our insane amount of nectar that we have available. Power, you're right, Words. This thing here does need power, doesn't it? Yeah, we have plenty on here. Let's just build it. Right through here. And in. Also, once again, with a slightly higher priority. Alright, so far so good. Over here, did we discover anything? Let's use our old trick, our relative temperature trick. Yes, we did. 2 of them right here. What do we have? Anything good? We have a chlorine gas vent. That is not the definition of anything good. And right here we have a hydrogen vent. A second hydrogen vent? I don't think I've ever really had 2 hydrogen vents on a map. Not that I can remember, at least. Goof says, off to bed. See you in the VOD. Thank you very much for joining, Goof. And yes, always happy to see you in the VOD as well. Thank you for joining, and have a good one. So we have 2 bloody hydrogen vents. That's actually insane. We will never use anything but hydrogen for our power generation. What do I see here? Polluted water? Where are you coming from? something melt again? It shouldn't have molten? Apparently so. Oh, happens sometimes. And our thermal sensor has been built. We can say, send a green signal if the temperature is below 20 degrees. We don't need more than that. That's fine. What is powering those solar panels? These here are called mercury ceiling lights. And the mercury ceiling lights have a somewhat special ability in producing an insane amount of light, 60,000 lux on the top here to be very precise. And once they are fully powered up, they take power, down in the bottom, 60 watts and 130 grams per second of mercury. Once they are powered up to 100%, you can choke them down though to 65 grams per second of mercury each and every one of them. So you're basically halving the input required, and the output stays at a 100%. Which makes it quite powerful, because for two of them, you're only using 60 watts of power and 130 grams of mercury here per second, but your solar panel produces a constant 380 watts at all times. Speaking of it though, a little bit low on mercury. Could probably dig a little bit more up. Thankfully, that should be the smallest issue we are facing. Kind of like this here. At the moment, it's being dug up. I will put it immediately in here, where it will become fluid. That's nuts. I agree, Zebeda. That is absolutely nuts, but it works like a charm. Yeah. I've seen a lot of people are using it, actually, on YouTube. But I can proudly say that we discovered that together with you guys in chat when we played the beta. I don't know if you were the first to discover it or not, and it doesn't matter either, but we discovered it ourselves and we didn't steal it from anyone else. Come on, build those last few pieces here that we need for this build. Thankfully we only have 3 Dracos. In this case here, thankfully. Because we wouldn't have right at the moment the heat required to sustain them if we had all 9 of them. But the 3 that we have are still wild. But not for much longer. Wildness is down to 2%. You can probably watch that here live. 1%. 0.5. And we have a Draco that is properly tamed. Very good. The production rate is 11% per cycle. And he still lives another 50 cycles. So plenty of time to produce a few more eggs for us. Very good. Labs are being built. Conductive wires are being built. And there we go. It is currently green. Let's see when we go back to the absolute temperature if we can see a change in temperature. Which I'm pretty sure we can. And as soon as this here reaches 20 degrees Celsius, it will just turn off right here on the bottom, liquid pump. Very, very good. That's precisely what that should look like. But that's what I had in mind. And all it costs us is 240 watts of power. And it's fully automated. As soon as the temperature is high enough, it will just turn off. Two more to go. All of them are now up to the minimum temperature. Let's see if we can actually get the thermal sensor here up there, or where we end up temperature-wise down here on the bottom. Because technically speaking, our thermal sensor is in the hydrogen and not in the carbon dioxide. And we are heating, technically speaking, the carbon dioxide and not the hydrogen. So we will see how well this here works out. Because it may be that we are actually putting too much in here, and I may have to lower this temperature here to 10 degrees. And that sure as hell is what it looks like right now. Let's do it. Let's try it at 10 degrees, and we just check on it periodically and see what happens. I guess we have now 2 more eggs right here. Because of course they're basically due for an egg all at almost the exact same time. Maybe we should use that extra incubator right here, at least temporarily until we have a glossy egg to make us more Dracos here. Might as well. Better too much than not enough, in this case. And If worse comes to worse, we can always drown him in here. So that's totally fine. There's still 9,600 calories of meat as well laying around, waiting to be converted over into wonderful barbecue. All this here is set up properly. This here is set up properly. Alright, I think we are in this base here pretty good. Well, with one exception though. One single exception. We are losing more and more food due to this here not working the way it's supposed to. So let's do what I said earlier we would do. Because why not? Let's bring our doors over here. And rip them out right there. That should be the last act for this base before we go over to the new planetoid and check it out. We have Ada, May, and Quinn. I don't think we're gonna bring on a new dupe right before we go over to the other planetoid. So let's not do that right away. Alright, doors are ripped out, new doors are going in. Total space is 88 tiles. And I would just say, I would like to build it further over here to be honest with you, but I don't want to replace everything. The dupes have to go an extra couple steps to get to their food, but it should be fine. The only problem is though, over here we would have to have some cooling in here, so we're just gonna extend our cooling loop through here. That's gonna be no problem whatsoever. Let's do that right away. Cooling loop goes over here, comes through this tile right here, goes down, and then basically just comes around right here. Back up, back over, then into this area right here. Yeah, something like that. Should get the job done. I don't see a problem with that at all. Just gonna put one here, put one there. That also allows us to cool this area here down while we're at it as well. Might do so, because why wouldn't we? Very good. And then over here, what we're gonna do is, we're just going to rip out this one wood tile right here. And replace it with more wood tiles on the bottom, maybe. Down here, down here, down here, and all around. And that should be fine. All we need to make this then work is right here, one piece of ladder. Probably, well actually the ladder, we're gonna put one further down. Why not? Cancel this build, put the ladder right here. In shipping, we are going to grab us a conveyor chute that lives right here. And then the conveyor rails, we're just gonna bring through the wall here, because why not? And hook it up to right there. Alright, let's get this done here real quick to make sure that our food storage here doesn't spoil constantly. That should save a lot of calories, even though it still doesn't matter. We're still at 1.2 million. Thankfully, that's in the inside of our base and gets built comparatively quickly, at least. And now it's just a matter of getting carbon dioxide in these two tiles right here, which should happen basically by itself, I would hope. We can't reach these tiles right here, of course. They're too high. Forgot about that point, that part. Let's build some ladders along here so we can reach all this stuff. How's our water supply looking? Okay. How are we now on mercury? Let's still get a little bit more of that stuff. We have so much of it, it doesn't make a difference, so let's grab us just a notch more out of here. Make it 3 high. And that should do. And right here, we are already flowing properly. All we have to do is snip this here off, so this kind of nonsense doesn't happen. And we should be golden down here, temperature-wise, in absolutely no time. Also, of course, our rail system will have to be snipped off. We don't want to give it to this place here anymore. We want to have it in here. We just need more carbon dioxide in there. We may have to do the old trick again that we did earlier. Thankfully, it's still all intact. We haven't ripped out anything. Let's connect this here. That should give us a good amount of carbon dioxide in the base. And then once we have that, it's just a question of time for it to come along here. that is something that we can sit out without too much of an issue. Let's give it more speed, and we should have the carbon dioxide coming out here anytime now. Come on, there it is. Wonderful. Once again, it's not oxygen not included. In this case here, it's carbon dioxide not included. Very nice. Of course, the stuff here will completely randomly move around, but I hope at least some of it will gather over here. You don't need to have a lot of it, just enough that those two tiles here are carbon dioxide at all times. That should fix our problem indefinitely. Let's see. About a little bit more. Should probably be good right at this point. Nice. Of course, the dupes are once again, up until it's all liquid, in their infinite loop here for a couple of seconds. Thankfully, it doesn't take very long for it to melt. Yeah, just more carbon dioxide. That's all we need right here, and we would be golden. Of course, it goes everywhere except where we want it to go. How else would that be? That loop is a very crazy looking game of poker. I know, right? But it's now done. The 10 times speed, it takes no time at all, thankfully. Yeah, we need more carbon dioxide in here. Come on, you tiles. Get over here to the left, will you? You know, the one time you want carbon dioxide, you can't get any. Isn't that just typical? Of course, you're not going in there. Why would you? 258 grams, we could really use you right now. But okay. So far, so good. Everything's looking great in the base. Down here in the bottom, yeah. Should be totally fine. I'm not entirely sure what our dupes are constantly doing here. Oh, that's what they're doing. They're delivering dirt. Lock me the store. How about you let the auto sweeper do that? Wouldn't that make a hell of a lot more sense? What did we build it for? If you dupes are doing it yourself. There we go, now it's locked. So if those here need any dirt, it should grab it from the piles right here on the corner and give it to them all by itself. These here are set to a number 7 priority, just double checking. Yeah, as soon as these here are properly incubated, they should be transported basically instantly down into our Draco range without an issue. So that is great. Still doesn't look like we got any more in here. That is completely crazy. I'm telling you, you want it, you can get it for the life of you. Always the same. It's not one thing, it's another. But the last thing that we still need though. Wood generator for temporary CO2 flooding. How much does a wood generator or a wood heater produce? It doesn't even produce any. 4,000 milligrams per second. That's probably not gonna be enough. With 4 grams per second. Maybe we can give it a shot, I suppose. It's probably not gonna do. What we do need though is a conveyor loader. Somewhere right here. And an auto sweeper right beside it, just so you can reach in here. So we can take this stuff and bring it over where it belongs. That should be the last official act right here. Not the wood heater, the generator. Oh, the generator. The power generator, you mean? The wood burner. That one produces 170 grams. Yeah, that's a better mousetrap. That makes a lot more sense. But like at 4 grams per second, we're not going to go nowhere. Now copy this one here over to this one. Grab all our food. Put it into the conveyor loader. And bring it over to the appropriate position. Now that the space is free, let's grab us in power once again the wood burner. Plop it right here. and burn us some wood. And see if that makes a difference, because now we even have polluted oxygen in here. Yeah, we don't want that. We want carbon dioxide and lots of that. Probably just good enough to hook it up to this wire here for a minute. I don't see a reason why not. And then make sure that we fill it up. How do you want lots of carbon dioxide? I just want to fill up this pit right here so that our food doesn't spoil. Because right here, let's see, it's saving right now. It says sterile atmosphere. But the sterile atmosphere right here goes back and forth between oxygen and carbon dioxide. So we do want to have, most definitely, carbon dioxide down there. Instead of polluted oxygen and normal oxygen. So let's see if we can make that happen like this. But that we have constantly nothing but carbon dioxide in here. Those two tiles here. This tile here I don't even care about, but these two tiles here on the bottom should be what we need. And it sure as hell looks about right around now. Let's just give it a little bit more pressure. I mean, it is at 1300 though. I don't think we can give it much more pressure, honestly. Let's see if it goes up. It goes up to 15. No, it doesn't. I think we're fine. Let's tear it back out. Deconstruct that as well. And let's see if it will stay stable. Of course, need to connect that for anything to happen. There goes our food now, before even more spoils. And let's see what that looks like when all this food here has been transferred over. There we go, last of the food is here. All the food has been transported, 1.3 million calories. And if you go to any of them, 0, 0. And in F4, yeah, I don't see how that will become a problem again. I think we are golden. I believe this time around, for real though, we are golden. Let's rip this nonsense here back out. Don't need any of it anymore. Much, much better. Just so we are not wasting away our food. Good. And our cooks are still basically constantly cooking. When we take a look here, we still have 900,000 calories worth in pike apples alone. That should become pike apple skewers. But that will take a hot minute. And what about squash? Bloom squash, we don't even have that much. Squash fries, we only have 5,400 kilocalories. Really? No plume squash? I would expect to get a little bit more out of stuff here. I guess our Bamas are eating most of it, so we are not really getting that much. But that is, again, totally fine. Okay, so far so good. We already have our newest Dracolet in here, which is a little bit hurt because it was up here, of course, in the cold. The moment it comes out, it gets hurt a little bit, which is honestly hilarious. But yeah, looking good. For Dracos, we are starting to produce phosphorite, which we do have to do drastically. And that's why I want to fill both of those here up ASAP with all of our eggs. Because then we have 9 Dracos in here and 9 over here, which gives us a total of 18. And each one of them produces 10 kilograms of phosphorite per cycle. Each one of those here needs 5 kilograms per cycle. Which means with 18 Dracos, we can sustain 36 of them. Which is still better than nothing. How many do we have, by the way? Here we have 16. Here we have 16, that's 32. Plus those 24 right here makes 56. So it's not going to be enough to sustain all of it. But at least it's a good step in the right direction. In the meantime, though, let's grab us a little bit more of the stuff out of here. Just got to see where I can see it. Right here are a couple more tiles. Really, you're growing on phosphorite? Well, in that case, you will have to die. I can't help you. I can't remember what you are. What are you? Leaky oil fissure. Yeah, I gotta be careful with you. But generally speaking, nothing stops us from keeping on digging through here. All the way through. And grabbing, of course, that phosphorite here in the meantime as well. And then right here, the leaky oil fissure. We can say hello to it, just so we can see what's going on in here. We are going to go really through the bottom, though. Just so we can grab all of this stuff right here. Alright, looking good so far. One more thing that I want to do is send somebody to space real quick. Let's take a look into this solo Spacefarer nose cone right here, our fancy one, with the beautiful outhouse in it. How much do we have in here? 380 kilograms worth of plastic and 1600 kilograms of oxalite. I'm just going to kick out the oxalite here for a second. You can't just sit right there on the ground, honestly. And fill this here up with plastic once again. Do not comply, just comes in here, takes a crap, because why not? How about we grab this polluted dirt out of here while we are at it? That would be good. And as soon as that happens, we're gonna send somebody to space once again. To get a little bit more databanks in. How much plastic do we have by now? 5.5 tons, and we still have an insane amount of nectar in here. We are good. He did not comply. That's very true, Jizz. Martin says, have a good one. See you in the VOD tomorrow in the second colony. Gute Nacht, good night from Germany. Thanks, Martin, for joining. You know it. I highly appreciate it. And yeah, we are about to head over there, literally after we sent this rocket here to space. I'm just going to leave it running, because why not? Let's take a look in our nose cone right here. Now we have 2,000 kilograms in here. I guess the plastic is not going to get picked up automatically, so we can say plastic. We're just going to put the 2K on the ground. And now we're going to fill it back up with oxalite. 2,000 kilograms of it. Again, the plastic is sweep only, so it shouldn't matter. The only thing that we need is rations. What do we have sitting around here? Pemmican we have sitting around. And shareberry we have sitting around. Let's see if we can find that stuff. How is this written? Pemmican? Pemmican with an E? No? Yes. Let's see if we can find that stuff. Right here. Move it into our rocket. Right here into the corner. Gives us another 10K. And of course we don't need to look at you anymore. And the other thing was shareberry. Shareberry. Let's throw it on the screen. Find it. Grab it. That's only 800 kilocalories though. I guess we can just grab those two here one by one. You here are 800 calories. In here. Back out. And we have shareberries once again. Grab it and bring it in here. Very good. Back to Sub-Zerola. And let's take a look at the shareberries. Where else do we have any here? Only on the bottom we have another 800. Another 800. That all we have just randomly around? That's not even shareberry, that's sand now. Here we have 3,200. That's what I was really looking for. I was hoping for a big pile. And give it all a number 9 priority. And Kagan became a level 1 engineer. Thank you very, very much for that, Kagan. I truly appreciate it. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, if you are a member, if you have been gifted a membership, or if you became a member all by yourself, of course, and you are in the Discord as well, make sure your Discord and your YouTube are connected together so you get the appropriate role automatically on Discord. And again, Kagan, thank you very much. I appreciate the support more than you can imagine. Hear me, can't pee me, can? What the hell? Can somebody bring this stuff by, please? Okay, now we have our shareberries in here and our pemmican, 20,000 kilocalories. That should be good enough for a hot minute without an issue. We also have 2,000 kilograms of oxalite and 2,000 kilograms worth of wonderful plastic in here. Let's change the crew. It's still William. Yeah, William's going to space once again with his throne, of course. And we're going to change the destination just up here. Go back out. And let's start this bad boy up. Begin the launch sequence. And let's go. William's already here. He's ready to go. My man. And now that you're in space, get out of your suit. and start doing your job. Wonderful. The solitude, says William. You're just fine. Look how peaceful you're sleeping here on the floor. I don't see a problem with that whatsoever. Alright, we will leave you up there. Just do me a favor, guys, and remind me every once in a while that we have to take a look at that, because otherwise it will become a problem. Kind of like last time. Now, last but not least, before we head over, let's refill this bad boy right here. Not that high because we can't reach that. And other than that, I can't think of anything else that we need right now. We are pretty sustainable right at the moment. We have so much hydrogen that we don't know what to do with it. Our hydrogen generators here are taking the brunt of the load. Our solar panels are going. We have ethanol. On top of the ethanol that we are currently using. Mercury is filled up once again. Our critter killer is killing critters exactly as they should. Phosphorite. We are up to 4,000 kilograms once again. We still have steel 6.4 tons. We do have a little bit of iron laying around at 3 tons. We have copper, we have aluminum. There's nothing else that I can think of right now that we actually need to be successful over on the other planetoid, or better to say, to put our attention to the other planetoid. So we can do that. The only thing that I'm going to do on the side is put a ladder in here, because there are a lot of patties. Look at all those patties. What was the conversion of that stuff again? We're getting 32 kilograms of phosphorite and 88 kilograms of clay out of here. So we are definitely going to snack those patties out of here. There's no question about it. Might even go a step further and steal these here as well, because why wouldn't we, if we are already here anyway? Something just like this here will allow us entry. What did I say about patties? Yeah, you did say it earlier. And now we're making it a reality. Other than that, I don't see anything around here. Just zapping through here, there are a couple. Not even worth the effort. Yeah, I think that looks as good as it can get. So I would say we grab our dupe from earlier. That was Spore. He still has a morale need of 7. He is already a mechatronics engineer, which will most definitely come in handy, because it does give construction as well. And hard digging, we can give him that whenever we need it. So I would say, let's head through the teleporter with Spore, and let's see what happens. Of course, we're going to get the notifications for building melted over and over and over again. Where did you sue me to? There we are. Spore is here, and let's see what we see. First of all, where we get zoomed to, what do we have here? A water geyser right here. And down here on the bottom, we have a infectious polluted oxygen vent. Well, those are really 2 things that I really don't want to see. But what can we do? Finally through the teleporter. Yes, it was a long time coming. It took us 327 cycles to actually get it done, but here we are. What can I say? I just like to have my base in a proper state before we move on to the next project. Okay, let's take a look here. Of course, tons of polluted water. Surprise, surprise. We could have seen it coming. We do have a water pocket right here and right there above us. Spore, before you do anything else, let's walk all the way over here. So we can see what's going on the left side. On the left side right here. It's getting hot right here, so there will be a volcano right there. That is for sure. How about celebrating the new planet with a new pair of gloves? Sure. Sorry, it didn't come off as mean. I was just excited. Oh no, I didn't take it like that at all, Drew. Not in the least. Yeah, sure. Let's unlock our 3rd blueprint and see what the hell is going on here. Basic coral gloves. 3 common gloves out of 3. Isn't that exciting? Isn't that exciting? Gotta love days like this. I guess you can't win them all. What I'm trying to do here is, though, well, I should probably wake up this bad boy right here before we do anything else. Defrost our friend. Inspect this here to get the data bank. Anything else that we can inspect? Sure, let's do it. Grab all the data banks before I forget it later. We did it, guys, the trifecta. Yes. Kagan says, I got to go. Bier in chat. Hope y'all having an amazing day. Kagan, again, thank you very much for being here. Thank you for becoming a member. And I hope you have a great rest of your day. Okay, so over here on the left side, I think we can use the space here for bedrooms. I don't see a problem with that. So we're just going to come through here. Defrost our friend. Defrost our friend, I said. Get out of there. We have an Ari. Ari is, of course, not going to stay Ari. And I did promise. That is, of course. Let me see here. Real quick. Does Kagan not have a dupe yet? It doesn't look like it. I don't see a Kagan dupe. So I guess it is time, because Kagan just became a member. This Ari right here is going to become Kagan. And then the next dupe is going to go to, who did we say? KC Drew. We are going to get us a new dupe over here. That is definitely going to happen. With 2 dupes, we're not going to get very far. So right at the moment, Kagan right here. And then KC Drew is going to be next. Let's take a look here. What do we have? We have Small Bladder, Frostproof, Ugly Crier, Sticker Bomb. Nothing too crazy. Personal interests are cooking and digging. It's all good. Jess says it right now. A flatulent check. Yes. That is highly important, of course. But the nice thing is, we don't have to give Schlopper more morale, because Kagan here is already a hard digger, which is very nice. And we're gonna give him hard digging right away as well, and a proper hat. There we go. Alright, let's see what we can tear up over here. Looks like we are at the very end of our cycle here. So that means we will have to go ahead and dig out some material here. Sedimentary rock, for example. So we can then go ahead and build us at least bathrooms, because we do need bathrooms. Should I have my Nearwood on auto harvest for my Draco farm? No, you should not. For the Draco farm, you don't want to harvest it. You just want the Dracos to eat it. And of course, before anything more here happens, guys, we need to dig this here out now. I wanted to wait with that a little bit and then I'll bring it down, but for right now, I guess we don't have a big choice here. We have to get here more dug out, so this water here can settle somewhere. Preferably not in here, damn it. That's what I was trying to avoid. But what can you do? And Kagan here is going to die a horrible death. I just realized. Unless we build a piece of ladder right there. Right away, please. Build a ladder. I said right away, please. Or can you breathe up here? Yes, you can breathe up there. That works too. Now build yourself a ladder so you can go back up there. And more importantly, I guess we can't just mop it all up, but we could also just dig up this here on the bottom. Kagan, move to here. And hopefully dig. Nope. Kagan's priorities are not set properly, of course, because he just got the skill. Where's digging? All the way over here. You're a digger. How about you dig something? There we go. Lower the water level instead of mopping it up. Doesn't that sound somewhat sensible? Well, Rhineland says, but I call it a day, maybe 1 or 2 sauna infusions and then it's bedtime. As always, I hope you have fun in the sauna, von Rhineland. Have fun and great stream. Remember to subscribe, ring the bell and give a thumbs up. Of course, thank you also for the reminder. Thank you, von Rhineland. I hope you have an amazing rest of your day. Okay. The bathrooms, though. We didn't get around to that due to the water. That is an issue. We do need to build us bathrooms just anywhere right now. It doesn't matter. Not for what we are doing here. Let's make this a number 9 and number 9. Even, I would go even further and hope I can wake the dupes up to build this real quick. Nope, can't do. Please don't immediately pee here. Just build an outhouse and put some dirt in it, will you? I would truly, truly appreciate that. And made a mess. We already have it. Damn it. That is what I was trying to avoid. But of course, as usual, it's never that easy, is it? We only need one outhouse. Give it a number 9, put some dirt in it, and now you're good. Okay, now we can actually build something here. Let's see what we can tear up. In plumbing, we're just going to grab us an outhouse, and the outhouse is going to be this high, as far back as we can. Can we go this far? No. One more forward. Right here. That's how far back we can go. Let's double check that. Yep, that's good. And Welchie has become a supporter. Welchie, thank you very much for the support. I truly, truly appreciate you becoming a supporter of the channel. Let's put this here in. Of course, we don't really have the skill right now to dig through Abyssalite. Kagan can help us with that, though, without an issue. That's the nice thing. That we have Kagan here. Super duper hard. And the problems all disappear just like that. We're gonna go to, let's see here, in medicine. I'm gonna grab us a wash basin just for good measure. And then go ahead with, we don't have any metal ores yet. Need to find us some. Over here on the right side, we have a ton of plug slugs. So we can't build our door yet, but that's fine. We can go into furniture, though, and grab us our cot. Or better to say 4 of them. That will do. And that is going to be our bedroom. Just as simple as that. Dig all this stuff here up. And let's make sure that our dupes have a bedroom to get started with before we start an expansion right here. And there's, of course, also the volcano that we mentioned, or that I mentioned, because the heat here was a dead giveaway. You need access to clean water for the wash basin? Yes. But that's fine. We will get that without an issue. What we can't get, though, is access to the actual bedroom. Also dig out the bottom here, because more water is coming. Looking forward to see how you deal with that volcano. I have 4 of them on my frozen world. We will definitely deal with it. We will definitely get a bunch of materials out of that bad boy, there's no question. Building melted, building melted, building melted here in the background constantly, still from the other planet. Let's build this ladder here up to the top, so we can do that as well. Let's see. So far, so good. Is there gold on this planet? I don't know. I only see cobalt. I guess we could take a look in the star map, maybe. Gold meteor shower and iron meteor showers. And wait a second, it shows me all the geysers? It shows me all the geysers without ever having been here? We apparently have a water geyser, infectious polluted oxygen vent. We already found those 2. We have a volcano, we found that one too. A saltwater geyser, a gold volcano, a cool steam vent, a natural gas geyser, iron volcano, and a carbon dioxide geyser. So apparently we have iron and gold over here, yeah. I think the marshy planetoid generally. I think the swamp biome is guaranteed a gold volcano. No, hold on a second. I don't think so. Didn't we have... Did we have aluminum? Gold amalgam. Okay. Yeah, I don't know about gold amalgam. Swamp is cobalt and iron. That's what I think so too, and I don't even see any iron. I really only see cobalts for now. I guess we will find out soon enough, won't we? One way or another, we will find it out. Let's make sure to have something to sleep and something to pee in before we do anything else. Put the outhouse on the highest priority to make sure that is okay. Change this here, even though we can't yet. Or can't use it yet. I've held cobalt and aluminum on Swamp, I think in the last stream. Not in the last stream, but in the last Let's Play before the expansion was released, if I remember correctly. Didn't we have aluminum or something over here? If gold medal in Olympics, says William Lai. Similar, but different. Just put my roof in, guys, and then we can come over to the other side right here. Actually, we can't just come up to the top, I suppose. We don't even need those ladders. What am I doing? Right here, we can just dig straight through here and grab us this cobalt right here. Might as well. Going through the top right away. Probably a good idea anyway, because this is our supply teleporter output. We definitely want to get a hold of this bad boy here ASAP. That's precisely what we're gonna do. Dig all this stuff here out, get through here. And now we can actually make it rooms to help with the morale from the get-go. Tiny little bit at the bare minimum. While this is being done, making sure everything is going fine over here. Mammoth is waiting happily for its death. I mean, not happily, miserably I suppose, but nonetheless waiting for its inevitable death. What I do want to do is, while we are over here though, yeah, definitely want to do that. First of all, we're gonna dig through here. Open this up. So then we can come through here. We're just gonna separate this water here later. It's not gonna be an issue. In any way, shape, or form, nah. It'll be just fine. As a matter of fact, how cold is this here? Negative 4.6 degrees? Yeah, I don't want that in here. Yeah, we should be golden here. Let's dig all this here up. And then we're gonna come through here. I want to go over further to the right to see if there is something else hidden in here. Because we haven't really taken a good look at this here at all. So definitely want to do that in the meantime as well. Want to be a little bit of jumping back and forth between the two planetoids, but that's just how it goes. That is just how that goes the moment you go over to the second planetoid. Bunch of sand down here, always like to see that. Very good, let's bring it up so we can then activate the supply teleporter. And by the way, where is our input over here? Have you even found it? Don't even know if we did or not. Can't remember. That's the output right here that we don't need yet for anything important. Where's the input? Here's the input. And we have found the input. Alright then, that's good. That's very good actually. And we have power nearby, even better. That's very, very good. So we can ship over whatever we need. Just need to remember where that is. It's left of our anti-entropy thermal nullifier. That will come in handy. That works. What do we need here? A research skill. Yeah, we don't have that yet, that's correct. But still, we have access to it. And we can always give out skills, because again, we do have plenty of skills available. Kagan still has 1. And of course, Schlopper here still has 9 left over. I don't want to wait with that as long as I can. So as long as we don't necessarily need it right this second, we're gonna leave that alone right away. Let's dig up this mud right here. I do want to immediately start with building us a basin for all this polluted water, though. That has to happen anyway. Time to build a printer. True, we do need a printer. Plop that bad boy right here in the middle. Let's see. Yeah, with this ladder here, we're gonna make our life very easy. We're just gonna come down. How far down, though, is the bigger question. Probably somewhere right here, though. Yeah, somewhere right here, maybe. That looks like a good natural cutoff right here with all this abyssalite. I think that makes sense. Bugs like power farm? I don't know if I want to do that this time around. Just annoyed me too much last time around, honestly. Need to be so careful with those damn things here, so your base doesn't get completely flooded in bloody, what is it called? Hydrogen. I guess we will see. What are we gonna end up doing here? Who is starving? Oh, William's starving again. Of course. How dead are you, William? You're very dead. Because of course in consumables, you're not allowed to eat any of this stuff. Let's see where you're at, William. There you are. You're allowed to eat cherryberries, yes. And the pecan, where's that stuff at? That's a nutrient bar. It's over here. You're allowed to eat that as well. That should solve your problem. There you go. That should make you a little bit happier again, and you're already at 62 databanks. Why are you trying to poison your dupe? Poison my dupe? Which dupe? And how? Oh, you mean food poisoning because we don't have access to the wash basin yet? Yeah, well, that happens. Let's see. Let's see what we can do here to get access to this water. I think the best course of action is to grab us a ladder that goes right along here down to the bottom. Probably all the way into the slug plugs, honestly. We do have Pakus. There are plenty of Pakus, yes. As soon as we have this ladder right here... Yeah, I need to corner build around this polluted dirt right here because that stuff's gonna come down. We need to come through... Probably right here, as a matter of fact. Right there. That's what we need to dig out the moment we are able to reach it. Something like this here. Should work. There's a water tank above. Oh, there's a water tank above. I completely forgot about this bad boy right here. Yeah, we are going to grab this here real quick. That is a faster solution for sure. And then, of course, in plumbing, we're going to grab a pitcher pump and slap it in there. It's gonna sit right here, but I believe that still works. Come on, grab it. Build it. Dig it. Do whatever you have to do. There we go. Now we have water. That is a good call. I saw it, and they immediately forgot about it. And even here we have one. My goodness, I didn't see that one at all. There's already a pitcher pump. Yeah, but to dig to that will take a hot minute. We're just going to grab it out of here for right now. Alright, we're going to dig down here. We're going to dig right down there as well. And we're just going to flood this area right here with polluted water. Which will be just fine for our purposes. Oh, look at this here. What do I see? This is we found the gold volcano. It's right here. That is rather convenient, I'm not gonna lie. That's pretty close to our base, and also in a pretty cold environment right here. That works in our favor just fine. We just need to dig deeper and then get rid of this water right here. Right at the moment it just accumulates right here. I just need to be careful to not put more on here. I'm guessing we could just come straight across here maybe. One more piece of ladder. That should give it plenty of space. Settle down a little bit more. And then we're gonna start taking care of the right side right here as well. That is always the biggest thing that I hate about these swamp planetoids, because you have to spend so much time in just consolidating all that polluted water with all sorts of different methods and means. But what can you do? It is what it is. And you, Mr. Slug here, are gonna immediately die a horrible death. I guarantee you that. Because you are just trying to get to my wonderful cobalt ore. Ship over enough plastic, steel, and lead to tame a gold volcano and then be set to for refined metal. You really think we should... What do I see here? There's another one right below it. That's a saltwater geyser. You really think we should immediately start with only 2 dupes available right now to tame a volcano? That would probably take an extensive amount of time with only 2 dupes though. But I mean, theoretically we could. Don't tame it, let it heat up the asteroid? Why? Right here it is nice and warm. Just open the volcano and let it flow, but why? Are you just after disaster? Or do you have an actual reason? Let's dig this here up as well to give our water more space here. Don't have really a choice. Because we definitely want to go and get all the sand right here. That has to happen. Why are we not doing the geothermal thing from the DLC? We will. I can't do it all in one day. Maybe next week around, we will try to take a look at that. I guess we could already start digging into this general direction to say hello to it. And maybe dig up... Let's see which one is the most convenient here. Not you. There's the second one. Where's the third one? The third one we already have dug up. So that's very convenient as a matter of fact. And gives us a couple, or at least one already. Yeah, we cannot really inspect this one here either. To clean the polluted water and significantly less work to get the refined gold, you can always do a proper steam generator later. I don't know about that, honestly. Let's see here. I mean, the smartest way might be to come from the top at this thing, because we have all this bloody ice right here. Ice and polluted water in between. I mean, that is a big stockpile of ice, and I don't just want to dig it up, honestly. We might go at this completely differently. Because here we have water as well. Okay, I do have a plan for this thing right here. Let's see if we can make that happen. We are just going to go right here, maybe. Actually, we can just dig in here. That's easier. Dig in right there, and then come with a ladder straight down all the way through this nonsense. And then replace it. We're gonna heat all this stuff here up. Just warm enough to become a liquid. And at that point, we can't just take this stuff here right away and feed it into our geothermal pump. That would be a good first test. How about that? Does that sound like a deal? Let's grab us a heavy joint plate. Or let's make it a conductive one just because we can. Where is it at? There you are. Bring it in here. As soon as we are down here, you can get up here without a problem. Build me another couple of pieces of ladder right here. Here and there. And we can come down with it too right here. You need liquid over 400C? No, I don't need liquid over 400C. I need liquid over 400C to unblock this one here. I need liquid of any temperature that just gets fed into here. These two here work without being over 400C without a problem. Alright though, that will take a minute to dig all the way through there. I guess we can already put the tepidizer in though. Because obviously that's what we're gonna go with. Let's just get this here all sorted. And I guess we can just do this here. Not sweep or compost, get rid of the ladder I meant. Tepidizer down here on the bottom, made out of anything. Hook it up to power. And then maybe give it a, in automation, a thermal sensor that lives maybe right here, who cares. And hook it up, just so we have some control over it. Let's see, just have to remember to come back here relatively soon, because we will, of course, have to manually adjust that temperature sensor. You need liquid over 400C for achievement. Yes, for the achievement I do need it over 400C, that is correct. But only for the achievement. What hurt him? Are the plug slugs aggressive? No, they can't be the plug slugs, right? There shouldn't be anything that can hurt you. Very odd. Okay, do we have any more plug slugs anywhere else but where they are right now? No, we don't. What can I do with that? God, I hate those slugs so much. let's just go and build us a too-high room right here. Build us a roof on top of it. Something stupid like this here will get the job done. And we're just gonna have all of our slugs live in here. And we make sure they don't have any bloody access to any kind of metal. How about that? That should work. There we go. There we have it. That should do. Two volcanoes. Oh yeah, there's another one up here. And here we have a cool steam vent Tamer as well. Don't see anything else for now, though. Looking good. Yeah, of course, we will need some kind of skill here, which I'm trying to avoid. When can we get another dupe? Oh, we have to activate it first, and we can inspect it. How about we activate it real quick? So when we are ready for printables, which we are already actually. Have a wrencher to move the slugs. Yeah, I'm just thinking maybe we get one in here. That would have been too much luck though, I suppose. Probably, what do we have here? Building, suit wearing, decorating. Increased agriculture could come in handy. Tiding +7 with bedside manners. You are nothing here. And we have Lindsay. Lindsay right here with farming and researching. Don't have a researcher over here. And farming would help. Frostproof doesn't matter though. Uncultured is definitely okay. And unpracticed artist. The core morale bonus +5. Plus another +20. I mean, I think Lindsay here is our go-to. I think that makes the most sense if you ask me. I truly think that makes the most sense. I'm just trying to find in chat right here, so I write their name right. Where are we at? Where are we? I can't find it. The next dupe name. Where the hell is it? Am I crazy? There we are. KC Drew. Again, just making sure we write that correctly. And KC Drew, of course, is the next dupe in here. Of course, that doesn't help us immediately though, because KC Drew only has 1 skill point for improved farming, and for the second one, it will take a hot minute. So there is that. Not a hell of a lot we can do about that though. Let's see how William is doing in space. Plenty of food, plenty of bathroom visits remaining, plenty of oxygen remaining, plenty of oxalite remaining. And we are up to 126 databanks. Yeah, we can wait that out for another minute. What is entombed? Our research station, yeah, that's a problem. That could cause a slight bottleneck. Okay, it says 2 entombed, but there's really only 1. Ah, there's the other one. There we go. That makes more sense. I was like, how? There's only 1. How's our digging operation going? Oh yeah, we're making headway. Very nice. And we're gonna be down there in no time without a problem. Very, very good. I suppose it might make sense to have a field researcher. It definitely makes sense to have a researcher. It will take a minute though to get this up and running, because we do need 1 more point here and 2 more points in here to get anywhere with that, which is of course a problem. We always have Schlopor though in our backhand with 9 skill points left over, so gotta keep that in mind as well. That is not the end of the world right there if we can't get us one. And I probably don't want to send one over from the main planetoid. Do more trees fall from space over time? Yes, they do. Not here, but over here. If one falls from the sky, no, come all the way up here, and there is a space for it, it will grow. And we maybe see one. No, they're all fully grown. They're all fully grown. And most of them along here, with a very few exceptions, are hooked up to our line as well. The only side where we really haven't gone at all is the right side. I wanted to change a long time ago and we still haven't. Maybe we can make that happen now. Didn't there used to be a ladder here or something? I was sworn there used to be a ladder hidden down here. Apparently not, though. There's a ladder hidden. Not here. In this case, we need to dig this here slightly different. There we go. Now we can get all the way through, I believe. Can you make it over here now? Yep. And we can't just go with our pipe here. Back up the other side and hook a few more trees up. Might as well do that, because why wouldn't we? If we have the means and the time to do so, I would say we're gonna go ice cold. Go for it. Also, this tree right here can be hooked up because we have our ladder coming all the way through. Very easy. And the ladder is here. Only thing that we are missing is some lead. Well, then how about you don't build it out of lead, build it out of something we have plenty of, for example, copper. Doesn't that sound like a great idea, dupes? And then here we're gonna say send a green signal if the temperature is below 7 degrees. Actually, that will work just fine. Very good. Back over here, the dupes are doing nothing. That's never a good thing. So I would say let's go ahead, and we already have the first hydrogen here. And dig this here out straight. We have to wait with that actually. Right here, I want to corner build along here. All the way through actually. Which should be doable without a big issue. We just need to dig on. Because yes, this polluted dirt here will come down if we don't use the corner building trick. So we don't have a choice, that has to happen. Want to build the next one, and so on and so forth, to make sure this water here doesn't mix with our polluted water. That is the goal right this moment. One by one, slowly but steadily. And thankfully we are getting some sedimentary rock here, so it should go a hell of a lot faster than having to walk all the way over here every time. There we go. You're gonna build it? You're still gonna walk all the way away. Or you're just gonna do nothing. Oh, Drew's coming from the other side of the map with a piece. Of course, how else would it be? And there we go. One more to go. And our water is safe. Now we can dig all the way through. All the way over here. Get rid of all this nonsense right there. And let the water just drain straight through. Right here. Very good. Of course, though, once again, I'm really worried about our plug slugs right here. They just keep feeding and keep accumulating insane amounts of, not carbon dioxide, hydrogen, I mean. Weren't we able to see that at some point? I could have sworn we saw how much was in that sucker. It may be while it's tame, not entirely sure. But regardless, we need to get rid of it. We need to get into a space where it's not going to harm us. What we're going to do is we're going to grab an automatic dispenser right away. We're just going to make this here our infinite storage because it's in a perfect location as always. And we are going to grab us immediately all the cobalt ore and put it in there. Oh yeah, that's right, it's the gas slugs. There's 3 different kinds of those suckers, aren't there? They don't hold it, they just eat it and excrete it, and we need to keep them from eating it. That way around is what it was. Yeah. Yeah, we may have to send the rancher over, honestly. That may have to happen. I don't see another way. This here, though, we're gonna set to whatever we have over here. Same exact settings. Let's grab the settings from this one here. Copy the settings and bring them over to right here. Of course, all is sweep only, but everywhere we see any of it, just put it in there. And yeah, let's grab us a rancher. Let's see in our skills over here. Who is a rancher? Any one of them will do. Preferably the one with the lowest need. Elfie here only has a need of 8. It may be Elfie. Yep. I don't see anybody who's lower than Elfie. You're gonna send Elfie over. Try to avoid that, but what can you do? Elfie, you're also gonna join him, at least temporarily, over here. It's gonna be helpful for sure. At least I know what the destination is, that's where we came from. Thank you for that. Appreciate that, game. And with our ladder over here, we are gonna go higher as well, because again, we want to get rid of all of it. Elfie is here. All the plug slugs right here. We're going to relocate them to, and it's probably just gonna be easier. Does it work if it's not a farm, though? I'm not entirely sure. If I just put a critter drop-off in here, will that get the job done? Or do I have to actually move them? I guess we'll find out in a second. Yeah, this one right here, just 8 apiece. 100% it did. It works without stables? Okay, then let's go plug. Slug and plug slit. Plug sluglet. My god. What a word is that? And wrangle. Everything that's in here. Everything that is in the vicinity. Didn't we have one on the left too? Could have sworn we had one more. That sucker drown maybe? Oh no, we killed that one. That's right. Let's grab them all and let's put them over here. That works, but we do need to get rid of the cobalt first. Damn it. Grab all this stuff. Highest priority and get it out of here. Come on, you 4 dupes. Be plenty of dupe power to get this here done. Don't forget to give them some wires and batteries. That is a good idea, though. Good night, everyone. I'm off to bed. Thank you very much for joining, Bearers. Truly appreciate you. You know it. I hope you have a good rest of your night. And of course, we should give him exactly that. In power, we are going to grab us a... Where are we at? Wire. And we're just going to bring it... It was the second one down, wasn't it? I think it is, if I'm not mistaken. Was it the second one down or the top one? You guys know it. And Paris, with 50 gifted membership before he goes to bed, you are completely out of your mind, Paris. You are an absolute god. I might have to give you a second dupe or something. I don't know what to do with you. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Paris. 50 gifted memberships to the channel. You're completely crazy. Thank you so much. And everybody who is getting a membership right now, if you are already in the Discord. If you're not in the Discord, you should join. And if you are, make sure your Discord is connected to your YouTube, because you get a special role for that. And we have so many people here, I can't even read them all. 50 is insane. 50 is absolutely insane, guys. Holy shit. That is the biggest single gift ever on the channel. And the record before that was also held by Bears. And it just keeps going. It just keeps on bloody going. Oh my god. Again, Bears, in case you're not in bed yet, thank you so much. That is absolutely crazy. Which means basically everybody who is currently viewing the stream. Yeah, everybody who is basically viewing the stream right now is basically a member. There's just gotta be a couple left over that are not a member right now, which is absolutely crazy. Here's some batteries. We don't have a use for it yet, though. Ian says, wow. Yeah, I agree. A priority on the sweep. It is already on 9. I don't know why we don't put it in here. Wait a second. Liquefiable. What? Did I copy the wrong one from over here? What happened? I copied this one, not this one. Yeah, that was my mistake. That should fix that problem. Green chatters and bear claw hype, 100%. And if you really want to hype it and you haven't liked yet, now that would be the ultimate hype. If you could like the stream, guys. Of course, I would highly appreciate that as well. Absolutely insane. 50 gifted membership thing. That makes for today. Everybody who has become a member, all the gifted memberships and everything together. 67 new members to the channel in today's stream. And we still have so much to do. Oh my god. Okay. How are we doing down here? Our water is nice and warm. That's a good start. We should be slowly but steadily melting our way over here. Of course, it's going to be a disgusting mix of polluted water and normal water, but that doesn't matter. That's totally fine. Also, one piece of wolframite up here that's potentially skewing our result that we should get rid of. How is there 37 kilograms of mercury in here? Not entirely sure how that happened, but what can you do? Just as you deserve it, been getting saps like us back into oxygen not included for years. Well, by that logic, I should be paid by client. Yeah. You have been going with this channel for quite a long time, and you know, the longer I'm doing it, the more glad I am that I switched over from making videos to streaming. Not gonna lie. That gives me an infinite amount more joy. And I'm not talking about the gifted members, I'm talking just about streaming. And videos or making videos ever with me, honestly. Well, let's bring this pipe here through. Look at these here. They're just lining up for it. They're ripe for the taking, quite literally. Plopping another ladder over here. Or should we just say, well, that should hold. Because we do it now, crushed ice is also going to fall. This tree is going to die. We're not going to mess around with this one tree. Screw it. Just screw it at this point. Are there any more slugs? Yes, there's one more slug running around. Are you kidding me? Any more slugs that I've missed? One more down here. Directly going to give the wrangle command. Whenever we dig it up, we're going to grab it. Wait, how is this polluted dirt you're holding? Shouldn't it collapse under the pressure of the water? There we go, here comes the water. Come on, Paku. Jump. Jump for your life. There he goes. Good. Okay, and now last but not least, we can also just dig through here. Need a ladder, of course, to reach that, but other than that, we are golden. And we can drain this here off as well. The only thing that really sucks is, though, when I mop something up, I can't just put it into our basin. Because we peed once. And since we peed once, one of those bottles here is contaminated. And I don't know which one. And I'm not willing to go through all of them to find out. So, that is another issue that we are facing here. That I can't really put anything into an into a bottle emptier. Except I put it to sweep only. And then only sweep the areas where I'm 100% sure that it's not an issue. Come on, build another ladder. You're not stuck up there. Alright, so far so good. We have another volcano right here. As we already mentioned, I don't see anything else on the horizon. Have you got your item teleporter up yet? No, we don't have a researcher over here. So no, this one here cannot be activated yet. Before you dupes just stupidly stand around, let's bring this ladder down here all the way to the bottom. And then let's make sure that this here is one straight basin. That is what we need. It's a world of pee, the entire Royd is their bathroom. You know, sometimes I'm wondering if... Oh, sorry. Sometimes I'm wondering if that would not be the better option. Sandy shells are nice for water terms. Yes, I do remember. I did make a video on it at one point when they were released. They are very nice in doing that and very, very efficient at doing it as well. They're just a pain to keep around, honestly. And not worth it. Radiation is just, in my opinion, at least, much easier to handle. Just build the door and call it a day. You don't have to mess around with critters and none of this stuff. Our Chumbo batteries, of course, are being constantly filled. We don't use any energy right now for anything. Check out our blueprints. 100 kilograms of ethanol. We don't need a 5th dupe over here. 5 dupes is pushing it, I believe. Yeah, I truly think that 5 dupes is pushing it over here. Let's just grab the ethanol over on the other planetoid, though. How much do we have left over here? Not a hell of a lot. Let's just put a bottle emptier in here. And make this one here an ethanol one. And grab us those 100 kilograms for right now. So we have them. And see if we get something better later. Yeah, the stuff here should melt in no time. With that much fluid in here. At a nice 9 degrees. That's gonna be a big basin. Let's see, where did we go here? Over here. Let's put this one here to ethanol. There we go. Any ethanol, just put it in there. And back. By the way, guys, since we were talking about it, I wanted to rename this planetoid before we ever came over here, already in the last stream, because I cannot pronounce that and I'm not willing to. Send me some ideas in chat. What could we rename this planetoid here to, this swampy-ass planetoid? Or a lack of a better description of whatever the hell this thing here is supposed to be. Maybe right here to drain this stuff here down. But other than that, it looks pretty decent right now. Let's just get rid of all the excess down here on the bottom, straight through. That should be fine. Paris? Oh, that's a good one, Doc. That is an amazing good one. Dagobah, I like that one too. Paris is just funny though. That is a hilarious one. Seine River, yeah. Paris is extremely dirty. Like out of all European capitals, Paris is the worst. And I know that for a fact, because I've been in at all of them. Florida? Yes, that would be the American equivalent. Let's get mopping over here while we're at it, I suppose. Making sure we're not digging too far into this abyssalite here. That would be detrimental to our efforts. We do have meteors up here. I guess this is the iron meteor that was promised. Bringing us grams of iron. Amazing. You can just do what you want up there. I spent last week in Paris and it was actually pretty clean. I think they made an effort for the Olympics. Well, that may well be. I was there right before the Olympics, as a matter of fact, when I took my vacation in Germany. Our plane got diverted, and we ended up in Paris for a night, my girlfriend and I. And, of course, we had to take the opportunity to go see the Eiffel Tower, because what else would we do? That was not the only time I was in Paris, though, and it's just... that entire city is a disaster, if you ask me. Elfie is mopping. Oh, Elfie is on a different schedule. That's nice. So should we really rename this thing here to Paris? I guess we can. which part we were in the 11th and all over the inner part. We were staying just beside the airport in a hotel provided by the airline, of course. But we were basically just going by Uber to downtown, I assume, straight to the Eiffel Tower, and then back out to the airport. We didn't have enough time to see anything else. The sewer system is completely outdated. I was watching engineering videos on how they plan to redo it, and it's going to take years, decades. Oh yeah. I haven't done nothing about it. That's why they have such big problems now with the swimmers. I mean, in the year 2024, a capital in Europe is still leading unfiltered, in any way, shape, or form, unfiltered sewage into a river. I mean, that is everything you need to know. That is all the information you need to know exactly what kind of city Paris is. In the year 2024. In my opinion, that is absolute insanity. Let's put us one bottle emptier, maybe right here for right now. And put it to polluted water, but let's put it to sweep only. So we can then start sweeping up this stuff right here. It's a low priority though, just so we can get rid of it. If you have nothing else to do, dupes, made a mess. Oh, William, your outhouse is overflowing. Whoopsie daisy, I guess. Speaking of Paris here. How about we bring you back home at this point? What was that? Really? What? What the hell? Why can I not change the destination? It changes it. But that is, yeah, that was odd. William, you need your atmosuit back on. Right away, please. Before you get out of the rocket, preferably. There you go. And now we can start mopping and everything else. We were also running a little bit low on oxalite, so that works anyway. Just fine. Alright, so far so good. And before we do anything though, let's sweep our databanks as well. Actually, we don't need to sweep them, because we took care of that in the last stream, that's right. And let's grab all the stuff out of there, with the exception of the plastic. The plastic can stay here. Those 765 kilograms we will use later. And then let's hop into research and see. We should now have theoretically enough for high velocity destruction, or at least close to enough. And there's nothing else that we still need from the tech tree in any way, shape, or form. The critter fountain, milking station, yeah, definitely not going to mess with that around, at least not now. And that is all that we have for this moment. Good. Alright then, we're gonna rename it to Paris. The decision has been made. This here is good. So far so good at the bare minimum. Now the question is, what are we going to do next here? Because there are several options available. But I mean, the most, or the best one though, is most definitely this volcano right here. How about we dig our way at the bare minimum over here and take a look at it. Get rid of all of the sand right here, or better to say, let's get us all the sand right here. And then we will take a peek if there is something else in the vicinity that may make our life a little bit harder. So far though, that is already all the space that we need for a proper tamer, so it doesn't really matter too much. In the year 2024, my dupe is still peeing in the rocket. That is very true. Okay, Elfie is here, getting the job done because everybody else is asleep. And the only problem is Elfie's stress is pretty damn high because, yeah, you shouldn't really be here. That is the truth of the matter. But what could we do real quick? I want to get Elfie back on our home planetoid. Because Elfie's gonna cause nothing but problems over here. Let's see. do we have any more slugs except this one down here on the bottom? It doesn't look like it. You can't see anymore. Slugging around. I guess let's grab us this last one down here real quick and then send Elfie back home. I think that's the best course of action that we can currently hope for. Let's mop the floor right here. And yes, I'm gonna build an extra ladder. I don't want the polluted water down here now. It's a supply teleporter. And then wrangle this one here. Come on, grab it with the highest priority so you can go back home. I'm shocked the like count is similar to the viewer count. It's actually the same on my screen right now. 74 and 74, which is amazing. That's what we like to see. William says, oh no, I saw the movie Alien. Opening a window into space does not end well. That is funny. We're at 80%. That should be easily doable though, before it becomes too much for Elfie here. In the tank, put by the wall before the dirt on the left. What? In the tank, put by the wall before that dirt on the left. I know what you mean, Doc, sorry. I think now that it's wrangled, anybody should be able to move this thing, right? Yeah, Schlopper is here. And Elfie can officially go back home. Where Elfie belongs. There we go. You're clearly not made for this planetoid. Go back to your comfy area. Where does the game zoom here? That's gotta be an FPP bug, right? I mean, seriously though. Because why does it zoom right here instead of right there where our teleporters are? It's always just slightly off with the coordinates, which is hilarious, honestly. But okay, now that we have that, so far so good. One thing though that I want, the automatic dispenser. Polluted dirt, mud, all this kind of stuff. Where's that stuff at? That is under organic. Everything that off-gases, mud, polluted dirt, polluted mud, rot pile. None of this stuff here, slime even. We're gonna leave it out of there. And of course the one that I just had, I need to copy over to the other one. And we're just gonna make our life very easy. And we're just going to plop us down some storage bins along the floor, as we usually do. Just for that kind of off-gassing stuff. So that is not off-gassing all over the place, because as soon as we put in some deodorizers, I don't want to have everything just off-gassing. Only from the bottom up. That is fine, but not more than that. Doc says that was garbled. On the left, put a wall in front of the dirt. You mean right here? It's not enough pressure to cause any harm for it. It should be okay. And I don't anticipate to getting much more. At least not anytime soon, because we would have to go all the way through here. Maybe this here we will get rid of eventually, so we can get to space. Well, there's another one right above it. That sucks. In that case, maybe right here we're gonna drain this here down. That is gonna be a hell of a lot more water though. I guess we should put a wall right here just to be safe. To be honest with you, you're right. Devilish Fun says, "Wow, thanks for the gift." That was Barris. I don't think he's here anymore. But yes, he's the one who gifted you your gifted membership. And not just you, 49 others as well. Which I still can't believe. That is absolutely nuts. Gold Volcano right here. Yep, that's the right one. Let's say hello to our Gold Volcano. Let's say... Might as well. Eventually we're gonna build a Tamer anyway. We could build it... Yeah. Right here. And right there. That's the size that we need. Which means our ladder is gonna come up. Yeah, probably right here. As a matter of fact, not exactly. Might as well do it right the first time around. And have our ladder come up here. Let's dig this out, this out, this out, this out. And of course we don't have a dupe that can do that, but that's fine. There we go. Sebediah says, it is 2:39 a.m. Time to hit the sack. I will check the vault tomorrow to see if you deal with the magma volcano tonight. I can guarantee you that no, I will not deal with the magma volcano today. There's not enough time or resources for that right now. But if you want to check the vault out anyway, I won't be mad at you. But have a good one, Sebediah, and thank you very much for joining. I hope you have a good night. There's two volcanoes very close. I would just combine them. Wait, very close? We have one here and one there. I would not say that this is very close. Tamer was hoping for inspiration how to deal with mine. We can do that next week. We can definitely do that next week. Rapid gold volcano on the left. You mean this one? Is that what you're talking about, Lou? Because there's nothing else here. And I missed words too. What is it that he's taming? Gold volcano is what we are currently messing with right here. And this right here on the bottom is not another volcano. That is a saltwater geyser. That is a saltwater geyser and not helpful to us at all. Alright, we don't have super duper hard digging. Let's see that we get that incorporated with our old friend Kagan. Wait, Kagan has. Yeah, well. Super duper hard digging. He is super hard digging, not super duper. Just so we can take a look at it, because I definitely want to see it and see if it's dormant or not. Alright, Kagan's on the job. Very, very good. And while he's digging here, I'm just going to reach into the fridge right behind me and grab me a drink. Alright, very good. Come on, Kagan, one more tile, will you? I can look at this sucker. All we need, one more tile. This tile right here, specifically. Come on. Get in there. I heard Coca-Cola, you sure as hell did. Coke Zero, that's my go-to. Either sparkling water or Coke Zero. I thought I could click on it with this tile. Apparently I was wrong. Of course, you have to put out the wrong ones first. I mean, a couple of aqua tuners, a couple of steam turbines, a gold volcano, and a few liquid meters would work as a desalinator. You do have a good point there, actually. Let's see, this thing is dormant. Oh, come on. How can I be this lucky or unlucky at the same time? That is great, but it also sucks. Because now I'm almost forced to tame it. I mean, it's dormant right now. This is the perfect time. Jesus, what a surprise, the dormant volcano. God damn it. You guys are not going to trust me anymore at all. I need to stop doing this. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? I mean, honestly, though. Now we almost have to. Super duper hard digging sounds like a way to say you have a crush on someone. Which one of you lot in chat works with Cly? Who is doing this magic? I mean, it is 8:45 p.m. We have been streaming since 5 hours and 22 minutes. I really hate to end 2 streams on the exact same thing, but I mean, I'm kind of forced to. What choice do I have? It's right in front of me. Right for the picking. Should we slap together a Volcano Tamer once again at the end? Again, hate to do it, but I have to. I don't have a choice. I don't have a choice. Just need to find me a dupe that will do what we need him to do. Let's see. We have Brandon, who is already in plumbing and has a 12 morale need. That's questionable. Actually, that's not right. Hold on one second. We already have Schlopper over there, who is already a mechatronics engineer, so that's taken care of. We have Drew right here, who will be a rancher, and we have Kagan right here for digging. So all that we actually need right now is a researcher. So I guess William has to bite into the sour apple if he likes it or not. And we're going to send William over. Let me just check. Croc has 12. And William has 12. It really makes no difference. I guess William has suffered enough for today. How about we send Croc over? Yeah, I think Croc is a good thing. Let's send Croc over just so we can research it. And then go from there. But Croc almost died. Maybe he will almost die again. Who knows? From the shit rocket to the sewer. It's an accurate description, as a matter of fact. Why are we playing in 1x speed? We don't ever play in 1x speed. Come on, Croc, get over here. We need you. First and foremost, get up there and activate that supply teleporter. There we go. And then, last but not least, we're gonna go for it right away, even though nothing is built. And have that analyzed as well. Now back on Sub-Zero, we need to go to the supply teleport input right here. And we need to put a bunch of stuff in here. We need plastic. By the way, speaking of plastic, how are we doing up here? 1,500 kilograms. I think we got enough now. How about that? Let's snip this here back off. Make the rest. At 15 tons, we have used a lot of nectar. Here's our input. Let's start with plastic. We need plastic over there. That's a given. So let's do that right away. And of course, allow manual use. The shock twist will be next activity in 0.8 cycles. Maybe. Maybe I would deserve that. Quick question, which city has Croc in the sewer? 50 kilograms at a time. Can we get a little bit more than that, maybe? Just a notch. Yeah, that's more like it. That should be all that we need. Turn off allow manual use. I guess we're just gonna send over as much as they bring, damn it. Next is going to be steel. I guess they're right beside each other, so it doesn't matter. Allow manual use once again. Thankfully, all of our steel is nearby. Let's make sure that we get enough. 125. Didn't pay attention how much that was, damn it. 360. Another 15. Can we grab a little bit more than that, maybe? Just a notch. 65. Come on, guys. 25. Gotta be a choke at this point. He grabbed another 25. Come on, Keonis. $175. There we go. Slowly we're getting a little bit of mass together here. Let's take a look how much we have on the ground right here. 1,805 kilograms. That should be okay. 1,400 of plastic. That should be fine. All right then. Let's turn off allow manual use and switch it over to aluminum next. Everything else we're just gonna build straight out of aluminum. Of course, 2 more of you are coming with another couple hundred kgs. That's fine. And let's turn it off. Aluminum. Thankfully, we got plenty of it. And allow manual use once again. And of that, we need a little bit more. Okay, looking good. Let's see, have we researched it yet? Of course. Next activity in 26.1 cycles. We are golden, no problem whatsoever. Alright then. Yeah, I guess we're just gonna let a little bit more aluminum come in. And we're gonna start our standard build as usual. As a matter of fact though, the way around that I built it, I would have to have 1 more space over here. I keep forgetting about it, because if we build it this way around, we have, let me see, in automation, in shipping, the conveyor rail thermal sensor can be built right here on top of the neutronium, but it cannot be built right here. So 2 spaces are not enough. We need 3 spaces over here. And as a matter of fact, on this side here, we can save us 1 space. So let's do precisely that. Only thing is that we need to rip this here out and build it like that. That's the one difference. If you build the Volcano Tamer the other way around, everything else works, of course, exactly the same. Just one thing to keep in mind, because building it the quote-unquote wrong way around, I don't do very often. And as you just saw, I made the mistake myself the first time around, because I didn't think of it up until I realized when I was about to start building it that it doesn't fit all in there. If the volcano goes active, put a cold temp over it. Yep, that will then create instantly a natural tile and will get the job done. 100% Gasuk, you're 100% correct. That is the best method for any kind of metal volcano to take care of it in absolutely no time. Let's see, in power, conductive wire, we already have 2,900 kilograms over here. That is all that we have though, which is a little bit of a problem. And then we should be able to replace these wires here. I mean, we're going to waste a bunch of aluminum, but we have 2 aluminum volcanoes, so the truth is I really don't care too much. And just let's bring it all the way down. If that will not be enough in power that we have right now, but it should be okay. Or at the beginning at least. We will need to get a cable over here as well. Later on we can do that properly in a different manner. But for right now, it'll be just fine. So now that we have the cable over here, we will need our standard setup in utilities. Where's utilities? Right here. We need a thermal aqua tuner. Not built out of cobalt, it has to be steel. And we're gonna put that one probably right around here, maybe. That's where our wall is gonna be. We gotta put it right there. That's fine. Then we're gonna grab in shipping. Where are we at? Our conveyor loader, which is right here, built out of steel, that's correct. Then we need in shipping once again a conveyor shut-off, built out of steel, living right there. And then an auto sweeper. Also, probably, yeah, can't do it any different. Actually, we could put it over here. Yeah, let's do that. Let's build it this way around. Out of steel, though, preferably. Don't want to melt it to the ground. This here is only too high, though. Not entirely sure how I missed that. We need to be this high in the first place. There we go. And then we can close it off right here. Which means this one here can actually stay. It's easier. We don't have to build yet. Gotta go, but just this time it's what it was looking for. What I was looking for. Well, you can always watch the VOD. You know it. All the VODs are always available on my channel. And you will be able to see this tame here. Just like if you were here right now. But either way though, Gabriel, I truly appreciate you joining today. And I hope you have a great rest of your day. Also, this one tile here we don't need anymore. Over here on the right side, the only thing that we really need is the thermal aqua tuner and one tile space right beside it. Right beside the input, to be very specific. That is all we need here. Is there anything bad that can happen? Yes, because they're dupes, but other than that, theoretically speaking, they will have to build here for a couple of minutes, so we should be good. Check out what's going on over here. How's the melting process going? Yep, this space here is getting bigger and bigger, which is nice to see. Sweeper poking up through the floor, that's fine. I believe, at least. Nope, not fine. Ah. I thought that would be okay. Nope, we can't do that. Well, the sweeper has to be built in the other way around. That is a slight issue, because it leaves this one space out. But it's still fine without an issue. Because the position where the metal is coming out is the second tile here up. It's coming out here. And as long as we have these two here covered, we should be okay. How do I fix my oxygen problems, Keenan? The best tip that I can give you is hop onto my Discord channel. You find the link in the description down below. And post your problem in the oxygen not included section. People will be very happy to help you if I'm around, including myself. There are always plenty of people in the Discord that are absolute oxygen not included buffs. And they are very happy to help out with any problems that you guys may have. Who made a mess? Croc. Why? Oh. That's why. Croc is not just unhappy, Croc is stuck. Like when there's so much carbon dioxide, how do I remove it? I guess I can show you that real quick on stream. That's no problem, because we can just build a blueprint right here in the middle. What you usually do is you go into oxygen, grab a carbon skinner and drop it right here. Well, not right here, but on the bottom of your base. You put 2 airflow tiles below it. You go into refinement. And you grab yourself a, where are we at? Water sieve. The water sieve can live right beside it. Something like this here. Preferably, though, you put it 1 tile away so you can see what's going on in the middle right here. But that's fine. In plumbing, you're going to grab yourself some pipes. And just connect it together. Exactly like this. You connect it to power. You fill this pipe here up with water on the bottom. Just right here, you just feed it in. Not here. Well, let me show you that a little bit easier. Right here, that's where you feed in your water. As soon as the water's in there, your carbon scrubber right here, CO2 scrubber, will convert it from water to polluted water, feed it straight back into the sieve, and it's basically an endless loop. And the carbon skimmer right here removes 300 grams per second of carbon dioxide, and it requires 1000 grams of water. Of course, a little bit of power and a little bit of sand for your water sieve as well, but that is the standard way to remove carbon dioxide early in the game. May I ask why Mealwood Farm when you have Pike Apple? The Mealwood Farm is only here. And only here. Down here on the bottom. We ran out of dirt. Good that we came here. Wow, Dracos. That's the only reason. It's not here for food. Mealwood is only here for our Dracos. And look at this, we have a glossy Draclet egg. Ah, gonna go right away and plop that bad boy in here. Instantly. There we go. It's a hell of a lot better. Only problem is that our egg is not coming out. Why would that be? Oh, because they separated the eggs. They're now down here on the bottom. That is something to keep in mind as well. We have now all standard up here, and that's what I had selected with the exception of dirt. But there are non-standard stuff down here, like sublimators, like bleachstone and oxalite, clothing items, and critter eggs. And I did not have the critter eggs selected, so down here on the bottom, the dupes can actually not reach those eggs, which is a problem. So yeah. And Keenan, speaking of the devil, here is Nightbot, posting the link for the Discord right now, so if you have any questions in the future, it's a great place to hang out. I may be biased, but I promise you, people always get help in there. Okay, dirt though. We do need to get dirt in here. Allow manual use. Turn that back on with a number 9 priority. Dupe should be coming by here any second and putting in a bunch of dirt. So our mealwood here can grow once again. And don't forget to copy the settings, you're correct, because we will have the same problem once again with our glossy Dracos over here on the right side. Bird says I basically never use a CO2 scrubber, no reason, I just don't. I mean, there are many ways to skin this cat, right? For example, you can always just vent it into space. Kind of like right here. You have a pipeline coming up here that's currently filled with oxygen, but you can't just build it into space. Have a gas vent on here, and have on the very bottom of your base, wherever you have the carbon dioxide, like right here for example, have a pump and just pump it out into space. Or you can pump it straight into an infinite storage. There are many, many ways to do it, but the CO2 scrubber is the standard in the beginning. I mean, if you're starving, Kagan, why don't you go ahead and walk out there and get yourself some food? Or is there anything preventing you from doing so right now? Because I don't see a reason why you couldn't do so. There isn't. Ah, for fibers, that's what you're asking for. Well, of course, we will get some fibers from them. But the main reason is actually phosphorite in this particular case right here. Yeah, phosphorite. Because our pike apples up here do need 5 kilograms of phosphorite. Yeah, not here. Pike apple bush needs 5 kilograms of phosphorite per cycle, and phosphorite is a limited resource. But what produces phosphorite? Of course, right here on the bottom, our Dracos produce 10 kilograms per cycle each. And Chaz has been a member for 10 months. And on top of that, Chaz is one of only 2 level 3 members. Chaz, and on top of that, he's a moderator. Because he's always around, and he's just a great guy. Thank you very much, Chaz, for being a member for 10 months. Truly appreciated. 10 months of gloves hype. Yes, exactly. But again, truly appreciate you being a member and your service, or better to say your help, as a moderator as well. Delphi says you don't seem to ever check show navigation when the dupes complain. No, I don't. I don't have a problem with it. I just forget that it exists. Again, I'm not going to lie to you. I just outright forget that it exists. And also, I know now why the dupes are hungry. Because in consumables, all this is turned off for the dupes on this planetoid. And all we have right now is nutrient bars. So that should fix that problem. Mammoth also produces phosphorus by pooping. That is very correct, which brings us to another bottleneck. And that bottleneck is ethanol. Currently we're using that little bit of pocket of ethanol that we found down here. But we only have a very tiny spigot seal wrench. Because another resource that is limited, even though we still have 72 tons, snow is limited. So I don't want to feed too many bonbon trees. So we only have 4 spigots in here. Currently only 3. One more is hatching right now and coming out, producing our ethanol. That's all we're doing right now. And wood, of course, we also have 157 tons, but I would prefer to not use it up until the point I have to. That's because of the heat and other issues that we are creating in the process. And currently, we have 4 happy Bamas up here with plume squashes all along. Wood to ethanol distillery, yep, again, I'm well aware that it exists. I considered actually doing it at the very beginning of the stream because I did not see this pocket right here. But when I saw this pocket, I was like, you know what? Let's wait with that as long as we can. Also, the Bamas itself produces an insane amount of heat. You can see the body temperature of this Bamas right here is at 50 degrees Celsius, even though the environment is at negative 30. So having fewer of those is actually a good thing and not a bad thing. But yeah, like I said, everything is still working right now. At the moment, we're using all this ethanol here up until it's completely gone. And then when we need to build a distillery, we are most definitely ready at 157 tons worth of wood. Over here, everything has been built that we wanted to build for right this second. Of course, there's a couple more things that we need right here. Underneath it, above it, inside of it, all around it, really. Let's see. Wolf? Not a wolf. It's just a standard poodle. Let's build us right here. I want to get rid of this tile and replace it with a insulated tile, preferably. Our standard setup in automation is, of course, going to be not in automation, in shipping, a conveyor meter. I'm going to grab it. We're going to plop it in here. Not made out of steel, though, preferably. Right here. We will need a conveyor bridge that lives right here. This way around, preferably. We will need some rails that go in there. Made out of cobalt ore, that's fine. The rail's going to come through here, in there, and then out the other side, just straight along all the way. And then we will need some metal tiles, and that is the main reason why I brought over aluminum and not some other metal. 4 of them. We can actually do 5 of them this time around. Why not? Doesn't really make a difference. Put another tile right here. Dig 2 wide underneath it. That has to happen. And then in F6 we can also take care of the plumbing while we are already at it. Might as well do so. And the only thing that I didn't consider is right here, our neutronium, which means not that big of a deal though. Yeah, we could literally just come... Yeah, I don't see a problem with that. We're just gonna come up and over. Put the liquid bridge in this way around. Come with the insulated pipe up. Yes, we will suck up point-something degrees of heat out of here, even with an insulated pipe. But it doesn't matter in any way, shape, or form, honestly. And then, of course, liquid pipes all the way through here. Back down the other side. Back to radiant liquid pipes all the way through here. Back to insulated pipes. And back in, right there. That's basically what that is going to look like. Also then on top, let's make sure everything works out the way it should. In the top, we need exactly 2 of those. Of course, not yet. Gonna wait with that a minute. That is what that's gonna look like. It sounded like a big dog, Wolf. It is a standard poodle. I mean, it is a pretty big dog with 75 pounds. Oh god, this is a mirrored Tamer. I'm low-key scared. That is funny. Yes, that is a mirrored one. You can build it this way around, just as much as the other way around. Looks a little bit odd, but it still works just the same. Liquid storage, good call. Every time I forget about it. We're gonna have the liquid storage over here. That's where it was supposed to go in the first place. That's why I built the ladder over here. Just one off now, because I thought we needed one bigger. That was just a mistake on my end. Liquid reservoir is gonna live right here. Let's grab us the pipe, I said. With the pipe, we're gonna come along here. Out there. Snip this off. And it's a done deal. Gabriel says I'm sleepy. Good night, fans. Good night, Gabriel. Once again, you know it. Thank you very much for joining. I hope you have a good rest of your night. Okay, we are good, looking decent. Slowly but steadily, it is starting to look like a Tamer. We could put more stuff in here at the same time, because of course we do need some power. Power wire will this time go through the top instead of through the bottom. Doesn't make a difference though. Still the same result. Again, just looks a tiny little bit different because the Tamer is mirrored, but that's totally fine. It doesn't cause any issues whatsoever. And I guess we could also directly put the railing in as well while we are at it. We're gonna come up here with our rail. And that's built out of cobalt, that's fine. Just making sure it's not steel, because we definitely don't want steel. We're gonna come all the way across the top. And then we're gonna snake our way through. Like this here. And then we're gonna switch over to steel. Make this little piece here out of steel. And probably just feed it in directly. Even if it's made out of steel. It's fine. We need our tiny little conveyor rail thermosensor right here. And then an automation. Of course, the automation wire that connects it all up. Just like this. That should theoretically be everything. Jess says, be right back. It's been 1 hour since my last cup of tea. Britain will disown me. That is funny. Oh, I like that. That is hilarious. Alright, they can build here. We can go. Wait a second, what did I see here? 69%. Who could that be? Of course, it's Croc. I guess we should probably send Croc back. Now that he has done his due diligence, he has researched it. He has opened up our supply teleporter. I think we should be golden at this point. Just how much aluminum did we bring over here? Yeah, that's what I feared. Could you do one more thing for us, Croc, before you go? That would be highly appreciated. Maybe you could go ahead and also make sure that this input right here is properly activated. So we can send shit back as well. Because I forgot to turn off the aluminum, and now it's all over here, where we definitely won't need it. The input is also disabled on the other side, which is okay. You can now go back where you belong, Croc. And over here, where is our input? We already found it. I just forgot once again where it's at. Can't see it. This here is the input. Where's the output? Right here. We just have not dug our way through to it. We can activate it as well. And now it's actually time to stop. Put more aluminum over there. We have 16 tons over there, guys. It's enough. Okay, looking really nice, this base, honestly. I like what we have done here so far, not gonna lie. Of course, the body temperature is off again on our right side right here. How much dirt do we have in here by now? 8.2 tons here and 7.1 tons right there. Yeah, we can also turn off manual use over here once again. Just a little bit. Maybe turn this one here up to 14 degrees maybe, just so we pump a little bit more of our salt water through here and get the temperature of this mealwood here back up to something slightly more reasonable, because of course this mealwood right, or not the mealwood, the dirt right here that we are putting in is extremely cold, and that's what's causing our main issues. Okay, looking pretty decent right here. Our mealwood is back up and running, and as soon as this sucker here reaches, just shows 17 degrees, 15 degrees, our pump will turn back off. That's totally fine, and should be no problem whatsoever. And of course, Croc's stress is now going down drastically, since he's back home where he likes it. New printables are available as well, though. Let's take a peek at it. We have a spigot pup. We have a rancher with plus 12 husbandry. Holy cow. But can't dig, so that's no good for our second planetoid. We have Quinn right here, who is good at building, operating, and farming. Increased platter wouldn't matter to me. And Harold right here. I mean, yeah, I don't see a problem with that. The only thing that I'm wondering is, do we have a spigot pup down here right now? Yes, we actually do, so we are back up to 4 out of 4. Yeah, what are we gonna do here? And Jared says, I'm back. 12 ranching is hard to pass up. You are very right, but good God, though. Cannot do digging errands. It's just always an absolute no-go for me. I want every dupe to be able to dig. But 12 ranching, though, is absolutely insane. You know what? We're gonna go to Paris. And we're gonna grab that dupe, I believe. I think we should do that. Question is, who is that dupe gonna be? Well, let me take a look in chat here. Who do we not have yet? I mean, Lou has been very active the entirety of the stream. And I don't think we have a Lou dupe yet, if I'm not completely wrong. Yeah. You're gonna bring on Lou, and Lou can join Paris. How about that? We're gonna take Ellie right here, and rename Ellie to Lou Lang. And I may have just butchered that last name completely, but here it goes. Lou! Welcome to the game. And in skills, of course, we're gonna immediately give you improved farming, so you can become a rancher. And Drew right here. I mean, we don't need to ranch right this very second, though. I should probably just hold out and not push the morale, so we have it available whenever we need it. That is very true. Katrina also doesn't have a dupe. Alright, Katrina, you are on my list next time around. I'm usually just looking when I bring on a dupe into the chat right this very moment what I can see on my screen. So there's no other rhyme or reason to it. But yes, Katrina, you will get a dupe next time around. That is a promise. This here's coming together as it should. Oh no, I'm a dumb blonde. I mean, would you like to switch with Katrina? We can do that. If both of you guys are okay with that, it's a done deal. One thing that I forgot though in automation is, or better to say in plumbing is, liquid pipe thermal sensor. Kind of important. Kind of important. To be fair, all dupes are dumb. That is very correct. There is no difference between the dupes in any way, shape, or form. That is fair. I'm okay with switching though. Alright. I will rename your dupe to Katrina. Let's see. Lou right here is not Lou anymore. It's now Katrina Connelly. With two N's. And, well, I guess now it's Katrina. Welcome to the game. That works just fine. Our newest, absolutely insane superstar rancher. Yeah, it just takes a little while with such low-skilled dupes to build a system like this, but it is what it is. I'm waiting for Bier to name a dupe Long Wang. Dupe will start staring below. Well, that dupe is going to have an identity crisis now. How much food do we have left over here, by the way? Nothing. Nothing is not much, is it? Could just go with bog buckets. Don't we have bog buckets over here? We should have bog buckets. What do those need? Polluted water. Or we could ship some food over real quick. That's probably the easiest solution. So we don't have to waste more time with building nonsense that we actually don't need. How about that? Let's bring over some edible stuff. What do we have most of? Pike apple skewers. Yeah, let's bring over some pike apple skewers. That will probably rot over there, but it is what it is. Nothing we can do about that. Unless we find us a cold climate area. Which we have right beside our Tamer, actually, don't we? So did Bier figure out to make a kill station for seals? I just built a very temporary one. That is a lot of pike apple. That's all of our pike apple, as a matter of fact, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it is all of our pike apple. How about we stop it right here? Only problem is now we have nowhere to store the pike apple. I would have to manually click on each and every piece that's laying right here. It's only 2 of them though. Okay, it's only 2 of them. That's easy enough. And move it manually to our infinite storage. That's the one downside. Bring that here. Make it a 9. Get me the other pike apple. Bring that up here to the top once again. Make it a 9. And then last but not least, you dropped one, I saw that. Another 6k. Another 70k. Another 114k. You dropped a lot along the way, didn't you? You dupes. And bring it up here. Our seal killing station is right here. We just have the seals in here. Let's see, 5 over here and 4 over here. There's a total of 9 in here. If we want him to die right away, all we're gonna do is this here. And if not, we're just gonna let him starve to death. You know, doesn't really matter too much. Wait, they can do it through the wall? I was utterly unaware of that, not gonna lie. This is why I have the mass move all mod. No, there's a mod like that. Maybe I need to take a look into that. It's a lot of dead seals. And also a lot of tallow. A lot of tallow. So yeah, the killing station is not necessarily automated if you want. But it does get the job done. Right here, of course, all the edible stuff should go in there. The only thing is, though... just trying to figure out a cold area. Do we have another one? Nope. Just all the way over here. Yeah, we're not going to go over there. We're just going to put it in here. That's 8 degrees. That's too hot. We will have to do it right here, though. It should be okay. Yeah. Just going to dig straight through here. Bring us a ladder. Well, we have to actually go 1 deeper, because eventually we will have to dig out all of this here. Just not right now, because otherwise it's going to be a problem in the future. So let's make it directly 3 deep. And then bring a ladder down to the bottom. And then just put us right here. Our, what is it called? Ration box. Down here onto the ground. Right there. Right above the Weesworth. Which is always a good thing. Because of A, radiation. And B, the cold. And C, the carbon dioxide. So that will definitely help out with keeping our food good. Where it says, I think it's new. I have seen it a few times lately. Another FPP introduced bug, perhaps. That may be. Because I don't think that used to happen. At least not that I would know of. Look at those Sweetles right here. That cold damage to those things here is absolutely insane. They just come down here and they die basically right away. Look at that. Which is fine with me. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying. Not that I need those things for anything. All of the automation in pipes. The automation is missing. Good call. The one thing I always forget. The automation wire. But the rail should be in, I believe. Yep, rail is in. Pipes are coming in right now, but are in. That's looking pretty good. We should definitely rummage in there. Yeah, we can rummage in there. Sure. And inspect them as well, of course. Then pop up every time. And rummage through it. Free meat? Exactly. That's exactly what that is. They're really no good to me for anything else. There we go. What did fall out of here? Worm coats, worm coats, worm coats. A snazzy suit. Nothing fell out of this one. Wait, what? What are you doing? Did you just put on Did you just take... Oh, you just rummaged it. I was like, hold on a second. That doesn't make any sense. Better than playing without SO. You get the same pop-up every time and no databanks. See, didn't even know that. It has been a long, long time that I played the last time without SO. Basically, since the day it came out, to be very honest. They're good for sugar. Yes, they do create sugar. Sucrose, to be precise, but... I mean, unless you really want to build a sucrose rocket, which I don't really see a reason for. Not entirely sure what you would do with it. How does this here look, though? That should have been good for hundreds of cycles. Well, not hundreds, but tens of cycles. You never throw wild sweetles on your farm for tending? Nah, not really. Let's mop here a tiny little bit more. But I mean, right here, though. Should we explore a little bit more, maybe? Because we are still short a few of our wonderful geysers right here. We wanted to come through here, didn't we? Yeah. That's precisely what we're gonna do. There's sand right here. That sucks. Yeah, that does suck. Let's go through here, because that works just as well. We don't need to dig any of this here up, actually. The moment I make it to right there, we can just walk along here and continue on, just to see what the hell is going on. Our water is getting low once again. Looks like it's time to melt more ice. Temp shift plates, that is. Temp shift plates made out of ice. Lots of them. We really need to, next time around, get to go around and find us a better solution for this problem right here. The solution is probably right here, because this right here is a water geyser. It comes out at 95 degrees, which is of course detrimental to our efforts, but we will have to find a solution one way or another. We will find a solution to cool that water down. It will have to happen. Definitely needs to happen. Not a colony achievement. Reveal 80% of the map. That was just 80%. And of course, first teleport. We never looked at that one as well. Come on, dupes. Get it done, will you? Did I make a mistake? Nope. Didn't the dupe pee in here? I don't see any bottles sitting around. What did we do with that polluted water? Something fishy's going on here. Can I actually see if we have germs on here? Yeah, I can, but... Didn't we have more than one bottle? It shouldn't have... Oh, we could have iced. There's another bottle of polluted water. Let's move that also down here into the cold area. Germs will freeze all by themselves without a problem. Now that this here is built, though, we're gonna grab this one here, copy the settings down to here, and deconstruct this one here for good. The question that I have, though, is... We have way more than that, though. We need to build us more than one ration box. I will probably just go ahead and grab us in food, a couple of fridges, and put those over here. Just so we have plenty of storage for our food. But so far so good. A few more wonderful, wonderful conveyor rails. We're getting there. Have a sweeper build templates and set to the lowest priority will save manual labor. I mean, the dupes have nothing else to do, though. You're correct, but they don't have nothing else to do. They're mainly focused over here on this side. Looks like everything has been built now. There are a few more bottles. I knew there were more bottles. Bring it over here. All of it. Get rid of the bottles, get rid of the germs. Take a closer look here, not that I miss any more. It looks to be okay. And then we can start sweeping the stuff here as well. This one here is not connected to power. That would have been a bad mistake almost. Should give them the clothes. Yeah, we can give them the clothes. Kagan gets one. Actually, we have 1 or 2 dupes over here that have the frostproof ability, don't they? Who were they? Not Katrina. Right here, KC Drew. So Drew here gets a normal one. And we just said Katrina needs a warm coat. What else do we have here? We have Kagan. Kagan is frostproof. He gets another snazzy suit. Kagan. And then we only have Valentino left. Not Valentino. Wait a second. Oh, Schlop or came over from the other side. He already had a warm coat. Valentino is actually on the other planetoid who doesn't have one. That's how it is, isn't it? There we go. That'll fix it. Down here we have a couple more bottles. Probably also full with germs. Yep, down here on the bottom. Let's move those over here as well. Give me the bottle, will you? Polluted water. And let's move all of those bottles over here. They should freeze instantly, so it should be just fine. And even if they don't freeze, it will most definitely kill all of the germs. Chilson is here, says, just what I needed. What did you need? Let's see, how is our melting going down here on the bottom? Making progress, slowly but steadily. We could make our water maybe a little bit warmer. Let's give it 15 degrees, huh? Doesn't really matter too much in this particular area right here. Just a couple degrees more will help drastically. We may also have to go in here with temp shift lights again, which will also get the job done much, much faster, of course. We should get ready for something like that. How about that? In case we have to, let's build us some ladders. Just over here, towards the ice. So we can when we have to. And how is our... Oh, right here, I missed these two right here. With these two here, we can't come up here and go through. This live show while folding laundry, then upstairs to play. Well, there you go. That works out just fine. And William says, okay, I'm off. Too hungry. Need food. Well, William, thank you very much for joining. As always, you know it. Thank you very much and have a great rest of your day. My aquatuna pipes always break, saying cold damage. Well, if they're saying cold damage, then where do I have a Tamer? Here's a Tamer. Like, for example, right here, we have nectar in it. You probably have polluted water in it, I would assume. That's the standard. But nectar has a freezing temperature of... Let's check it out real quick before I tell you nonsense. Not the conductive wire. Nectar has a freezing point of negative 82.5 degrees. Your liquid pipe thermosensor beside it needs to be set to a temperature that is at the bare minimum 14 degrees away from that freezing temperature. So let's say you have water, and let's assume water freezes at 0 degrees. Your thermoaquatuna should be set to 15 degrees, because the thermoaquatuna removes 14 degrees for each and every packet that goes through here. If that happens, and you are below the freezing point, then you get cold damage. That's why this liquid pipe thermosensor is so important, and it is also highly important that it is right beside the input. Like, theoretically, you could think you can build it out there, but then it will always give the signal for that tile that is right over here, and not the one that is about to go into the liquid pipe, the thermoaquatuner. But those are the two things that I can suggest that you can do differently. Or you have ethanol in there. Well, ethanol has a freezing point of a negative 114 degrees. How cold are you going? Because if you get cold damage, your point or you need to be cooling them lower than a negative 114 degrees. That would be the only way that that would happen. That and the bonus of seeing your tamed volcano. I have 3 on my main planet and have no idea what to do with them. Well, this here. This is my standard Volcano Tamer version 3.0. We have 3 of them on this planetoid. We have 1 aluminum right here. We have a copper volcano right above it. And over here on the very right side, we have a second aluminum volcano, which comes out to a total of 3. And then, of course, over here on our second planetoid, we are building 1 more, just in reverse. If you build it in reverse, though, you need to be a little bit careful because it looks slightly different, but it works the exact same way. Cold. What material? And thank you. You're welcome. What material? What material to build your pipes out of, you mean? Your pipes can be built out of anything, but they have to be insulated. And preferably should be built out of something like, for example, igneous rock. And the reason for igneous rock is right here. The thermal conductivity is 0.0625. Where compared to all the others, it's not too shabby. So usually the go-to for everybody is igneous rock. Also, pretty high thermal mass, which is always a good thing. But let's check this here out. In F2 we have power. In F6 we have piping. Beautiful. In F7 we have nothing, as that should be. In automation, we have this wire, we have this wire, and we have this wire. And again, just to double check, everything here is connected. Nice. Let's build this 1 row right here, which will end it up completely. And that's perfectly. Words is asking if you're on Discord. Yeah, that is a good thing. Yeah, again, as I said earlier, if you guys have any questions, feel free to join the Discord. It's completely free. We currently have, let me check how many people we currently have on the Discord. 452 people. Most of them, or at least a lot of them, are complete oxygen not included buffs that are always happy to help out. Can I ask how you're cooling the mercury lamps and the solar panels? I don't. I do not at all. We can see that the temperature is still at negative 20 degrees. What's cooling this entire area right here is currently the environment. Because we are at an extremely cold planet. There's really no cooling required, especially solar panels right here. They don't have a heat output at all. Solar panels don't produce heat. And the mercury ceiling light, if I stop it, I can maybe see it. It's only 1,000 DTUs. 1 kilo DTU per. Which is really nothing. Okay, now, last but not least, we will need a pump down here, of course, because somehow we need to fill our loop up. Let's plop us 1 in, grab us some normal pipes. Don't need to be insulated for what we are doing, it's totally fine to just use normal pipes. Bring that in. We will need to come, of course, with our conductive wire down here and connect it to power. We're not going to hook up yet our pipe right here, because there's a bunch more things that need to be done, but I do want to have it ready. Who is suffocating? What are you doing, Kagan? Like, what in the hell is this? Just walk over here, will you? And maybe, just maybe, you should go ahead and go to buildings and rip this nonsense here out. Just so we can walk straight across here, huh? Maybe that makes the path a little bit easier for our dupes, and also the oxygen can go in here. Even if it's polluted oxygen, come in here a little bit easier. There we go. That should hopefully help out a little bit to get this area here generally a tiny little bit more blue, so the dupes just have to come over here to breathe in. Not up here or something stupid like that. Okay, so far so good. Insulated tiles are coming in. Let me double check one more time. We do have a what right here? Polluted ice. Polluted ice I don't really care about in any way, shape, or form. I don't think we have anywhere to store it, but it's a different topic. We do need to get all the shit out of here. That has to happen. All this stuff right here needs to go. On the top and on the bottom. Before we can do anything else. And then it's just a matter of creating a vacuum. Which should be relatively simple all by itself. I just heard some people talking about not using mercury lamps in spigot seal farms because of the heat and was curious. Well, yes, it can be a problem up here on the top. But those people that are saying that are having several issues. One of them is they're building, most likely at least, this entire area around here out of insulated tiles, which keeps the heat in. I built it out of normal tiles on purpose because our tiles here are the coolant for our spigot seal. Second of all, I keep my spigot seal very small. It's only 4 seals, which is only 2 trees, and 2 trees only require a 1 single mercury sealing light running at 50% output. Or better to say, 50% input, 100% output. So the heat generated here is almost negligible. This here can run probably for hundreds and hundreds more cycles before it will ever even become a slight issue. Those are just my tips on that. Meteor showers on Paris, very nice. I see, thank you, you're very welcome. Let's see, we have our hydrogen vent over here, still doing the Lord's work. The only problem is that this thermostat here is set to below 100 degrees, which is of course not going to happen because we are kind of in a bind right here. I wanted to change that and I never did. The reason is, yes, our hydrogen vent puts out at 500 degrees Celsius, and our metal tiles here will suck it up. But now it's overpressured because we don't get enough out to heat it up more and our steam turbine never turns on. So we're gonna say, let's try 130. That will let the hydrogen vent erupt again. More heat is gonna go up here. And hopefully we can slowly but steadily heat it up to a temperature where the steam turbine turns on. And then the system will be running. And Katrina says, okay, I've got to watch on TV. So phone to power. Bye. Thank you, everyone. You're welcome, Katrina. I hope you have a great rest of your day or night, wherever you're located. Yeah. Now we are pumping heat in here again. We can see it, 130, 140 degrees. It all goes into the metal tiles. And as soon as the pressure is down, basically this down here is a big old heat sink. That just sucks up the heat and then eventually releases it into the top metal tiles as soon as the mechanized airlock here closes. And slowly but steadily our steam here is also getting hotter and hotter until the steam turbine turns on. Glad I noticed that, because that is a lot of lost hydrogen. Not that it matters too much, but still though. Better too much than not enough, as always. How's our excavation going? We have another little spot of ethanol over here. Never say no to that. Let's keep on digging through here and see what else we can find. More zombie spores up here, randomly in the middle of the map, but right beside the biobot builder. That kind of makes sense, no? But still, nothing new to be discovered that we haven't seen before. How are we doing on Paris? Breathability, yeah, breathability is just fine. Of course, the dupes have now a lot of running to do. We should probably fix that. But just storing that stuff right here in the corner for right now. Just out of the way. Out of my Tamer. Does the ethanol temp seals produced depend on the nectar temp intake? The truth is, I don't know. I honestly don't know. That has an effect. And if so, what the effect is. I've never tried around with that in any way, shape, or form, so I really don't know. Okay. Why are we not building this thing here? Oh, because it's night. Let's rush through night at 10 times speed. There we go. Hello? Anybody? What you doing, guys? Oh, 1 time speed. That's the problem. Yeah, bring me the ore. Trust me, the faster you build this thing here, the less work you have to do. That should usually be a good motivation. Works at work every day. There we go. Of course, the errands that are already in there. Yeah, there we go. That will speed up this process here drastically. What was that room open to the zombie spores? It's not open, it's above it. But this room right here has the biobot builder in it. You basically deliver spores inside of carbon dioxide to the biobot builder. And then the biobot builder here takes steel and creates biobots. Anything new over here? Nothing new to be seen. Crazy. A little bit of water over here. But that's about it. But other than that, there is nothing to see here. I say, let's just keep on digging through here until we're almost hitting the water. To see as much as possible, but completely unlucky in our endeavors so far to find us any more geysers. Which is actually crazy. Another big puddle of ethanol. And right here is another big puddle of ethanol. If we just use those puddles that we have laying around, it will be good for several more hundreds of cycles. That's actually crazy. That is actually crazy. As a matter of fact. Yeah. There's really not a hell of a lot stopping us from... Yeah, this pipe here is extremely long. You know what? Let's do something stupid real quick. Let's build us a ladder down here. That will drain this ethanol, but we will end up right in here eventually. And that should be perfect for our needs. How many are still unknown on the star map? I think it is 3, isn't it? Only 1. We did find another hydrogen vent. That was one of them, but I don't remember finding a second one. Because we had 3 earlier, we did find a second hydrogen vent. So we have still 1 more to discover. To see what the hell is going on our own planetoid. One second, guys. There we go. Quick text message to the girlfriend. There we go. Sorry about that one. Okay. Everything's looking golden without an issue. Just need to dig our way down here. Slowly but steadily. The only thing that we will have to do is mop up a bunch of our ethanol again, but it is what it is. It is just if you get close to the geyser that it changes from unknown to known on the star map. I've been close to a leaky oil the last 150 cycles, but I've not been able to find it yet. Yeah, that is actually hilarious, though. Come on. Oops. Get it done. Again, nice thing is, our pipe right here is extremely long. And second of all, you can always just connect this pipe here up at the bare minimum temporarily. To make sure that our ethanol is not running out for our plume squashes. But that here is a 2 birds with 1 stone type of situation. A, we are combining this ethanol with this ethanol, which will work then for much longer. And second of all, we get to see all of this here. So we might as well. Paris is now nice and clean. Or at least the Tamer is. Not the actual Paris. Let's get rid of this stuff here on the top and on the side as well, guys. Let's get it done. We already have our conductive wire right here. I'm not entirely sure why we are not building this pipe right here. Like, what's wrong with building this pipe right here, guys? Come on. Build me a pipe. Also down here on the bottom, we wanted to say inside of organic. That we're gonna put mud, polluted dirt, polluted mud, rot pile and slime in here. But that at a low priority. If there's literally nothing else to do for a second, then do that. Other than that, build me my stuff. Only thing is, do we not have sedimentary rock anymore, maybe? No, we do have 57 tons available, so it shouldn't be a problem to build this pipe. Not entirely sure what the problem is with it, but here we are. There we go. Everything's nice and clean now. That's great. And then this wire right here, we're gonna run it up here and into right there. That's gonna be pretty simple what we're gonna do here. The ladder doesn't have to go quite as high, maybe. 3 high should be more than enough for our purposes for right now. Now comes the sedimentary rock. Very good. Did we get a skill in the meantime, though? Or Kagan? Kagan already has too much. Drew right here is pretty unhappy, but you're still going to be eventually crop tending. Nothing that we could need right now. Now that we have 271,000 kilocalories, it's also very nice because it just, you know, happens to be enough for a couple of 100 cycles without a problem. Now, if you could just build the wiring, I would highly, highly appreciate that. Right here, this pump is now dead. Let's hook this pump here back up and make sure that we are not running out anytime soon. Actually, let's wait until the pipe drains all the way up here. Then we're gonna hook this pipe up. How about we do that? Then right here, of course, as I said, our ethanol is gonna go everywhere. But eventually, we will just bring it into this area. Because right here in plumbing, we're just gonna build us another pipe. Not a pipe. Pump, I mean. And here we're just gonna go all the way down until we reach right here. As a matter of fact, this pump right here is too high. Put it right there. Rip this out, and we are good to go. Just right here in the middle. Can't forget to put in that ladder when we get to that point. And in the middle of the autosave, we're trying to change planets. Actually surprised the game didn't go crazy on that one. Usually it doesn't like that at all. Okay, this has been built, which means we can once again use our nifty airlock door right here, and then just build this 2000 on top, which allows us to create a vacuum in this entire area here without any problem. And Katrina is here to help out. Wonderful, get rid of that polluted ice. Okay, so far so good. Now just build this airlock door, and we can move on to the next stage without any problems, and we still have 14 cycles to do so. Shouldn't be a problem whatsoever. Actually, before you lock this here up, 2 more things. First of all, rip out 1 insulated tile, and then get rid of this obsidian here while you're at it as well. You have a piece of abyssalite in front of the volcano. Yes, I just saw it in the last moment. In the last moment, I noticed it. And I was like, it is definitely a good idea to get rid of that one first. Okay, now last but not least, in ventilation, we're going to grab us 1 vacuum pump that we're going to put right here. And another one just somewhere else. Just so we can extend our reach a little bit to speed up the process. Why not right here, maybe? That is barely not too high, so that should work. And with the gas pipe coming down, over, and just anywhere at all, the high pressure gas vent. And now we can close it up. A little bit of power for this stuff here, and we're good. Let's do it differently. There we go. And then we can start creating a vacuum in those two areas right here. And while we're at it, we might as well start slapping a bottle emptier on here to grab us some water, which we thankfully have. It's really always the same thing. Pretty simple and straightforward. Again, it's my favorite tamer for a reason, because it works each and every time without any issues. We really don't want to dig over here, do we? How is our phosphorite, by the way? 10 kilograms. Yeah, I had a feeling about that. I was like, we haven't done anything with phosphorite in a long time. We probably should. Yeah, turns out I was right. Over here we have a bunch more. Well, let's make sure that we can grab all of this stuff. In the meantime, something like this here should do. Here we can just dig our way through it. Which will also give us a little bit more mercury. How's our storage looking? Plentiful, we're good. And here we have a bunch more phosphorite. We have even more phosphorite up here. Even better, actually. Is this here just a vacuum, but not space? Really? This high up? That is highly surprising. But that helps us out tremendously, because all we have to do is build us a ladder all the way up here. So we can grab this big pouch of phosphorite right here. And even those small pieces on the inside as well. Just like this. All the way around. Let's grab us more phosphorite. So we have it available. And how are our geckos doing? Not geckos. Dracos, I mean, damn it. Looking pretty decent in here. Of course, the small ones are still a little bit hurt until they eat. We already have 2 glossy ones, and in here I set it to 20. Oh god, we can only have 9 of them. 9 of them is the maximum, guys. Because with 9 of them, they are crowded, but they do have access to the critter condo. So as long as they do go to the critter condo, they should be alright. Let me double check. 26 tiles, yes, with 9 critters. If a critter was in the condo and is cozy, it is not crowded. I mean, it is still crowded, but it is mood happy, and the scale growth as well as the reproduction are up to maximum. That works exactly as it should. Just need to make sure that our Dracos actually use the condo that we so graciously provided to them. But then we can put 9 in here without an issue. Okay, Dracos are looking good. So that gives us a total of 180 kilograms per cycle of phosphorite out of these Dracos here, as soon as these Dracos here are full. Back to Paris, how is everything coming? Not very well, as usual, of course. Slowly but steadily, though, we're making progress. We do need to vacuum next. Without it, we can't do anything at all. So that just has to happen if you like it or not. And then all this phosphorite here is going to be very helpful as well. Yep, we're melting more and more down here on the bottom. Now that our water is slightly warmer, we can see it. Slight green tint to it. Just need to be careful that we don't overheat the area, but even though this area here really doesn't matter. It can be easily at 15 degrees without an issue. And at the bare minimum, all the ice that is along here, along the water level, we can make sure that it melts without an issue whatsoever. And then to go higher, there are several things that we can do to make that happen. For example, we could put in another metal spike once again. That would be no issue at all. Down here on the bottom, though, we have polluted water. Not entirely sure where that stuff came from, but especially so much that it overflowed drastically. And yeah, slowly but steadily, we're just making our way down here. Deconstruct this, deconstruct that. How is our pipe looking? Still nowhere near empty. And slowly but steadily, the dupes are coming lower and lower. We will see what's going on here very soon. And that the ladder stopped right here works out perfectly because we have a polluted water-water mixture right here. So we will have to put in some tiles here, all the way down. Make sure that doesn't mix with our ethanol, because that is not something we want to feed to our plume squashes. And the first vacuum pump is active. How about you build me the second one too, will you? Wouldn't that be something? And then our bottle empty here. We can already set it to water. Number 9 priority. Enable auto bottle. We can already start putting water in here. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that either. Yeah, so far though, everything looks exactly the way it is supposed to go. Vacuum pump, anyone? Do have a second outhouse here that I completely forgot about. Yeah, that's actually hilarious. Swamp chard with another 4,800 calories or oxyferin seed. Don't really need either though. Dupe, don't need another dupe either. Just gonna go with the oxyferin seed and call it a day for right this moment. The last thing we need right now is more dupes. Barely can keep these here alive as it is. There's our second vacuum pump, wonderful. And now we should start making a dent into it. Also, questions about water down here on the bottom. We have a total of, kind of hard to tell on a gold volcano, 30 tiles. So what I like to have usually is about 50 kilograms per tile in here. That is usually what I'm aiming for, not 50 kilograms on the bottom here. I'm talking about 50 kilograms of steam in each and every tile once it is fully up and running. So that's usually what I'm aiming for, plus minus a little bit, it doesn't matter exactly. It just can't be too little. If it's too little, then all of your stuff over in here will eventually overheat. If it's too much, we are talking specifically 150 kilograms per tile of steam, it will actually prevent the volcano from erupting because it will overpressure just from the pressure of the steam. So that is also something that you need to be a little bit careful with, but other than that, it's pretty straightforward. And obviously, to get to 50 kilograms per tile down here on the bottom in water, we need to have roughly 150 kilograms per tile to make that happen. That is the standard setup. Okay, up here we already have a vacuum. The rest is just down here on the bottom. More water is coming. Our vacuum pump is pumping. There are 4 micrograms left. Come on, disappear. Disappear. Disappear? What's going on here? Please? Come on. Make it a vacuum. Generally speaking, metal volcanoes can't be overpressured. No, they can be overpressured. Unless they changed it recently, they can definitely be overpressured. And that is with gas alone. That I'm 100% sure of, because when was that? Not during streams, but during my last Let's Play, where I made videos on. I had a volcano, and I accidentally put way too much water in here, and I didn't notice it at the time. And it went to, I think it was 180 kilograms per tile. And I was wondering why I'm not getting more of whatever material it was. I've got the gold volcano right now erupting in 75 kilograms. Yes, 75 kilograms. But at 150 kilograms of steam, it will overpressure. Again, unless they changed it since my last actual, edited video Let's Play. It happened there. That's why I'm so 100% sure about that fact. Because I'm the idiot who made the mistake. More water is coming. I guess we can start already ripping stuff out that is not above that hole, specifically. Don't need any of this here anymore. All that can go. Don't need any of this here anymore. All that can go. The vacuum pump itself can go. Don't need it anymore. We're at 100 kilograms. I'm going to go a little bit higher than that. It should be fine. It's just gold. Gold really doesn't have that much thermal energy, so it doesn't really matter too much, but still though. Word says, the wiki says 150 kilograms, same as BierTier, to no one's surprise. Well, I have been wrong plenty of times, but on this one I'm sure. On this particular one I'm sure. And speaking of the idiot who made the mistake, can we still rectify the mistake that I made here? I'm surprised that none of you guys have seen it. Come on, guys. What's going on here? No, I can't rectify it. Right here I could have. I didn't put in a liquid vent, which sucks. I guess we can't have a ladder right here, and we can't just leave the... No, we can't even have a ladder right here because we're right above the volcano. Yeah, no matter what I do. Who is suffocating and why? What are you doing? Oh, you're putting stuff down here into the storage bin. You can? How can I? Can I rip this tile here out and corner build through it? Is that an option? Would still suck though, because right here is my my double pipe. Which wouldn't matter though, because I can fix that from above. Does that work? Let's see. I rip this tile here out. Can I build this liquid vent here and then, of course, this here through the wall? Let's see. I don't think you can corner build a vent. I don't think so either. Nope, it's still an unreachable build. Yeah, that sucks now a tiny little bit. Not gonna lie about it. The only other way that I can think of fixing it is to rip out this tile right here, because the auto sweeper can reach it. Yeah, we can do that. We can rip out this tile right here, then grab a ladder and build it right here in this spot. Because the auto sweeper can reach whatever falls down here debris-wise. It's not that big a deal. We're at 160 kilograms. We are already above the threshold that I was aiming for, so we are golden. Let's see if we can fix this here. I believe we have a good chance. We have still 10 cycles though, so time is not of the essence. Come on, get through the night. That's the problem if you have a new planetoid and the 3 dupes that you have are all on the same schedule, but it is what it is and it's fine. This here almost fell down. Could have still picked it up though, by the way. Come on, dupes. Make it a priority, will you? Here comes Kagan. Ripping out that tile. Let's see, the ladder should work. Really? You stopped then? Literally? Come on. There we have it. Very good. The ladder is in. So theoretically now, if I go into plumbing and grab me a liquid vent and put the liquid vent actually right here. I prefer to have it right there. Come through here and through there each with a wonderful, wonderful bridge. Snip this here off and then come through here with a pipe all the way up. That should fix us up here. And nothing should be unreachable now, I believe. So, simple fix. And we are not going to have any trouble. We can already set this one here. And by the way, for the logic for this one here, how this here works, or going to work better to say, is this conveyor rail thermal sensor here is going to send a signal to the conveyor shutoff. And the shutoff, if it gets a green signal, it will feed it back into the loop. If it's a red signal, it will send it out. So we need to set this here to, let's say, above 200 degrees. And if we do this, a red signal is being sent. And this stuff here will exit. But now it is stuck, of course, with our conveyor meter. Our conveyor meter we're going to set to, let's say, 5, for example. When we set it to 5, it will automatically, thanks to the automation wire, reset itself. The only problem is, though, right at the moment it can't go anywhere, because our conveyor rail ends right there. So just for right now, up until we come up with a more permanent solution, I suppose, we're just going to put us a conveyor chute right here and call it a day. Come on, guys. Get it all done. There we go, getting there. That sensor is the one I always forget to connect to itself. Down here, the conveyor meter. Yeah, been there, done that many a time. Also, this sensor right here, the liquid pipe thermal sensor, is connected to the thermal aqua tuner. We are going to feed it, quite obviously, with polluted water. Polluted water, of course, has a freezing point of negative 20 degrees. So what I usually set this one here to is negative 5. Send a green signal if above negative 5 degrees. How much water do you typically put into the Volcano Tamer? In my case right here, I'm going to put in, well, I will show it again. Right here we have 30 tiles in here. I like to have roughly 50 kilograms per tile of steam. That is a good number. That has always worked for me. And to achieve that, right on the bottom right here, we are 10 tiles wide. Easy math. We have to have 150 kilograms per tile in it. I currently have 160. Slightly overshot it, but that's totally fine. So 50 kilograms per tile of steam will work, which equates with 10 wide to 150 kilograms worth of water. Looks like everything here has been built. The liquid vent is in. The piping has been redone. I think we're good here. All that is left to do is rip out this ladder right here. Do it now, dupes. And then build us an insulated tile. Put 2 steam turbines here on top. And be done with it. And as soon as this tile here has been built, I will also start feeding in the polluted water that we just mentioned. Okay, how are we looking down here? We're getting closer. Turns out these tiles you have to go all the way through, which is fine. You just rip these tiles here out. You're going to have a straight line down here. You're not going to mess around. All the way through, just like expected. By now, our pipe is empty, so we can hook it back up. And of course, fill it back up with the ethanol that we are producing ourselves. That should also be enough for a hot minute, with it all by itself. Yeah, everything looks really good. We can do a hell of a lot of things next time around, though. We can mess around with this geothermal heat pump here, which I'm really looking forward to, honestly. Which I have obviously never done before, so that's going to be 100% trial and error on a survival map. I have not even messed around with it in Sandbox and nothing, and I'm not going to before the next stream either, just so you're aware. I will have no idea what we're doing. I have not watched any YouTube videos or anything about what to do with it. Because it's much more fun to just, how do you say so nicely, fuck around and find out, right? Yeah, everything is looking very good. Don't see any problems across our base at all, and that is the main goal that I wanted to achieve today. 100% full sustainability. Dupes are running around up here without any suits on or anything. Of course, because why would you put a suit on? There we go. Phosphorite-wise, we are back up to 5.9 tons. That's nice. 100%, you only get to be a noob once, so enjoy it, that's right. And of course, we have exposed ourselves slightly to the vacuum. How else would it be? Yeah. That means all of our oxygen here is draining out drastically. As we can see, not a good thing. Not a good thing at all. We should probably fix that. That should do it. We're pumping the oxygen into the base and immediately back out into space, which is not what we want in any way, shape, or form. Are you making mercury for the lights, or are you just using the mercury that's on the planet? Oh, we're not making any. There's plenty on this planet. So much that it's not even funny. All I have here is literally a pool of liquid mercury that is not heated or anything. The only thing that's heating anything is this liquid pump right here. And every time we dig any up, the dupes will automatically throw it into this automatic dispenser right here, plop it in, and it will melt. Oh yeah, there's still space exposure. You are right. What am I doing? We can still leave it here though. Let's fix it up with an easy fix. Where's our tiles? Is that in furniture? I don't ever use them, so I don't even know where to find them or what to call them. Bloody backsplash. Drywall, that's what I'm looking for. And put it right there, but right here I can. Just make it a priority, guys, to get this here done. Drywall, yeah, that's the word I was looking for. And let's maybe do it right away. How does that sound? Good, good. Also, all these here have been hooked up lately. We should be back up drastically. Yeah, 3,000 kilograms per tile once again of nectar. Very nice. One more piece of drywall right here. And we should be okay once again. And I think before we have to mess around with it at the beginning of the stream next time around again, I'm just going to plop in more temp shift plates right here. Just so we have a little bit of a stash going on here. Everywhere where we can reach. Which is everywhere in this area right here. We are going to build us more temp shift plates made out of ice to create us some water. How's this here going? Very good. It has been ripped out, as that should be. Last but not least, let's close it off and then start introducing our water. I suppose we could do that right away, honestly. We just need to build it all the way to right here, then we can connect it without an issue. Also, the vacuum pump can now be ripped out. Not just the pump, but everything else that is behind it as well. Good. How about some park signs too? Go with the melt fest. They only weigh 50 kilograms though. It's not even worth the effort. There we go. Now hook it up and cancel it. And water should start to flow. Or polluted water to be very precise here. And in F6 we should see it coming in. And what I usually like to do is just something like this here. Where we fill up, first and foremost, this piece right here, our liquid reservoir. Because eventually that flow will stop. Just like that. And that's not going to do any harm. And we're just going to fill up our reservoir right here. And we're going to fill it up completely, all the way. Show me the F4 of the gold volcano? Sure. I don't know what you're seeing, but there it is. You're just making sure that I didn't forget anything in here. But yeah, that's the F4. No exhales. They usually don't exhale really in vacuums. That shouldn't be a problem. Building melted, building melted, building melted, building melted. You should put an insulated tile under your conveyor chute. Why? I mean, the conveyor chute is only going to be here temporarily anyway, but what is that insulated tile going to do me? Oh, because eventually we will get, of course, things out of there. I understand, hot metal. So, temporarily, we should do that, yes. You do have a very good point, actually. The only problem is, of course, as I suspected, our batteries here are not doing shit. Which is a problem. But yeah. We do not have enough power to power any of this here. So we need to find us a power source here real quick. What could we mess with? What do we have available here? Not really a hell of a lot, honestly. What do we have over here? I know we don't have coal. We could always go with a wood burner, for example, and just transfer some wood over there. That would be an option. How much do they produce? I don't even know because I barely ever use them. That is 300 watts of power. That's not a lot. Coal generators. We don't have any coal though, as far as I'm aware. Let me double check that statement. Yeah, 4,000 kilograms. That's not enough. Yeah, the wood burners suck. Hydrogen generators, natural gas. I mean, we could always go completely nuts and feed this line here all the way over to here. I mean, there's really nothing stopping us from doing that because most of the time I only move solids back and forth, every once in a while liquids, and barely ever gas. Why don't we change that today? Who is going to stop us? That's the real question here, isn't it? Let's come over here and bring that in. That is the input, right? Yes, just making sure. And then let's build us a power generating station down here on the bottom. Wood, ethanol, petroleum would also work, but... where it says, okay, I'm out of juice. Thank you for streaming. Sorry I can't make it to the end of your stream tonight. You're totally fine, words. You are totally fine. I'm out of juice as well. I just want to get this Volcano Tamer here up and running, and we're gonna be good as well. And that should happen here very soon. How much do we have left? 7.9 cycles. Yeah. So what we're gonna do is we are going to plop in base a gas reservoir. Just need to find us a spot for this bad boy. Does it matter too much? The answer is no. Let's plop it up here because why not? And then in F7, we just need to find us some piping. Right here, the insulated gas pipe. And we're just gonna bring it smack dab through here. Without a care in the world. Let's bring it down here. In. And then along here. And over. And then just in power, we are going to grab us a handful of hydrogen generators. Let's see how much we can fit here. 3 will do easily. 800 a pop is good enough for our purposes. Any day of the year. A smart battery at the end. And then of course an automation wire that goes through. Last but not least, we will need in power some heavy conductive wires that go all the way through. And then probably somewhere something like this here. The question is just, do we have a space where we can build it? Doesn't look like it. May have to go to the end right here. Making sure we are not in a hot area. We are not. We're good. Let's connect that up. And then right underneath right here, I'm just going to leave a 3 high space. And put in another floor. Something like this here. Should do. And should provide us with a hell of a lot more power than we can muster right now. Without a big issue. And we are not pumping over too much gas either, because we have a gas reservoir right here, which will automatically stop the flow when it's full. So that should be fairly easy. Hydrogen from the slug plugs. No, I'm trying my best to avoid that from happening. The one thing that I need to make sure though is that this stuff here is set to a 9. And this stuff here is set to a 7. I do want to build those tiles here first, before we put in more ladders. That also is somewhat important, of course. As our breathability slowly but steadily recovering, maybe? It'll be a hot minute, though, until that happens. But that's fine, without an issue. Yep, a few more temp shift plates here in the middle. These up here on the top are not even melting yet, because they're not cooling down enough. They should, though, very, very soon when these here are built. As soon as the water goes up one more tile into this tile right here, it will happen. My first SO playthrough, I went in blind. I thought the plug slugs were amazing until I realized the amount of cobalt they choked down on when domesticated. I know, right? Yeah, domesticated, those things are completely worthless. Built the last few right here, come on. Are we not... Are we just barely not gonna make it into this tile here, huh? Do we need to build a handful more? That should be now enough to get us all the way up to the top. Come on now. Always something. But right here, that comes in. And that will be just fine without a problem. And here, I hope you guys are starting to build this nonsense. Yes, you are. Very good. That works. Of course, you will have some trouble reaching some of it, at least. We'll have to do something about that, and I think the easiest solution is to... Well, we do have polluted mud up there. No matter what we do, we will get a little bit of polluted water out. That's fine, though. Actually, we don't necessarily have to. If we mop here, here, and here first, and get rid of this tile right here, they will have an easier time to reach all this stuff. And then down here in the bottom, while all that is happening, the last couple of things that we do require is, of course, in power our 2 steam turbines themselves. One here, one there. Bring that stuff up, over, and all around. I'm gonna leave these 2 here on the bottom open. And this one right here on the top, I'm actually going to replace in power with a heavy wet joint plate. That should be easy enough. Put in, last but not least as well, heavy wet wire that goes along here. And then we're just gonna hook up our pipes and we are golden. That's the entire timer. And we just need power. Look at this. By now we are full. That's very nice. Which means we can now go ahead and snip this here off. Connect this here back up. Which now, of course, moves our fluid around as that should be. And that should be that. And then down here on the bottom, we really only need one thing. And that one thing is, of course, in power, a large power transformer. Probably just gonna put one of them in here. Why was the power draw just red for a second? Because of this one piece right here that has never been converted over to a conductive wire. I was like, why is it red? It shouldn't be red. Put this here in. And we're gonna make our life very easy, probably, and just come straight through here and hook that up. That should give us constant power flow, no matter what. The truth is also, to speed it up a little bit more, we can get rid of this airlock door now. We don't need it anymore. The vacuum was only required for in here, not up here. So we are golden in that regard. So this stuff here can go rather earlier than later, preferably. So you should have an easier time getting in and out, and maybe even breathing a little bit, thanks to polluted oxygen. I don't really care too much in what order they build it, because we will need all of it to make it work. So it just has to happen one way or another. In either way. Hydrogen is already here though, so that's good. And here on the bottom, of course, we got a tiny little bit of polluted water in. Or else would it be? Let's take care of this stuff real quick. Come over here and dig this out, make it a high priority. There they come. I was about to say, what are we doing? We just need this extra space so we can mop this here up. That is what's needed. Yes, Elfie's on the job. Deconstruct this tile here, mop up the rest, and keep on going down. By building tiles, one by one. Now deconstruct this one right here and build the last one. And we are golden. Elfie heard their name and immediately back in chat. I love it every time. Too funny. We can do a little bit extra digging down along here and out there, just to have a little bit of an easier time with our ethanol flowing down here. Just need to build this one tile here, dupes. Get it done. Come on. Steam turbines, 2 more insulated tiles. Easy peasy. And we're gonna make our life even more easy. We're gonna come here with the wire straight through. Eventually we will come through here one way or another anyway. And just connect it up to here. Something like that will do. Of course, for that to happen, we need to get through here. That's easy. The gas reservoir has been built. Here we can come along without a problem. The only place we can't get through is right here. I'm gonna dig that one tile out as well. How much is left? 5.6 cycles. We are pushing it once again. I thought we have plenty of time. But I kind of forgot the power system in that equation, I suppose. But we will still make it though. There we go, the pass right through has been built. Step by step, making great progress here. Over here, the ethanol is down. That's great. Now we just need to deconstruct these 2 tiles right here, and then we can keep on going. No problem whatsoever. Glossy Dracos, we are up to still 3. This one here is not even fully grown yet. Age 4 of 5. At age 5, critters grow up. So that's very good. Just need to keep on digging. That is, at the end of the day, what it comes down to. I think I'm going to go ahead and increase the priority to max right here for this stuff. And then also, while we're at it, come further down, not with steel though. Is this wire here made out of steel? Of course it is. You suckers. Don't make it out of steel. Don't ever make it out of steel. All the way down and over here is where we want it. And we want it all out of copper and not out of steel. And then of course, while we're at it, let's put in the pipe as well. Just a normal pipe. Does that work here? Yep, everything's nice and cold. With just a normal pipe, we'll get the job done as well. Last but not least though, we're gonna dig all this stuff here out. Not over here, but right there. So all the stuff here is nicely combined into one big... You're just flexing with that steel tonight, I know. Everything's built out of steel today for some reason. Liquid pumps already in, very nice. There we go. Back to Paris. How are we looking? The gas pipe is here. Just needs to be connected, of course, properly to all 3 of them. And 3 should be more than enough for our purposes, at least for right around now. And then one more tiny little thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna put right here a liquid vent so we can empty out that pipe, so we can then later on get rid of it as well. And of course, no more power to the pump. Don't want to build an endless loop on accident. Thermac tuna is going strong already. Nice to see. What's our temperature in here? Negative 0.7 degrees. We set it to negative 5. So as soon as we reach negative 5 degrees on the water coming in, our thermac tuna will turn off, provided it doesn't run out of power first. This smart battery right here, we set to 5 and 95, my standard settings. And that should be basically most of it. Don't really see too much more missing here. A couple more pieces of pipe. A couple more pieces of wire. The steam turbines themselves, of course. And we are through with it. Very, very good. Everything is going exactly the path it is supposed to go. There's even ethanol in here. I thought it's water. It's a mixture of polluted water and ethanol. Well, that changes a couple of things. In this case, we're going to do it completely differently. In this case, we're going to replace this pump right here. Let's rip this back here out and replace it with a filtered pump. And we just drain this here down into the tank. That's going to make our life very easy. Filtered liquid pump, one of my favorite mods of all time, honestly. Because it just has a filter built in. Set it, forget it, and go. It's a very nice system. So there's even more ethanol over here on the left side. Good God. Yeah, so much ethanol around here. We can combine all of that together, and we will have ethanol for days. Ethanol for days. And even right here, we have another tiny little one. Filter pump, is that a mod? Yes, that is a mod. That mod is called Smart Pumps. It works like a charm. Let me show you. The filter pump right here requires its standard 200 kilograms worth of metal, plus 50 grams of plastic though, so it is not an early game build. It requires the same 240 watts of power, and once it's built, it just has a filter built in. Ethanol. Done. Jess says it is, but one I live by since getting it. Yes, 100%. And by the way, guys, in case you are ever wondering what mods I'm using currently, you can always go onto the Discord channel. There is a pinned post in the Oxygen Not Included channel that has my mods up to date at all times. Nice, well, going to get that one right now? Hell yeah. Go for it. Lifesaver. Looks like our hydrogen generators are now up and running. Our large power generator is up and running. A large power transformer. That's very nice to see. We're pumping a bunch of hydrogen into the gas reservoir, of course, which is totally fine. And Chaz with the Discord link, even better. Thank you for that, Jazz. Appreciate you. You know it. And then last but not least, before we do that though, let's make sure we get the debris out of here. We're going to close this here off. We're going to build us one piece of ladder right here. Open this here up so we can get on top of right there. And once we get on top of right there, we're probably going to open this one here up. Going to put another bottle empty here on top. And just put any kind of fluid in here. Something that we have plenty of, for example, that will not freeze. Well, what would be good for that? Well, maybe some more polluted water. That will, of course, off-gas over time, so it's not optimal. But we don't really have anything else sitting around here, so it is what it is. Usually I would use oil or something. In this case right here, we're just going to use polluted water. In plumbing, let's grab us where are we at? Pitcher pump that we're just going to plop. Does it matter? The answer is no. Right here. That's fine. And if you have nothing else to do, rip this stuff here out, because we don't need it anymore. Down here at the bottom, everything's clean, everything's fine. We can now close off the insulated tiles. Turn this one here to, where are we at? Polluted water, right there. Enable water bottle, number 9 priority. We're gonna put one, probably not even a full bottle in there, and be done with it. What in the hell was that? A little bit more maybe, just tiny little bit more. Something like that, that's more like it. Perfect. We're just gonna put a little bit on the floor right here, and that should already get the job done. Turn it off, close it off, and be done with it. And all we have to do now is wait 3.1 cycles to make sure that everything works. Of course, our Aqua Tuner right here is already doing the Lord's work and bringing up the water temperature, already creating steam before the volcano even erupts, which is perfectly fine. We will see here very shortly how much steam we will have per tile with how much water we put in here. It will be a little bit more than 50 kilograms because obviously we had a little bit more water in here. That was a known. And how are we looking? Negative 3.6 degrees. We're almost there at the negative 5 that we need. At that point, the Aqua Tuner will turn back off. And also rip this here out while you're at it. Again, not an optimal solution, but you don't always have to go for the optimal solution. We had over here on Sub-Zero, this Tamer right here. Where is it at? This one right here. We had it running for a long time on salt water, which is not good, and it still worked like a charm without a problem. Every once in a while, it's totally fine. You use whatever you have available. Also, what did we put in here? Brine ice? Yeah, of course, because we replaced it with Nectar, which we're cooling down to negative 40 degrees. So, of course, our ice in here is now freezing. Thankfully, it doesn't matter because we have an atmosphere, and it's still more than enough to keep our steam turbines nice and cool without an issue. What's this here doing? No liquid output, of course, because we have never connected this here. Now we can, though. And then all we have to do is deconstruct one tile and grab it all down there. For controlled amounts of water, I like to use ice temp shift plates for 800 kilograms each. That will most definitely get the job done, yeah? That's another way of doing it. It's also controlled with a bottle emptier, though, because it is mainly 200 kilograms. Because usually for each fluid that we have, the moment I mop it, for example, if I now go ahead and I mop this polluted water, they will instantly put it in here. So it just depends on, right? We just can't do that over here in Paris. Unless we want to have a bunch of germs in here. That's the one reason why we haven't done it. Looks like we have germs in here anyways, just not in the water. Just on our storage bin, which is fine. For controlled amounts, I like to use a meter. Yeah, very true. A meter is definitely, in this particular case, the by far best solution. There's no question about it. You can also snip this one here back off, because now our ethanol is coming from below. Very, very nice. Exactly, or it works exactly as we wanted it to work. We can even dig our way in here. Build us one single piece of ladder right there. Dig this here up, so we can then officially open up the security door right there. I guess we don't even have to do that. Can I just... I guess I can't just come in here because it's not dark. I think the security door didn't work because right here were no tiles. None of these tiles right here. Is that right? Because I shouldn't even be able to see the insider. Hold your horse. We're going to try that. I will still have to open it from the right side. That's fine. But just building a piece of ladder here and here should get me in there. Meter works, but it is over-engineered when you have so much ice. That is very true, of course. Let's put these here to a 9. How much do we have left on Paris? 2.1 cycles. Yeah, we're almost through here. Mere minutes to go. Oh, I'm not gonna lie, I'm feeling it. We've been live for over 7 hours by now, and that is usually my maximum. So, thankfully, we are hitting it with that Volcano Tamer just fine today. Can I now go in here and mop this, maybe? Is that a thing that I can do now? And I guess we can just go ahead and put a bottle emptier, for example, right here. Or even further down. Yeah, right here will be fine. We're just going to put one right here. And that one's going to be, obviously, for ethanol. Mop up everything that is ethanol. Grab it, put it in there, and be done with it. Yep, and I can't just come in here. Yeah, figured. So we're gonna make our life very easy. Just grab this here. Here's also a random Draco. I guess because of this one Draco. That's the only wild Draco on the entire map that I've seen. That is why we got those 3 Draco eggs in the Frosty printing pod before the 500 cycles threshold was up. I guess that would work. Or at least that would explain it, why that is the case. Because we were wondering how we got Dracos if we really shouldn't. Now we know. And now, of course, our filtered liquid pump right here is only grabbing the ethanol and not the polluted water above it, even if/when we are sinking that low. Very nice. The ethanol is getting picked up and being plopped back into the bottle emptier. Exactly as that should be. I just need to make sure a dupe should be able to climb up here, dig this out, and then submit the bioscan so we can get rid of this damn door right here. That would be nice. Somebody come by, please. We have an errand. William is on the way to get it done. Very good. Chlorine poof. No chlorine vent, sadly. I'm pretty sure we have a chlorine vent somewhere, didn't we? I could have sworn we had a chlorine vent. I'm not entirely sure anymore, I guess. Let's get rid of it right here. And then let's go ahead. Put us in 2 ladders. Actually, let's go up further with our ladders. We can rip this nonsense out. Wrangle this Draco right here. Either we're gonna drown it, or we're gonna put it in our stable, wherever it's needed more. And then we're gonna mop. All across the board, once again. Just to capture all of the wonderful, wonderful ethanol. I can't remember either. I thought we saw one. Am I crazy? Chlorine gas vent, we do have one. Somewhere. But yeah, that sucker can't just run around here. And be happy doing so. Because I'm most definitely not going to deal with a chlorine vent today. Alright, everything is properly consolidated. Not a lick of ethanol is left over. And everything's starting on the bottom. And those are a few extra ton. That should hold us over for another 50 or 100 cycles or so without an issue. The only issue that we now have is that we are not using this stuff right here. So it may be time to put it into some kind of infinite storage. That is probably what will have to happen. But also that is totally fine and no problem. 0.9 cycles left. Slowly but steadily we're getting there. This one is set to 5. 200. -5. Yeah, we are golden here. Don't have to do a damn thing. We just have to wait until this thing here erupts. Or expand your BAMS range. I guess we could also do that. That would be the other option. I mean, we could theoretically just put the exact same ranch above it again and hold us another 4 of them. Because this here seems to be working pretty good with 4 of them. I haven't even counted. How many plume squashes do we have in here? 17? I don't know. Does anybody happen to know how much we need per BAMS? I know we said it in the last stream, but truth be told, I completely forgot about it. Also, I'm gonna leave this thermal mass here. Main reason why I haven't dug this here out, I think I have started to dig this here out several times and then we're like, no, let's not do it. Because it does provide a lot of cooling to this area, all by itself, without doing anything else. How are our Floxes doing? Are our Floxes cold now? -30. The scale growth right here is at 17%, just 8. The reproduction is now down to 2%. So our Floxes right here, not too happy because their body temperature is a little bit low. Let's see if we can change that by replacing these tiles right here with insulated tiles. Because the bottom ones are pretty okay, just the top ones are not. Could also be because we have right here our radiant liquid pipe going through. I think you said 4 plants per. I think that sounds right, yeah. So for 4, we think we have 17, so we're actually not too far away. 4 domesticated plume squashes per domestic BAMS. Yeah, we have 17 in here, so that is just 1 more for, you know, a little bit of help here. And we may have to take care of our Floxes here next time around. Not that it matters too much, to be very honest, because we still have an entire stable full on the bottom, so it's not like we are producing too few Floxes. But still. Checking out Dracos again. How many do we have in here now? 3 out of 9. The old one. No, why do we have 3 out of 9? Didn't we already have 4 in here? I could have sworn it was 4. How many do we have in here? 9 out of 9. That's perfect. And we are golden. Over here, everything has been mopped and is good. And back to Paris. And let's wait for this one here to erupt. Which should happen any second, because we're now running on 10 times speed. And the moment we are done with this here, not gonna lie to you guys, I am going to call it a day. So, that means, if you haven't liked the stream yet and subscribed to the channel, now would be a good time to do so. You know it, both of those things are absolutely free. If you enjoy the stream, you will get a notification next time. And of course, a like goes a long way in helping me out completely for free. Alright, erupts in 0.5 cycles, which will take absolutely no time at 10 times speed. Same here, Jez. Same here. I originally planned to stop at 10:30, but you know how oxygen included is sometimes. I'm not going to leave without an unfinished project. That is just not going to happen, so we had to take the extra 20 minutes here and make sure that our gold volcano tamer here is up and running. Why do we have more ruddy plug slugs in here? How are we skill-wise doing now? Drew? Kagan? Who was it? It was Katrina, that's right. For critter wrenching, you are now our wrencher. So you can go ahead and wrangle those suckers. How about that? Because these suckers here will just eat all of my wonderful, wonderful metal, and we certainly don't want that. This game has taken too many times to 5 AM. Tell me about it. That is how that goes. Just one more cycle. Just let me finish this up real quick. Over here. Look, I found another volcano. What is this? A hydrogen vent. Let's take care of that real quick. I know exactly how that goes. This game has made me late for work a few times. Yes. That sounds about right. That is the game we all know and love. And I believe this is actually the first time on stream that I have built the reversed version of a volcano tamer. Usually, if I can, very easily, I always build it the other way around. But this time around, I figured, might as well do it this way. Let's see. Yep, we're coming out at a nice cold temperature here without too many issues. Our gold is coming out at what? Let's slow it down here for a second. -4, -3 degrees without too big of an issue. Our thermal tuner is not even turning on yet. It just doesn't give a shit. Yeah, look at this. Beautiful. And we can see that actually this debris right here will now help the cold in this area right here. Oh, that works just fine. Civilization 6. Yep, I also have spent a hot minute or two in that game. Alright. Our volcano tamer is clearly working exactly as it should. We haven't even brought our steam up yet to 120 degrees, but I can guarantee you that our steam turbines will work. As long as this here is set, and this here is set, we are golden. Both of those things are set, so there's nothing that can even potentially go wrong here. We won't have a problem. And as I said earlier, next time around, maybe we're gonna mess around with the geothermal heat pump. That would be a good start, or a good idea. There's a bunch more other things that we need to take care of course. We need to build an infinite storage for our ethanol. That will only take 5 minutes though. We will get that done. We do have our water geyser. Where's that bad boy at? Isn't it here somewhere in this area? Yeah, right here we have a water geyser. We will have to find some kind of way to do something about this. And I'm thinking heat exchanger. But we will see how that goes. I still have to figure out kind of how we're gonna do this, because I'm not sure yet. I'm not gonna try it though. I'm just gonna come up with a plan in my head. And we will see if that works or not. But yeah, other than that, I would say thank you very much for joining, guys. I truly, truly appreciate each and every one of you. And of course, especially the guys who have been here since the very beginning. For 7 hours and 15 minutes, basically. Or 7 hours and 24 minutes, actually. So yeah, guys, thank you very much. I appreciate each and every one of you. I hope I see you latest next week on Thursday. Oh, well, Thursday is the short stream in the evening. Next week, Saturday, we are, of course, back with oxygen not included. And as usual, that is all I have for you today. And with that, I say thank you and peace.